Not everyone is born to be a hero. And honestly, the protagonist here is living, well, dead, proof of that. His life had never been what you'd call ordinary, but the way he died felt like a bad joke. And instead of resting in peace, he was thrown headfirst into a realm of legends. Picture it. Warriors, giants, veterans from ancient times, each one more intimidating than the last, and in the middle of them, a pro gamer. Just some regular dude who happened to be insanely good at video games. Now, for the first time in his life, he's holding a real sword. His name's Tai. He messed up introducing himself, but that's what we'll call him. And no, he's not just some random player. He's one of the top gamers in the world, famous, with a massive fanbase. He'd already won 2 world championships, and today, he was on track for a 3rd. The guy was at his peak. Then, just like that, he found himself somewhere else entirely. Surrounded by towering men who looked like battle-hardened warriors. The kind you look at and instantly think, yeah, I'm not messing with that one. They were all lined up before a massive gate. Tai stood among them, confused as hell. 2 of the warriors noticed him. One remarked that his name sounded weird. The other mocked his clothes and his size, saying he looked like a shrimp compared to the giants around him. Then things got weird. One of the warriors realized that the man standing beside him was the very guy he'd killed. The other stared in disbelief, asking if it was really him. They stared at each other with zero warmth. Tai braced himself. He was convinced a fight was about to erupt. Their eyes lit up like the opening scene of some epic duel. But instead, they burst out laughing. The warrior who'd been killed said he was only there because of his rival. The other replied that their fight had been insane. The bald one asked if that meant the guy had died right after. He explained that a kid with 5 braids had jumped him. The little brat stabbed him in the gut, screaming, "Dad, Dad." The man laughed and said the kid was going to be a strong warrior someday. The father responded, confidently, that he already was. All the while, Tai just stood there, stunned, completely lost in the chaos. That's when the story pulled back, rewinding to earlier. Tai had been in the middle of the tournament, just 1 match away from becoming a world champion for the 3rd time. Everything was going great, until he faceplanted into his keyboard. Now he wondered, did I die right there? Or is this just the weirdest dream ever? Suddenly, a girl pointed at him and said he was the champion who had won countless duels. The warriors around him turned and stared, staring at his size like, how could someone so scrawny be the king of duels? The curiosity was intense. A bunch of them already wanted to challenge him, just once. Tai, meanwhile, was completely out of his depth. He couldn't make sense of anything and blamed the girl for dragging him into this. He remembered the exact moment his face hit the keyboard. That bizarre, out-of-body feeling still lingered in his mind. There had been a strange light, and then, the girl appeared. She told him that those who die in glorious battles carry the soul of a true warrior. Still trying to wrap his head around it, Tai asked if that meant he was really dead. She only told him to follow her. He asked suspiciously if she was leading him to hell, but before he could pull back, she grabbed his hand. In a blink, they were flying through a tunnel of light, headed straight for Valhalla. Back to the present, Tai tried to process it all. Valhalla, he thought. That legendary place from Norse mythology where only the bravest warriors go. I only know that because of the games I used to play, he thought. In his mind, the girl had clearly made a mistake. She thought he was some grand warrior just because he was a gaming champion. The way she acted, so innocent and convinced, made that clear. Tai even tried to explain. He said she was mistaken, that he wasn't a warrior, just a professional gamer. But then she asked if by games he meant duels. He let out a sigh and told her to take him back, but before they could talk further, a deafening sound shook the place. A massive horn echoed, and the girl shouted. She said the enemy was here. Everyone needed to prepare for battle. The warrior's eyes lit up, ready for war. And Tai, pure panic. He was sure he'd officially lost his mind. The enemy arrived. Giant beasts, brutal and relentless. The warriors didn't hesitate. They charged in to meet the assault, clashing with the creatures in a wild, intense fight. Tai stood on the sidelines, shaking, clutching a sword he had no clue how to use. He wondered, if I already died once, what happens if I die again? But fate didn't wait. One of the giant beasts locked eyes on him. It attacked too fast. All Tai could do was freeze. Just before it struck, a warrior raced in and shouted for him to duck. The man unleashed a furious strike, something called the deep rage technique, and took the beast down. Tai cowered, hands over his ears. The warrior turned to him and asked if he knew what a saga was. Tai, of course, had no idea. The man laughed and explained. He said that being in Valhalla meant Tai had done something extraordinary in life. That your accomplishments were the source of your strength here. The more legendary your feats, the stronger you became. Tai wasn't buying it. Feats? All I did was eat snacks and play games. Then, bam! A memory hit him like lightning. Karstead. The immortal warrior he played in his favorite game. A character with a ridiculous list of epic conquests. As Tai thought about Karstead, a strange light began to glow around him. Was that a system window? The warrior pointed and said Tai had his own saga. Tai looked forward and saw glowing letters in the air. He said he could see them, but couldn't read them clearly. It felt like the words were translating automatically. Still confused, he managed to read a few. Saga. The immortal warrior, power, 1%. Tai started walking, his mind spinning. That had to mean Karstead. His eyes lit up with ambition. If I can use his power, I'll be the strongest one here. Then the warrior called out, told him to look ahead. Tai followed his gaze and asked what was happening. That's when he saw it, a massive, terrifying creature, holding a hammer larger than he was. No time to think. The beast attacked. Tai tried to dodge, but tripped, dropped his sword, and tumbled. He scrambled up, saw the monster closing in, and thought, no way. Karstead's power can't be this weak. The beast reared back for another hit. Tai glanced at the letters again. There it was. That cursed 1%, written so small it might as well be fine print from an insurance policy. He shouted, why is this written so tiny? Is this a joke? Couldn't it be bigger? Before leaving, the warrior introduced himself. He said his name was Bjor, and told Tai to stay alive until they met again. And then, gone. Just like that, leaving Tai alone with the monster. Tai swallowed hard. The thing was enormous. He glanced sideways. His sword was on the ground. Fine. 1% is almost nothing, but it's better than 0, time to try. He dashed for the weapon, thinking about how Karstead could take down hundreds of enemies on his own. Even a sliver of that power would be enough to start a legend. Grabbing the sword tightly, Tai braced himself to face the giant. It was now or never. The monster swung its hammer again, but Tai moved fast. He dove underneath the beast just in time. As he rolled, memories of tournaments flashed in his head. He could almost hear the roar of the crowd. And then, deep inside, Karstead's image flickered like a flame. That was when his saga truly activated. Something shifted. A power surged through him, wild, electric, like the storm itself had entered his body. Energy pulsed around him. His eyes flashed like lightning. He wasn't just some dude anymore. He had become Karstead's echo, a warrior of the storm. His strength climbed by the second. He moved like the wind. Dodging the beast's attacks, he struck with precision, driving the blade deep and finishing the fight. It was epic. Panting hard, Tai thought, is this a new saga? Did it awaken just because I thought about Karstead's legacy? If so, maybe he could increase the speed even more. With this power, things were finally looking up. All right. I might actually survive here, he thought, hope flickering in his chest. Scene shift. The warriors were gathered in the Great Hall. A roaring celebration. A feast in full swing. The two rivals from before sat side by side, laughing together. One said he survived the fight. The other grinned and called it just a warm-up. At another table, Tai sat staring at a chunk of meat like it had personally offended him. He sliced it slowly, chewed, and muttered to himself. Seriously? This is dinner? Just meat and booze? I'm gonna starve to death again at this rate. But fine, let's eat. Bjor sat across from him, laughing at Tai's awkward eating. He said that if Tai wanted better food, he'd have to rank up. Bjor explained this was the Hall of Rookie Warriors. Low rank, which meant basic food, no frills. Tai, still processing the madness of it all, turned to Bjor and asked why he was there. Was he also just another low-rank warrior? Bjor threw his head back and laughed loud. He said he wasn't there for that. Not even close. He was only there to keep an eye on Tai. Tai exhaled deeply and thanked him, genuinely. He said that if it weren't for Bjor, he wouldn't be standing there. That it meant a lot. Bjor gave him a half smile and shook his head. He told Tai to relax and just try not to die next time. But before he could finish, Tai blurted another question, still trying to make sense of everything. He asked what would happen if he did die here. Bjor laughed again, this time like it was the most ordinary question in the world. He explained that anyone who dies in this place goes straight to the Iron Warrior. He said that over there, there's no hunger, no pain, and you get to fight forever. He asked if that didn't sound wonderful. Tai froze for a moment. To him, it sounded like the opposite of wonderful. The Iron Warrior sounded more like an eternal steel coffin than any kind of reward. He swallowed hard and thought to himself, no way I'm dying here. Bjor, maybe sensing Tai's dread, switched topics. He told him that soon he'd be assigned to a unit. Tai asked what that meant. Bjor explained that every warrior would be sorted into a team, and that was about to happen any moment now. Right then, someone arrived. A figure so commanding that every warrior in the room turned their attention to her. She stood proudly and announced that she had witnessed their performance, and now each of them would be assigned to a unit. Tai's eyes went wide when he saw her. He recognized her immediately, a Valkyrie. Bjor grinned and said her name was Hagen, the daughter of Odin. He added that noble blood ran through her veins. Hagen lifted her sword with energy and told them all to look into their goblets. She said the name they saw would be the one they were meant to follow. Tai stared into his cup, confused. Bjor explained that they'd each be placed under the command of one of the gods of Asgard, and the god of their unit would grant them extra power. Tai racked his brain, hoping for a familiar name. Odin. Thor. Those were the strongest. He silently begged that it be one of them. He peeked into his goblet with nervous excitement, hoping for a powerful sign. When Tai finally saw the image appear, his hope crumbled. It was a girl. Beautiful, yes, but not at all what he'd expected. The scene shifted. Now, Tai was sitting in a small boat, sailing down a quiet river. The girl was rowing calmly while Tai looked ready to explode. He thought bitterly that they'd said these were teams of gods. So how had he ended up like this? What kind of awful luck was that? The girl noticed his sour face and asked, curiously, why he'd been acting strange since the start. Tai looked around, frustrated that there wasn't even a third person to share the awkwardness. Not even a pet. But before he could get lost in those thoughts, the girl cut in again, calmly. She told him their team had strengths that could rival any other. Even with his doubts, Tai started wondering if that might be true. She went on, telling him that no one above them could interfere, and no one below them could cause problems. She said this place was paradise. Tai glanced around. It didn't feel like paradise. He asked if it was really just the two of them on the team. He remembered the awkward moment during the ceremony when he saw the word Hindu appear in his goblet, while everyone else cheered at names like Odin and Thor. He was the only one who saw a name no one else recognized. Bjor's reaction back then hadn't helped. That classic brace yourself kid looked mixed with a strained, good luck. Trying to be supportive, Bjor had told him to stay strong. As the ceremony went on, each team leader called out the names of the warriors who joined their ranks. Lines of warriors formed. Tai stayed where he was, unsure who was supposed to lead the Hindu team. Then he saw her. In the distance, a red-haired girl sat slouched, looking like she hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were dull, her body language defeated. This was the leader of the Hindu team, and clearly, she hadn't recruited anyone. Not knowing what else to do, Tai approached her. When he said he was joining her team, she looked completely stunned. She said that he was the first rookie to show up in a very long time. Her eyes lit up like someone had handed her a winning lottery ticket. She added that they hadn't had anyone new, or young, in years. Tai felt a lump form in his throat. He held his breath. Way too close for comfort, he thought. She welcomed him warmly and introduced herself as Haida. Back in the present, still on the boat, Haida stared at Tai, clearly trying to figure out what was going through his head. Finally, Tai broke the silence. He asked what exactly they were fighting to protect, and why. Haida pulled out a map and said it was time to explain things properly. She pointed and said their current location was Asgard. Beyond that, past the lands ahead, was Muspelheim. She explained that Muspelheim was home to giants, dark gods, and demons. Tai pointed at a red spot on the map and asked what that place was. Haida followed his finger and said it was Aren, a land that had been completely destroyed. She continued, saying that their team was on the front lines because of this. They were up against an enemy that wanted to destroy the entire world. Tai looked at the map and thought hard. Something about it reminded him of a game. He asked if this whole thing was Ragnarok. Heda nodded and confirmed it. Yes, they were fighting against Ragnarok, a war that would decide the fate of the world. She said that while the fight was to protect the world, deep down, they were fighting mostly to survive. Tai found himself wondering, was there a way to move between worlds? Just a sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, he could find a path back home. But before he could ask more, Heda announced they had arrived. Tai looked around. They were standing before a temple, clearly important. Heda said it was the temple of their goddess, and that now, as a warrior of hers, Tai should show his respect. They entered the temple, walking down a grand, echoing corridor. Tai's eyes scanned the immense structure, clearly impressed. He asked if he was going to meet the goddess in person. Heda laughed softly and said of course not. Meeting the goddess face to face? That was impossible. She told him he'd meet her, but only from afar. At the end of the hall stood a majestic statue of the goddess. On the ground, a circle engraved with the image of a tree caught his attention. Heda handed him a golden apple and told him to approach the altar and offer it. Tai took the apple, walked up to the tree symbol, and hesitated briefly. Then he tossed the apple forward. He had no clue what would happen, but the result was immediate. The circle and the tree lit up in a radiant glow. The light was so blinding Tai had to shield his eyes. Everything around him shifted. The statue came to life, revealing the Hindu goddess, divine embodiment of life. Her voice echoed through the temple as she greeted Tai as her new warrior. When he opened his eyes, the tree that had been carved into the ground was now real, golden, vibrant, alive. The goddess looked at him and beckoned him closer. Tai didn't hesitate. He knelt, showing his respect. The goddess smiled and said that just as water flows downward, the human body expresses its deepest reverence through a kneeling posture. Then she placed her hand on his head and said he would receive a blessing. A golden light poured from her hand, enveloping Tai completely. He felt an overwhelming energy fill his body. In that moment, he received the mark of the guardian of life and youth. A symbol that would shield him even from death itself. Tai realized his entire body was glowing. He felt strength blooming inside him. Suddenly, he exclaimed that all the chronic pain he'd carried from his days as a professional gamer, his back, hips, neck, digestion issues, they were all gone. It was as if he'd been reborn in a brand new body. The goddess smiled faintly and said she was eager to see the feats he would achieve. Then she vanished, leaving Tai lying on the floor beneath the golden tree symbol. Heda appeared beside him, helping him up. She told him he'd been officially blessed by the goddess. She explained that Hindu was the goddess of immortality and youth. With her mark, Tai would be able to endure even the deadliest pain in battle. No matter how lethal. Tai, distracted, barely heard her. He simply sighed and said that Hindu, she was magnificent. Heda continued, explaining that now that he had received the blessing of life, there was no longer any real risk of dying. In fact, she said, the longer time passed, the stronger his blessings would become. She laughed and added that's why people called their team the zombie team. Tai raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, if he defeated all the enemies, would there be a way to return to his world? Just saying it aloud made him feel stronger, more determined. He thought maybe Heda would be impressed. After all, her face turned slightly red, or at least, that's what he thought he saw. On her end, Heda found the whole thing adorable. He really believed he could take down all the enemies, and go home. So naive. So hopeful. So cute, but still. She answered seriously. She said that if the war ended the way he was imagining, if they actually won, then maybe it would be possible. She raised her hand to help him up and added that it would all depend on him. That's when his imagination kicked into overdrive. Tai drifted into a fantasy. In it, he pictured himself married to Heda. They were living together in a peaceful home. After a long day, he would come back, and there she'd be, waiting for him in the kitchen. The moment he arrived, she would greet him with a warm smile, and they'd sit down to dinner. In his daydream, Heda smiled sweetly as she fed him with her own hands. Tai, the protagonist, felt an overwhelming joy, a kind of happiness he couldn't describe. But the fantasy fell apart instantly. The moment he bit into the food, he noticed it had the texture of a used boot sole. Snapping back to reality, he grimaced. Heda looked at him, concerned. She asked if he was okay and whether the meat was too tough. Before he could reply, she tried to reassure him. She explained that things would improve soon, that if they worked hard and climbed the ranks, everything would get better. They were in Tae's quarters at the time, and Haida appeared optimistic. She said that as they advanced, the privileges would grow too. Better food, better living conditions, and more. Tae drifted again into his dream world, picturing Haida encouraging him to be patient while holding their baby beside a calm river. Then, reality smacked him again. A system notification popped up, warning that his illusions had reached a critical level. Fine. The next day, Haida decided to go over everything again, just to make sure Tae was truly absorbing it. She explained that every time he defeated an enemy, he earned something called gunas. Tae's eyes lit up in understanding. He said that made sense. He had felt something shift inside him after defeating those beasts earlier. Haida confirmed that he probably already had a few gunas saved up, and told him he could spend them to unlock new skills and grow stronger. Tae, now more focused, studied a chart showing different ability categories he could level up: physical strength, mental strength, endurance, agility, and mana. He asked, curious, what exactly mental strength and mana were supposed to do. Haida explained it patiently. She said that mana enhanced magical offense and defense, while mental strength increased his focus and resistance to psychic attacks. Tae nodded, grasping the idea. He then asked if mana could also be used to empower his saga. Haida told him that sagas were special. Their strength didn't just grow through action, but also through belief, specifically, how many people knew the story and believed in it. She said that sometimes, sagas could grow so powerful, they bent reality itself. She added that lower-rank warriors typically had simple sagas, boosts to speed or strength, for example. Impressive, sure, but still far from legendary potential. Legendary sagas, she explained, were something else entirely. They could create weapons from nothing, shift the warrior's form, or even summon entire armies. Then she locked eyes with Tae and told him he needed to remember something. The power of his saga, and how far it could go, depended entirely on him. Tae grew quiet, deep in thought. He reflected on his own life, and the idea that his saga might carry real weight. That's when something clicked in his mind. He remembered the saga of the legendary brave knight, Kalstead, the hero from the game he used to play back in his world. Just then, a deep, resonant sound echoed across the air. It was the booming ring of a massive bell. Haida rose instantly, her face going serious. She said she already knew what it meant. It was a call to battle. Tae's eyes widened in alarm. He asked, his voice wavering, if it was really starting already. In that moment, a strange portal appeared before them, opening with an intense surge of power. Tae stared into the purple glow of the rift and realized, it was a gate. Haida, still calm but firm, told him to step through it. She said that on the other side, he'd find the assembly area, where all the warriors would gather before heading to the battlefield. The scene shifted. Tae now wore new armor, heavier, more durable, with a shield strapped to his back. Haida stood beside him, adjusting the last parts of his uniform. Tae's heart pounded. She was so close, he accidentally held his breath. Then she stepped back, looked him over, and said that it suited him perfectly. Flustered, Tae quickly stepped away and said he was ready to go. But she called out one last time and told him to take care, and not to die. Tae, almost tearing up from her words, forced a confident smile. He said that with Indu's blessing, dying had just become a lot more complicated. And then he crossed the portal. What he saw on the other side stunned him. A massive gathering of warriors. Hundreds, maybe more. All of them preparing for something big. Tae stood speechless. So this really is a giant war, he thought. Suddenly, someone smacked his shield with incredible force. He whipped around in shock, and saw Bjor, laughing. Bjor said they'd met again. That Tae looked way better now. Then, grinning, he asked if Tae's Valkyrie was pretty. He laughed even harder and added that, honestly, all Valkyries were pretty, weren't they? Before Tae could answer, Bjor grabbed his shield and gave him a gentle shove toward the formation. He told him to get moving. Today's battle would be different. He said they'd have a commander this time. Then the commander arrived. A tall man with a commanding presence, stern eyes, and an aura so intense it silenced the entire field. Everyone around him stood straighter the moment he walked by. Meanwhile, Tae was still by himself, the lone representative of the Hindu team. The commander noticed and stared at him, puzzled. He said it was strange for someone to be standing alone like that and asked if Tae was the only member from Team Hindu. He then ordered Tae to fall to the rear and stay there. Embarrassed, Tae obeyed without protest, trying to blend in. Then the commander raised his voice, his tone booming across the field. He introduced himself as Ragnar, of Team Heimdall, and said that today he would lead the charge. The goal of the battle was to reclaim land that had been taken. Tae stood at the back of the formation, stretching his neck to see past the towering warriors in front. Ragnar kept speaking, saying they would charge directly into the heart of the conflict. Raising his sword, he shouted a rallying cry. They were fighting for Asgard, and for the 9 realms. The gates ahead opened, revealing a portal ready to be crossed. The warriors roared in response, chanting Ragnar's name as their chosen leader. Tae, stuck in the rear ranks, still couldn't see a thing. Then the scene shifted to the battlefield. Snow-covered hills, jagged terrain, and bitter winds. The enemy soldiers already on the field had a strange, unnatural look to them. They stood waiting, watching. The moment they saw reinforcements approaching, they pushed forward, trying to gain the upper hand. But then, something happened that froze the entire battlefield. At the top of a snowy cliff, a monstrous figure appeared. It was White Fang, the enemy commander. He held a colossal hammer that pulsed with energy. His presence alone made time seem to stop. From his perch, he raised the hammer high. Every eye, friend and foe, turned to him, stunned by fear. And then, he jumped, an avalanche made of muscle and fury. He landed with cataclysmic force, slamming the hammer into the ground. The shockwave tore through the snow, blasting it into the air and throwing nearby warriors like ragdolls. The field erupted into chaos, and at the center of it all stood White Fang, rising slowly, his hammer glowing, and his eyes burning with unrelenting rage. Just as Tae emerged from the portal, he found himself face to face with the towering figure of White. The beast roared so loudly it felt like the earth shook. As it swung its massive hammer, it sent shockwaves through the battlefield, crushing every warrior who dared approach. Tai stood frozen for a second, staring at the scene of destruction in disbelief. He muttered to himself, wondering who the idiot was that opened that portal. Now everything was silent between them. Tai and White stared at each other like the rest of the world had disappeared, leaving only the two of them in a frozen moment. Tai was terrified, but forced himself to stay composed. He kept his eyes on White and that deadly hammer. He repeated to himself that he just had to think of it like a boss fight in a game. He realized quickly, his survival depended on one thing. That hammer. If it hit him, it was over. For a moment, Tai imagined the impact, being flung through the air like a ragdoll. He glanced at the small shield in his hand and accepted the truth. There was no way it could withstand even a fraction of that weapon's power. He made a decision. He flung the shield aside. At that moment, it was useless. This was all or nothing. Then he thought about the runes he had collected, 5 of them. Not much, but it was everything he had. Tai poured them all into agility. Instantly, something changed. His senses sharpened. White's movements started to slow, as if time itself was bending. The hammer came crashing down with monstrous force, but Tai, now faster than ever, slipped just out of range. He felt the wind of the strike graze his skin, but he was alive. The warriors around him, still frozen in fear, watched his maneuver and erupted in shouts of disbelief and celebration. He had dodged it. He had survived. While others were being hurled like dolls, Tai had slipped beneath the hammer unscathed. But then reality hit him. Just dodging wasn't going to win this fight. He glanced at the giant's legs. Maybe I should strike there, he thought. At that moment, a voice echoed across the battlefield, calling for all warriors to focus their attacks on White's legs to bring him down. Tai saw the army charge forward. But the result was disastrous. One by one, the warriors were knocked away, helpless against the monster's strength. He realized this strategy wasn't working. White raised his hammer again, ready to crush more lives. Tai clenched his fists. There's only one thing left I can do. He decided to activate a move he remembered from the game. Caustic, Warrior's Mission, the Storm. The technique granted him incredible speed, but this time, instead of running, Tai launched himself upward. From above, he twisted his body mid-air and dove straight toward White with everything he had. In his mind, he made a silent vow. I'm going to survive this battle, no matter what it takes. Memories of Haida flashed through his thoughts, her voice telling him not to die. The desire to see her again burned inside him. He remembered her advice. Awakening the true power of a saga depended entirely on him. But something ticked him off. He shouted inside his head, demanding that the invisible narrator stop treating his life like a tragic story. Enough with the death foreshadowing. With that, he sharpened his focus. He zeroed in on the ability, Warrior's mission. The storm, which until now had only increased his speed. But what if it could do more? What if he could take it to the next level? It sounded insane. But Tai decided to try. He visualized the impossible, striking with his feet, channeling all his speed into a single point. The monster roared in pain as Tai landed a blow. The protagonist, breathing heavily, wasn't sure if he was still alive. He muttered that doubt might have saved him again. Looking up, he saw the beast writhing in pain. His sword was buried deep, lodged in one of White's eyes. That was the moment. White was vulnerable. One more hit could end it. Tai thought fast. I need a weapon. Right then, a new skill awakened. His saga transformed. The warrior's weapon saga activated. He fused it with the storm. Tai spun violently, like a tornado rising into the air, climbing higher and higher until he reached the peak above White. And with that, he struck the final blow. Cut to another scene. Somewhere far, far away. Looking upward, it seemed like the planet itself shimmered in the sky. A mysterious woman stood at the edge of a vast horizon, manipulating something that looked like a cosmic chessboard. Suddenly, a raven landed behind her. She commented that the outcome was clear. They were the victors. Turning toward the raven, she introduced herself as Raskrid, a Valkyrie in the service of Odin. But the raven responded in a grave tone. He said he wasn't Odin. She was speaking to Hugin. Raskrid sighed, clearly annoyed. Hugin then asked if any warrior had impressed her, pressing the question again. She hesitated, but then admitted, yes, one had. One who faced the beast. The scene cut back to the battlefield. Tai stood holding his sword with both hands, the corpse of the fallen White beside him. Warriors around him cheered in triumph. They chanted Odin's name in victory. But soon, all eyes shifted to Tai. Still catching his breath, he stood there, silent, stunned, feeling the weight of the moment and the roar of celebration. He thought about the championships, about being crowned the best player in the world, the applause. It all felt eerily familiar. Then he looked down at the weapon in his hands. A chill ran down his spine. Wait a second, this sword, it's just like the one from the game. A rare item. Once difficult to obtain, then eventually common, weaker than what he was used to using. Just like his current state, far from his peak, but full of potential. As the cheers roared around him, Tai made a decision. I want to keep hearing this. I want to get stronger. Tai, the conqueror of Valhalla, raised his sword and saluted the warriors. Then, a hand rested on his shoulder, stopping him mid-movement. A voice said he did great out there, that it was amazing. Tai turned, and saw Bjor. Before Tai could reply, Bjor added that Tai had managed to evolve his saga, and that wasn't something to take lightly. Smiling, Tai thanked him. He said it was only possible because of Bjor and Heda. But Bjor, looking proud, said that summoning a sword from thin air had nothing to do with his training. Tai laughed, surprised. He admitted it was new for him too, but now, it seemed like he could summon, and dismiss, it at will. Bjor changed the subject, saying it was time to move. Tai frowned, already exhausted. He asked if they weren't heading back. Bjor let out a short laugh and pointed to a distant spot. He said, back? Forget it. Our mission now is to take that fortress over there, and until we do, this is our camp. Tai groaned. You've got to be kidding, we're sleeping here? The scene cut again. Tents were up, camp was set. Tai, drained, collapsed onto the makeshift bed inside a tent. He yawned loudly. What a day. Feels impossible that all this happened in a single day. After a moment of silence, he reflected on everything that had happened. He stared at his hands, remembering Bjor's advice about sensing his saga. Did I really get stronger? Focusing, he opened his system window. And something had changed. The translation now came in clear. Current power. 5% of the immortal warrior. A smile broke across his face. Tai. I'm getting stronger. Now he had 2 saga slots. Could I combine them? He wondered. While he processed the idea, the tent flap burst open. A warrior stood there with a strange smile. He said someone was looking for Tai. Confused, Tai stepped out. Outside, he saw all the warriors gathered, each one looking at him with that same odd grin. What the hell is going on? Then he saw the reason. Amidst the crowd stood Haida. She saw him, beamed with joy, and called his name. The sight of her caught him completely off guard. Cut to Haida sitting on the ground, tears running down her cheeks. She apologized over and over to Tai, sobbing uncontrollably. She was overwhelmed by his unbelievable accomplishments. Back to the crying scene. She said she had been arrogant, she never realized he was such a powerful hero. Tai tried to calm her down, but the tears kept coming. She begged for forgiveness, saying she never should have treated him that way, and yet, she had still called him a rookie. Even as she sobbed, Tai thought to himself, she's ridiculously adorable like this. But he knew he had to explain. He told her, gently, that everything she saw had happened inside a game. Haida gasped loud enough for the whole camp to hear. She asked in disbelief, all of that was in a game? Tai, still awkward, confirmed it. He said yes, he did all those things, but in a virtual world. Not the real one. She paused, thinking. Then replied that she sort of understood. But she added, with a warm smile, that the important part was, he had done all that, and to her, that was still incredible. Tai looked at her, speechless. In his head, he started wondering, should esports count as real sports? His mind drifted. If they did, everyone would want to be a gamer. Maybe even dodge military service because of it. The world would be chaos. He laughed quietly to himself. Somehow, those thoughts made him feel better. But Haida snapped him back to reality. She said they needed to talk about sagas. She explained that usually, there's no fixed number of sagas one can use. But in his current state, without forging a new saga, he wouldn't be able to create another one for a while. She warned him to think carefully before doing anything impulsive. Tai looked at the options before him. For now, he could only equip one saga. So he began racking his brain. What's truly worth it? He reflected on what he already had. Falsted's power. The storm speed boost. The summonable warrior's sword. All useful. But what was missing? His first instinct was to pick something offensive. Then he shook his head. No, that's not what I need right now. And with that, he made his choice. He says he wants dragon eyes, something that would let him see everything. Suddenly, his eyes glow with an intense blue light, and he lets out a yell so loud that it startles Haida. She asks if he already made his choice. He confirms, yes, that's what he wants. The protagonist starts testing his new ability and notices that his vision has become extremely sharp. He says he can now see everything more clearly. He adds that the whole thing almost killed him. She, still confused, says it's better if he gets some rest, and prepares to leave. Before stepping out, she tells him how amazing she thinks he is, and that she's sure he's going to become incredibly powerful someday. Unexpectedly, she hugs him. She says that having someone like him in Team New is an incredible stroke of luck. Tai is so stunned by the hug it feels like the tent roof might blast off. After Haida leaves, some time passes. Someone appears at the entrance of the tent. He calls for Tai, who answers cautiously, wearing a helmet on his head. Tai asks what it is now. The visitor introduces himself as Rolfi, from Team U. Rolfi quickly notices Tai's odd behavior but ignores it. He explains that he's a warrior from Ceres unit, which has now been merged with Ragna's group. He says all warriors must gather at Ceres base, and he's come to escort Tai. Curious, Tai activates his dragon eyes to verify Rolfi's identity. He confirms the name, and also learns he's known as the Wolf Hunter. But once again, he sees more than he should. Embarrassed, he quickly looks away and deactivates the ability, thinking he needs to be more careful using it. Rolfi just stands there, confused by Tai's reaction. As they walk together toward the meeting point, Rolfi speaks with admiration. He says he envies Tai for being visited by a Valkyrie. He says if it had been him, he'd be bragging about it to everyone. Tai hears this and can't help but smile with satisfaction. He thinks that it really is like a celebrity came to visit him, personally. A huge perk of being in Team U. Tai asks Rolfi what the benefits of being in Team U are. Rolfi explains that they can choose between two skills: invisibility, target tracking. He continues, explaining that tracking allows one to locate any enemy, even with minimal traces. Invisibility, he adds, is excellent for ambushes and escapes. He goes quiet. To demonstrate, Rolfi vanishes right in front of Tai. He then reappears and reveals that his chosen skill was invisibility. Definitely invisibility. Tai watches, impressed, thinking how powerful the ability seems. Soon after, they arrive at a new camp. Rolfi leads Tai to Siri's unit leader and announces he's brought a new warrior. As soon as Tai sees who the leader is, he's shocked. To his surprise, the leader is a woman, something rare in Valhalla. Until now, the only women he had met were Valkyries. The leader stands up and introduces herself. She says she's heard about Tai, the one who defeated the giant now, also known as White. She adds that she's glad to meet him, but what really shakes Tai is the aura radiating from her. He senses it immediately. Her energy is terrifying, far stronger than any other warrior he's encountered. She informs Tai that the Supreme Commander is on their way and asks him to stay where he is. Tai obeys, curious, and activates his dragon eyes to get a better look. He sees her title, the Manhunter, and he quickly understands she's an incredibly powerful and strict figure. Time passes. A light appears in the sky, resembling a star drawing closer. The warriors start murmuring, assuming it's a Valkyrie. But to everyone's surprise, it's Raskred. Tai recognizes her immediately. Using his dragon eyes, he sees that she serves under Odin. As she lands, he focuses on the title glowing beside her name, the Ice Princess. He wonders if that name came from the other warriors. Raskred steps in front of them all and introduces herself, making it clear that from now on, she'll be the one leading the group. She announces that Commander Ranos is dead, and because of that, his unit is now merged with Siri's. She looks directly at Siri and says she'll be counting on her for this mission. She also turns to Warrior Tai, saying he single-handedly defeated the enemy leader, the beast they knew as White. As recognition, she declares that Tai will be rewarded with a bag of gold coins, a rune, and 10 points for Team Hindu. Tai feels a rush of joy but tries not to show it, keeping his expression serious. He starts imagining himself becoming a living legend in that world. Suddenly, he hears the surrounding warriors whispering. At first, he assumes they're praising his victory. But he quickly realizes that's not it. They're talking about how he was visited by a Valkyrie. That Heda herself came to him. Tai reacts with disbelief. Seriously? They think that's more impressive than defeating the giant White? He starts to get irritated, especially when he hears one of them say Tai's the luckiest guy alive. Another adds that if it were him, he'd brag about that forever. They want details. Tai can't believe it. I defeat a colossal monster, save everyone, and all they care about is who visited me. Then Raskred speaks with authority, calling for silence. She announces that the battle to reclaim the fortress begins tomorrow afternoon. The warriors cheer. But she continues, they'll use the Iron Rain plan. Everyone will be involved. The name alone makes the warriors erupt in euphoric shouts, cheering like the battle is already won. Tai tries to match the excitement, but inside he's completely lost. Iron Rain? What the hell is that? He turns to Rolfi and asks. Rolfi pauses. Says honestly, he has no idea. The next day, Raskred flies high through the sky. With a decisive motion, she raises her hand and commands the attack to begin. The warriors march forward like a flood, heading straight for the fortress. Simultaneously, the enemy army spots them approaching. That's when a new creature appears. A massive beast, similar to White. But this one is different. This is Red Eyes. The warriors clash with the enemy. Meanwhile, Siri explains Raskred's plan like it's a chess match. She says their assault will force the enemy to meet them in front of the walls. During the chaos, Siri's unit will scale the walls, infiltrate the control rooms, and open the gates. She adds that to do that, they'll rely on Iron Rain. Rolfi, pumped up, says they'll use it to breach the walls. Tai looks at him, suspicious. Rolfi talks like he knows what he's doing, but he's completely clueless. Again, Tai wonders, what the hell is Iron Rain? Some kind of teleportation spell? Cut to the next scene. TAE is sitting inside a giant metal barrel. Finally, he understands. Iron Rain means being launched, literally, in a metal barrel toward the fortress wall. Rolfi asks if he's excited. TAE answers, absolutely not. Around him, other warriors cheer excitedly. They shout things like, I'm going to Valhalla. Wait, aren't they already in Valhalla? Then, the horn sounds. The signal. The barrel holding TAE and his teammate starts to move. It becomes clear. These barrels are loaded into massive cannons and fired like projectiles at the fortress. Inside, reactions vary. Some warriors scream in terror. Others are thrilled, already hyped for battle. The barrels crash through the walls, smashing on impact. Warriors stumble out, dazed and bruised. Some complain about back pain. Others bite their tongues. "Tae? He's just thankful to be alive." Then Siri appears. She warns them to prepare. The enemy is coming. The warriors regroup. But they're stunned when they see what's ahead. A monstrous creature with huge claws stands before them, surrounded by giant insects. The swarm moves as one, in a terrifying rhythm. Siri, unfazed, explains. She says these insects move in groups of 5. Eliminate the leader, and the rest become disoriented. Someone nearby asks how to tell them apart. They all look the same. The protagonist thinks fast. They just need to focus. He activates his dragon eyes to spot the leader. With enhanced vision, he detects the boss. He points and informs Siri. It's that one. He explains this is thanks to his saga ability, making it clear he can help. Siri wastes no time. She attacks directly, aiming for the identified target. Tai understands the plan immediately. He starts calling out leaders by traits. The fast one, the handsome one, the famous one. The warriors follow his lead and strike accurately. With each leader defeated, the remaining insects begin to retreat. Then, a horn sounds again. The enemy signals a second wave. A huge troop charges toward them. Siri turns to Rolfi and gives instructions. They'll split into 2 groups. She'll hold off the front with her team. Rolfi will take a team to the control rooms. Rolfi salutes and says he understands. Before leaving, Siri says one more thing. She tells him to take Tae. She looks directly at him and says she's counting on him. The protagonist gets serious, ready for the mission. Rolfi's group quickly forms. Just 4 people. Before moving, Rolfi places a hand on Tae's shoulder and tells him to stay close. The reason becomes obvious. The other 3 warriors can turn invisible. Something Tae can't do, yet, so for now, he sticks tight to Rolfi. It's the only way not to be detected. They slip out of the battlefield and follow the path toward the control room. Rolf says he knows the map of the area and that there should be a hidden route nearby. He places a hand on a stone, and suddenly, a secret passage opens. He explains that it's a temporary shortcut to the control room. They enter the tunnel, shrouded in darkness. Rolf grabs a torch to light the way. As Tae walks, something grabs him. He gets tangled in massive spider webs and shouts, ripping the threads from his face, stunned at how this place is covered in them. Looking around, he realizes this corridor hasn't been used in a long time. The group presses forward, but Tae falls behind. Above them, clinging to the ceiling, a massive, grotesque spider watches silently. Rolf warns the group to tread carefully. Tae and the others heed his words. But then they hear it, the chilling, chittering approach of something huge. Tae glances up just in time to see the spider sink its fangs into one of the warriors, lifting him off the ground. He shouts a warning to Rolf and the others, who are still staring up in horror. Rolf calmly remarks how strange this spider is, highlighting its monstrous size. They watch, frozen, as it devours their companion. Rolf, disturbingly unfazed, says the creature must have been starving to gulp someone down so fast. He adds there's no saving him now. Tae activates his dragon eyes. What he sees shakes him. There isn't just one spider. There are dozens, crawling in from every side. He quickly tells Rolf they're surrounded. The spiders close in. Tae takes a deep breath, forcing his mind to stay sharp. He scans the creatures, using his ability, and identifies 2 crucial facts. They paralyze prey with venom, and their weakness. Without hesitation, Tae activates a skill, Runic Fang Effect. His sword bursts into flames. He slashes at the ceiling, setting the webbed roof ablaze and torching the spiders en masse. Seizing the moment, Tae yells at the others to run. Rolf and the rest don't hesitate this time. They dash after him. As they sprint, Rolf shouts, asking if Tae is some kind of mage. Another warrior frets about the sword being left behind. Tae, not breaking stride, responds casually, he'll just make another one. With dragon eyes guiding him, he leads the group like he's navigating a video game. Eventually, they find a door. Rolf, relieved, says this is it. He rushes forward, telling them to get inside. Tae crosses first, followed by a 3rd warrior. Rolf barks the order to shut the door. But one warrior hesitates, and fails. A spider slips through. Now it's 3 against 1. Rolf and the other warrior wrestle the door shut. Tae draws a new sword, ready. With a clean strike, he slays the spider. He collapses, gasping for breath. Rolf and the other warrior slump against the door, equally winded. Tae glances around and asks if this really is the control room. They head to the center. Rolf confirms, it's the emergency control chamber. As they advance, he explains that this is the second hidden system within the fortress. Tae reflects, it makes sense, it was so hard to reach. Being so secret, it has no guards. Wasting no time, Rolf says they need to finish fast. He pulls a circular key from his gear and inserts it into the device at the room's core. He says they'll open the main gate now to minimize their troops' losses. As the key turns, a blinding light bursts from the control device. A mechanical voice announces, emergency control key recognized. From above, a beautiful girl descends. She introduces herself, Black Caster. She asks how she can assist. Rolf and the other warrior stare, dumbstruck. Tae, impatient, reminds them they were in a hurry seconds ago. He tells Rolf to snap out of it and speak. Awkwardly, Rolf asks Black Caster to open the fortress gate. She replies calmly that the process will begin, and starts opening the wrong door, the one behind them. Rolf quickly corrects her, clarifying he meant the main gate. Then he sighs and declares their mission a success. He suggests they wait there until the army takes the fortress. Looking at Tae, he says that while they have time, they could chat with the girl. But Tae is locked on the door. He warns that someone's coming, they need to prepare. A moment later, a shadow looms. Something massive approaches. Tae, terrified, mutters how it's possible anything could break through that thick metal door. Rolf, equally on edge, notes that there were tons of spiders outside. But Tai realizes, whatever this is, it already killed them all. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The red-eyed monster storms in. Tai recognizes him instantly. The beast is furious, growling threats. He declares that he'll wipe them out right there. The trio freezes, paralyzed by fear. Tai activates the warrior's sword saga. Thinking of Haida, he charges. Rolf and the other warrior follow. But the beast is too fast. It spins its hammer with terrifying speed and smashes the warrior beside Tai. The man is hurled into the wall, cracks split the stone on impact. The monster mutters in confusion, asking where the little one went. From above, Tai descends using the storm saga, blade aimed at the monster's skull. But Red Eyes sees him coming. It drops the hammer and unleashes its claws. Tai realizes too late, the beast was waiting for him. Midair, the creature catches him and slams him to the ground with a brutal move, gravestone spike. Rolf cries out in horror as the floor craters. Tai lies motionless. The scene fades. Tai is flying, weightless in the sky. He wonders about the strange sensation. As he opens his eyes, bathed in light, he whispers, "So this is death." Memories flash. The beast raising its foot to crush him. Tai thinks, this wasn't supposed to end here, back in the control room. Rolf stands tall, bow in hand, a flaming arrow drawn. He activates his saga and fires. The flames wrap the monster, and it howls in pain as fire devours its skin. Rolf shouts at Tai to hold on, but the monster spins, rage in its eyes. He swears vengeance on the archer. For a moment, it hesitates, eyes flickering between Rolf and Tai. That moment is all Tai needs. He plays dead, unmoving. His mind races. He knows, if I move now, I'm dead. He lies still, formulating a plan. The monster turns its back on him and charges at Rolf. The archer steadies his aim, ready to die fighting. Tai, still on the ground, feels fire pulsing through his body. Everything hurts. But something inside him roars, I'm still alive. Summoning all his strength, he rises. Red Eyes doesn't notice. Tai ignores the pain and reactivates the storm. He flashes forward, faster than lightning. He slices through the monster in a single blur. He lands next to Rolf, who stands frozen, eyes wide. For a moment, time stands still. Then, chunks of the creature's body fall around them. It screams in agony, then collapses. Tai looks down at the corpse, as if even he can't believe he won. Across the room, the third warrior stands dumbfounded. Rolf turns to Tai and says they should finish this, for good. The beast lies writhing. Tai walks forward slowly. He breathes deeply and apologizes, says he has to do this. He activates the warrior's sword saga, ready to end it. But before he can strike, something erupts inside him. A surge of energy fills him. His hands glow. A new weapon forms, a massive metal hammer. The system notifies him. New saga unlocked, Skullcrusher. Stunned but thrilled, Tai roars and slams the hammer down with everything he has. The impact shakes the entire control room. Rolf and the third warrior rush over. The warrior screams with excitement. Tai did it. He shouts that Indu has triumphed. Rolf stares at Tai, barely processing what he just saw. Then, another notification pops up. Tai's level has increased. Karstead synchronization, 7%. He doesn't even have time to absorb it all when they hear the report. The Black Fortress has been captured. Valhalla has won. Rolf and the others rush Tai, grabbing him in a massive group hug. They yell that the war is over. And so, the legendary Red Eyes, the enemy army's final commander, was slain. Cut to the battlefield. A warrior holds Red Eyes head high and proclaims victory in Thor's name. He declares that the enemy is vanquished. He introduces himself as Brack. And claims he was the one who defeated the beast. And to make sure he wouldn't be left behind. Meanwhile, the raven serving as Raskrid's messenger flew above the battlefield, watching the victory unfold below. It noted that Raskrid now seemed far less interested in the mighty warrior Brack and increasingly focused on the young warrior named Tai. Back at the celebration, Rolf carried Tai on his shoulders as the warriors around them shouted his name and cheered his unbelievable feats. The young man no one expected had done the impossible. Suddenly, a Valkyrie appeared in the middle of the crowd, loudly proclaiming that today was a day of celebration and that they all deserved this victory. The warriors erupted in joy, celebrating the end of a brutal era. Tai, standing apart from the crowd, looked silently up at the sky. The weight of the battle still lingered in his body. That's when Rolf approached and asked if he was okay. Tai admitted he was in a lot of pain. Rolf responded by saying he was lucky to be alive, and that he had been terrified when he saw Tai lying motionless. Before Tai could reply, a familiar voice cut in. It was Ciri. She arrived with a smile and asked if she could join them for a moment. She praised what they had done in the control room, saying it had been incredible. As a gesture of thanks, she offered them a drink. Rolf didn't even hesitate. He eagerly said it would be an honor, even adding that he had always wanted to share a drink with her. Tai thought, smooth. Simping in broad daylight. Before anything else could happen, more warriors crowded around, all asking to drink with Ciri too. The mood shifted quickly. She opened the barrel and began pouring, raising her glass and shouting a toast to Valhalla. Everyone joined her, cheering loudly. Rolf stood still, clearly frustrated as his golden opportunity slipped away. Tai watched quietly. His eyes stayed on Ciri as she laughed and smiled with the warriors. He remembered how cold and distant she had once seemed to him, someone emotionless. But now, there she was, laughing like a child, face flushed from the joy. On the other side of the party, Rolf was surrounded by listeners as he recounted the battle. He described every detail. How Tai faced the spiders, how the Red Eyes monster fought, and how the final blow came from Tai himself. The crowd hung on every word, visibly impressed. Tai kept watching. His gaze returned to Ciri, still laughing, light and carefree. He thought to himself, she really does know how to smile like that. The party got wilder. References flew around that neither Tai nor the narrator could understand. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, the large dwarfs started acting weird. Tai tried to make sense of it all when Raskrid appeared. She informed him that he had a visitor. It was the beautiful Reda. The warriors, seeing her approach, erupted with cheers and teasing. As Tai and Reda walked off together, comments flew, some saying they were jealous, others shouting, "Make the most of it, kid." The dwarves tried to keep the party going, but Raskrid stepped in, ordering everyone to bed. She reminded them that they had an important mission in the morning. By dawn, all the warriors were assembled. Tai looked exhausted, yawning like he hadn't slept at all. Naturally, that made him a prime target. Rolf, wide-eyed, asked if Tai had enjoyed himself last night. Another warrior chimed in. Was it an all-nighter? A third, grinning, asked. So, did you have fun, boy? Tai, clearly embarrassed, gave a sheepish smile and simply said he couldn't talk about it. It was a secret. As he spoke, it became clear something was different. He wore a new necklace with a golden pendant. Before the teasing could escalate, Siri arrived to give the mission briefing. She explained that today's mission was a special one. The target was the eastern side of the Black Fortress, specifically the old dwarven mines. When the Nows took the fortress, the dwarves had sealed the mines and gone into hiding. No one had heard from them since, so the mission was clear: investigate the area and assess the situation. Tai turned to Rolf and asked if dwarves were like the grumpy warriors he'd seen in games. Rolf replied that dwarves never said no to a drink. Then he added, with a straight face, that he hadn't had a drink in ages, despite drinking the night before. He went on to say dwarves were so manly that even the women had beards. Tai thought to himself, thanks for that, not interested. Raskrid continued. Because of the great distance to the fortress, a special form of transport had been arranged, something called the Black Lightning. At the mention of it, everyone's expressions turned to dread. A flashback cut to the previous night in Tai's tent. Retta had called him for a private talk. She gave him a special necklace, known as the Apple of Gold Pendant. It enhanced healing speed and granted him a fragment of a golden apple, which had incredible properties. It healed wounds, neutralized toxins, and even broke curses. In a soft gesture, she kissed his forehead and blessed him in the name of Hindu. Back in the present, Tai was buried in snow. In front of him loomed the mighty Black Fortress. He pushed himself out of the snow, visibly irritated. He grumbled. He already knew this trip wouldn't be normal, but being launched like a corpse in a coffin was too much. Looking around, he saw his teammates sprawled out in the snow, unmoving. Worried, he wondered if they were dead, but then, he remembered Rita's necklace. That must be why he was still standing. It had to be stronger than he thought. Moments later, the group reassembled at the fortress entrance. Inside, the place was dark and foreboding. Someone commented that dwarves must really hate sunlight. Captain Siri raised her voice with authority. She declared that they were warriors of Valhalla, sent by Valkyrie Raskrid. The air inside felt heavy, like it held centuries of silence and sorrow. Tai activated his dragon eyes to scan the area. He raised his head and warned that something was wrong. There were movements. Many figures above them. Siri reacted instantly. She ordered everyone to raise their shields. Just in time. A rain of arrows fell from above. The warriors shielded themselves as best they could. Then Tai looked closer, and was stunned. He said aloud that this couldn't be. They were dwarves, but they were undead. Zombies. The group froze. Rolf muttered, "Zombies? Why the hell are there zombies here?" The only explanation was that the dwarves hadn't survived. They had all somehow been turned. Rolf asked Tai if he was sure. Tai confirmed. With his saga active, he could see them clearly, even in the darkness. He described their odd names, like Ghost Dwarf of Cinema, Ghost Dwarf Rapper, and finally, Lord Vocal Ghost Dwarf. The group stared in disbelief, but there was no time to dwell. One of the zombie dwarves charged forward. Siri yelled for them to hold formation and not let any gaps form. Another voice shouted, "Captain, our shields are breaking. They won't hold much longer." Then, more zombie dwarves appeared on the higher levels, ready to strike again. Things looked grim, but then, something unexpected happened. A different dwarf emerged, alive, and holding something in his hands. He threw what looked like a homemade Molotov. It exploded, creating a wall of fire that blocked the zombies' sight and stopped the arrows. He shouted for them to follow him. Without thinking, the group obeyed, running behind him and slipping through a narrow shaft. Rolf got stuck but managed to wiggle through. Tai came last. When they finally caught their breath, they were stunned by what lay before them. An underground border, vast and eerie, stretched out ahead. Once settled, the dwarf began explaining. Everything they saw up there was the work of a vampire. The vampire had shown up at sunrise, and the rule was simple: if a vampire kills or bites you, you become a zombie. He described the creature. Enormous, with gray skin, bald head, and eyes black as night. He seemed more physically powerful than magically skilled. The group exchanged looks as the dwarf sighed. Siri asked if he was out for revenge. Because if that was the case, they should regroup first. The dwarf said no, it wasn't just revenge, it was something much bigger. Recently, in the mines, they discovered Ulti. Everyone was stunned. Rolf asked what that was. The dwarf said it was called the Metal of the Gods, the strongest material in existence. It amplified rune powers and couldn't fall into enemy hands. One of the big dwarves said he already knew that, and that it really was a legendary metal. Rolf asked for an example. The dwarf replied, "The hammer of Thor. That was made with ulti." He pointed to the fortress and said that at the top sat the sacred anvil, where the vampire was most likely hiding. And luckily, it was nearly noon, the vampire's weakest hour. Tai thought, this information could change everything. Without wasting time, the group pushed into the fortress. They had barely stepped past the entrance when they were swarmed by a horde of zombies. Ciri was already at the front, commanding her warriors to raise their shields. The dwarves, skilled in manipulating wind, unleashed tornadoes that hurled the undead into the air. Meanwhile, the demolition expert dwarf used his cannon to blast open a path. Tai, Ciri, and Rolf advanced, focused on reaching the room where the sacred anvil was kept. As soon as they crossed through the main gate, an eerie silence took over the space. Something didn't feel right. Tai glanced around and commented that everything seemed far too easy. Then they saw it. Above the anvil, a shadowy figure watched them. The vampire was already there. Tai examined the creature and muttered that it was smaller than the now monsters. But before he could finish his thought, something horrifying happened. In a blink, the vampire shredded through two warriors who were readying their arrows. Blood sprayed across the stone floor, and Tai froze in terror. He tried to move, but the vampire appeared right beside him, speaking in a cruel voice. The creature demanded to know how they had entered, claiming the treasure as his. Tai attempted to move, but his body refused. The vampire laughed, raising his claws toward Tai, then redirected his threat to the rest of the group, warning them not to move or he'd start taking heads. Ciri noticed that Rolf and two others were unharmed. Rolf then said his bow had been destroyed and that it looked deliberate. The vampire continued staring at Tai, saying that warriors as strong as them shouldn't die. They would make perfect soldiers in his undead army. The tension peaked. But suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air and struck the vampire, forcing him to stagger back. It was Ciri, bow in hand, shouting for him to stay away. The vampire caught the arrow mid-air, smiling with disdain. Before he could retaliate, the dwarf fired his cannon, sending a wave of fire straight into the vampire's chest. The impact was powerful, but not enough to do real damage. With supernatural strength, the vampire pushed through the flames. Ciri commanded her warriors to form a wall of shields, but with a single blow, he scattered them like dolls. The dwarves launched more attacks, even combining into a triple whirlwind strike, but the vampire withstood them effortlessly. It was as if they were just tickling him. Behind the chaos, Tai spotted an opening above, a hatch that could let sunlight in. Wasting no time, he pulled a lever, and a shaft of noon sunlight poured into the chamber, striking the vampire directly. The creature screamed as his skin began to calcify. He dropped to his knees, writhing in pain, apparently defeated. Rolf, panting, asked Tai if he knew how to kill a vampire. Tai thought out loud. Maybe a stake through the heart, or perhaps cutting off the head. But before they could try either, a strange sound echoed through the chamber. The vampire began muttering a spell with a fading voice. In an instant, the sun vanished, replaced by the cold glow of moonlight. The group readied themselves to finish the job. Too late. The vampire's body disintegrated into a flurry of bats that swirled through the hall. The creatures fused together, forming a monstrous, colossal bat with vast wings and eyes filled with rage. The vampire's voice thundered, now darker and more powerful, promising them pain for their insolence. His mouth opened, releasing balls of acid. The green orbs hit the ground and melted whatever they touched. Tai shouted for the group to get to the corners, but one warrior stood there, frozen. Only bones were left. Ciri dodged and yelled for everyone to stay alert. The monster continued spitting acid, driving them to scatter. Tai, desperate for a solution, took a deep breath and activated his saga. He leapt straight at the beast, facing it head-on. The bat let out a grotesque laugh, questioning if Tai was stupid or just suicidal. It prepared another acid blast. But Tai, faster than before, dodged the attack and slashed at the creature. The hit landed, but his sword shattered against the creature's hardened skin. Speechless and vulnerable, Tai balanced precariously on the beast's back. The vampire was clearly irritated and told Tai to get off. Tai replied that he was too high up to jump. Then the creature offered to help him down, to restart the fight properly. And at that exact moment, something strange happened. A pulse of energy glowed and began to form before him. As if fate was stepping in. His companions paused, stunned. Rolf even asked what the hell that was. Tai, reading quickly, realized he was about to unlock a new saga. The vampire, now a giant bat, grew agitated and shouted at Tai to stop messing around and come down. Tai closed his eyes, focused, and activated his new power. It was called Dragon Commander. With it, he could tame and ride any creature, griffins, dragons, or bats. A gift from the bloodline of Chaos Fed. And now, this bat was under his command. The giant monster shrank into a harmless, adorable little bat. Everyone stood there in awe. Even Siri, the iron-faced captain, stared with a strange look, almost like she wanted to pet it. No one knew what to do. The team surrounded the little thing, marveling over it, until it started resisting. Suddenly, it morphed back into its monstrous form. The vampire, furious, screamed that they would pay for humiliating him. Tai felt a chill, but Siri shouted for everyone to ready themselves. They had to finish this. Tai quickly mounted the bat again, using his saga to temporarily subdue it back to its cute form. He then laid out the plan. He would deal as much damage as possible, and then they'd finish the job together. They agreed. He soared into the sky on the bat's back. The first rays of the new sun began to burn the beast. Tai, still in control, gave the order. Full speed. Crash into the ground. He leapt from the creature just before it smashed into the earth, causing a massive shockwave. Then he activated his warrior saga, Skull Crusher, and delivered a brutal blow to its head. Still breathing. But the dwarf wasn't done. He hurled a pack of explosives onto the bat. The explosion was enormous, obliterating the creature and nearly taking Tai with it. He groaned aloud, asking how anyone carried that in a backpack. Rolf checked on the remains, confirming the beast was finally dead. When the dust cleared, they stood before the sacred anvil. Above it sat a chest. Inside, the metal of the gods, a small fragment. Tai, Rolf, and Siri frowned. It was tiny, didn't seem like something worth all this. The dwarf snapped, saying it was enough to craft a powerful ring. Then he said that such a metal was too valuable to leave unguarded, so he handed it to Siri, trusting Valhalla to protect it. Siri accepted with honor. But before they left, the dwarf insisted on another reward. "Let's eat and drink," he said. The others were already ready to celebrate, but Siri reminded them they had to return. The dwarf relented but said he couldn't let them leave empty-handed. He led them to a vault full of magnificent weapons, true masterpieces. He told Tai to choose one. Tai didn't hesitate. He activated his dragon eyes to scan them. Something caught his interest. Later, as the group prepared to leave, the dwarves gathered at the gates to say goodbye. They thanked them sincerely, for saving them, and for avenging their kin. One dwarf approached Tai and said he had chosen well. "We see Tai's new gear, a cloak, the only blue item in the vault." The cloak, called Falcon Wings, was light and durable, and had a special ability. The dwarf taught Tai a chant that would unlock it. Then the scene cuts to a falcon soaring high above the mountains. It's Tai, flying fast, passing over the enchanted coffins where his companions rest, returning to Black Castle. After landing, the group went straight to report to Valkyrie Haskred, who awaited them with a stern gaze. "Mission complete," she said. "Well done." Siri explained that a single vampire had overtaken the dwarven mines, and that together, they managed to defeat him and protect Uchi. Haskred looked at the divine metal and said they had achieved something incredible. She added that the fallen warriors would rise again, as legendary Iron Warriors. But for now, she said, they had earned a rest. The group exhaled in relief and exited. Rolf, of course, already had plans. He leaned toward Tai and asked if they were drinking tonight. Tai laughed and shook his head. "Not today, Rolf. I'll pass." Before he could leave, Siri approached with a smile on her face. She congratulated TAE and added that, in her eyes, it was TAE, the warrior of Endu, who contributed the most in that battle. TAE lowered his head, a bit embarrassed, and said that none of it would have worked without their help. He explained that the vampire had been a true monster, literally, and even managed to block out the sun they'd only narrowly survived. The protagonist paused for a moment, then opened his system window, and with surprise in his voice, said that the best part was yet to come. He had just unlocked a new saga, earned several runes, and increased his synchronization rate to 9%. He said he couldn't wait to see what would happen when it finally reached 10%. The scene shifted. Far from the celebrations, Valkyria Reagan was out patrolling the outskirts, as she usually did. But this time, she decided to venture a bit farther than normal. Everything appeared calm, until a strange sound echoed through the mountains. Curious and immediately on high alert, she followed the noise. When she discovered its source, her eyes widened in alarm. Wasting no time, she activated her saga, the Swan Wing Mantle. She knew getting any closer would be a deadly mistake, so she turned around and flew back as fast as she could. When she returned, breathless and shaken, she headed straight to Raskrid. And as she shared what she had seen, Raskrid was left in shock. Without hesitation, she ordered an urgent request for reinforcements to be sent to Valhalla. Meanwhile, Ciri took control of the hall, where the warriors were celebrating loudly with drinks and cheers. She raised her voice, cutting through the laughter and clinking mugs. She shouted that the party was over. Everyone was to return to their quarters. She said she wanted them well rested and ready for what was coming. The warriors obeyed, grumbling under their breath. Meanwhile, Tae stayed behind in a distant corner, focused entirely on his training. He believed the cloak he had received had more potential than just travel or escape. He was determined to learn how to use it in combat. At sunrise, the next morning, the atmosphere in the castle shifted, tense, heavy. A new Valkyrie arrived. Ingrid, hailing from the powerful Nord region. With her came 500 low-ranked warriors. Adding them to the Black Castle's 2,000 defenders, the total force now numbered 2,500. But the enemy report was grim. Haskred said there were more than 6,000 beasts on the opposing side. Faced with such overwhelming odds, she declared that their only real option was to hold the fortress at all costs. Haydn agreed, saying that if things went badly, they would rely on defensive magic, a final line of resistance. Thus, the three Valkyries, Haskred, Ingrid, and Regan, stood ready to protect Asgard and the Nine Realms. The troops lined the walls, hearts racing, awaiting the first strike. Silence gripped the field until the ground trembled beneath them. The enemy had arrived. Brack raised his voice, invoking Thor's name, and called everyone to prepare for battle. Commander Ciri quickly issued orders, rallying their monstrous strength. As the enemy forces neared the walls, they were met with a storm of arrows that darkened the sky. Many of the creatures fell, but those who rose again raised their shields and kept advancing. Tension thickened with every step. Soon, they were right up against the walls, hurling up massive hooks and beginning to climb. But the defenders were prepared. One joked, saying they weren't climbing up here. Another added with a grin that things were about to get toasty, before dumping boiling water onto the enemies below. Massive stones were also hurled, crushing those bold enough to approach. Rolf fired explosive arrows. Ciri and Ty moved to the front, cutting down enemies beyond the crumbling remains of the invaders. Then, suddenly, a huge shadow passed over them. Looking up, they saw a dragon swooping in, ready to wreak havoc. The beast surged toward the troops, breathing fire like it came from the pits of hell. Chaos erupted. It looked like the end had come, but just in time, Valkyrie Regan showed who was truly in command. With a swift motion, she activated defensive runes, casting a massive dome over the entire castle. Relief swept the ranks. For a few seconds, the enraged beasts focused their firepower on a single point in the barrier. Regan shouted that if they kept this up, the shield wouldn't last long. Ty realized his moment had come. Without overthinking, he ran to the edge of the wall and leapt. While falling, he recited the chant, "Power of the Falcon, take me to the skies." In an instant, he transformed into a fierce falcon. With agile flight, he slipped beyond the barrier before anyone could even react. Positioning himself behind the dragons, he shouted with confidence, "Here I go." Then he dove, fast, furious, like a missile. Just before impact, he returned to his normal form. Without hesitation, he kicked a beast riding atop one of the dragons and took its place. The training from the night before had paid off. This dragon was his now. He activated his saga, Dragon Commander. With skill and focus, he tamed the creature. Then he triggered his warrior saga, summoning a weapon, not a sword, but a bamboo spear. It wasn't what he expected, but he was used to his abilities, giving him exactly what he needed. Without missing a beat, Ty launched his attack, using his dragon's fire to strike down the others. Quickly, he eliminated two more. Enemies, enraged, charged at him. But his movements were impossibly fast. One by one, he brought them down. From below, his allies watched. Their cheers echoed off the castle walls, celebrating Ty's solo stand against a legion of dragons. Even Valkyrie Regan, used to witnessing grand battles, was astonished by Ty's prowess. But before the admiration could take hold, a new threat emerged. A legion of harpies flew toward them. This time, the tactic used against the dragons wouldn't work. Ciri knew it. She activated her saga, the witch's call of unerring arrows. It was a dazzling display. With her power, she conjured countless arrows, and not a single one missed. The bolts curved through the sky, slicing down the harpies with deadly precision. From below, only flashes of violet light could be seen, followed by the shrieks of falling beasts. Even the Valkyries were impressed by Tai, the warrior of Endu. Some whispered that his efforts so far had been the most vital of the entire battle. But that hope faded fast. From the heavens, something massive slammed into the earth. The shock rattled the land. From above, Ciri and Tai stared in disbelief. Something had fallen from the sky. Was it a black lightning strike? When the dust cleared, they saw it. A towering creature with glowing blue eyes and white fur. They were introduced to Uskard Lock, a legendary ice giant warrior. His height rivaled the castle itself. Just his presence sparked fear in the ranks. One of the warriors, stunned, pointed at the Colossus and asked how they were supposed to beat that. Uskard advanced. Ciri recognized the threat instantly. She told Tai to pull back for now and to leave her near Rolf, believing Rolf might help devise a plan. The giant brandished a colossal weapon, seemingly able to flatten everything in his path. As he finally swung, Regan reinforced the magic barrier just in time. The strike landed with a catastrophic force. The shockwave tore through the defenses and reached even the castle's core, shaking even the beautiful Valkyrie. Still, the barrier held, but barely. Another hit came. This time, Uskard cracked the shield. Regan was running out of energy. That's when Raskard joined her, adding her own magic to the barrier. She looked at the others and said gravely that they were not prepared to face something of this magnitude. She added that if only she could use that, but until then, they had no choice but to pray for a miracle. Raskard looked skyward and cried out, nearly desperate, calling for Odin. She said they couldn't win this fight with a force of low-level warriors. The situation was dire. Uskard was supposedly the weakest of the ice giants, and still, he made their entire army look like a joke. And of course, the giant didn't care. He raised his weapon again, preparing another devastating strike. Regan gritted her teeth. Ingrid was thrown backward, the force too great to withstand. The truth was clear. The barrier was about to collapse. Seeing the chaos spiral out of control, Raskard pleaded again, this time from her core. She begged Odin to release them from the seal, to let them fight this monster on equal footing. As she prayed, a raven flew above the giant's head. But this was no ordinary raven. It was Hugin, one of Odin's messengers. Through its eyes, Odin watched the battle unfold like a front-row spectator. Silence came first. Then, the god's reply echoed in the Valkyries' minds. He refused. The blow landed deep in Raskard's heart. None of them had expected to hear that from Odin. But he had his reasons. This battle wasn't for them. It was a test. He wanted to see what the low-ranking warriors of Valhalla were truly capable of. Only the strong have a place here. Raskard opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She knew Odin well. He was a god of war, merciless and unrelenting. Someone appeared beside her. It was Brack, a towering warrior with muscles that looked capable of crushing steel. With a thunderous war cry, he shook everything around him and roared that it was time. He called the warriors to action. Brack was a member of Thor's legion, and he didn't come alone. Following his cry, the other warriors began shouting his name. Those who had seemed uncertain now rose with renewed fire. Without hesitation, Brack leapt forward. With his gleaming axe in hand, he launched himself toward the giant's head, shouting again. His strike landed straight on the giant's forehead, merciless and direct. The blow triggered a wave of courage in the warriors. They charged, screaming the names of their gods. Brack's attack, while visually striking, barely made a dent. Just a small cut. It looked insignificant, but in truth, it was far from that. The giant's skin was so dense that only a warrior of the highest level could pierce it. Enraged, the giant swung his massive arms and hurled Brack like a mosquito. Meanwhile, Tai landed on the wall where Ciri had asked him to drop her off, right next to Rolf. As soon as he touched down, Ciri turned to him and told him they would create an opening. She asked him to take to the skies again and wait for the right moment. Tai looked confused but turned his gaze to the giant. He noticed the cut on the creature's forehead. It was small, but it showed the monster was angry. Understanding what Ciri meant, he took a deep breath and prepared to take off again. While Tai took position above, searching for a way to surprise the monster, Siri explained the plan to Rolf. They would use the siege ballista and activate their sagas simultaneously. Rolf's eyes widened. He asked if she was crazy. He said no one had ever tried something like that before. Siri admitted it was risky, but said it could work. Tai stayed high above, watching carefully, but before he could act, the giant's eyes locked onto him. In a sudden, impossible movement for something so massive, the giant reached out, faster than anything Tai expected. All he could do was catch a glimpse of the massive hand reaching toward him. And in a flash, he was swatted from the sky. He slammed into the ground, rolling and crashing, finally colliding with the base of the wall. The Valkyries watching gasped. Raskrid screamed his name, the first to react, and ran toward him in panic. The other two called after her, confused, asking what was going on. Raskrid shouted back, ordering them to hold the barrier while she checked on Tai. She knew now, he was their last hope. When she reached him, what she found was grim. His leg was shattered, bent at an impossible angle. Bones snapped. The fall had been brutal. But miraculously, he was alive, thanks to Endu's blessing. Still, the situation was dire. Beasts gathered just outside the wall, clustering directly in front of them. Tai tried to move, but his body refused. His vision blurred. He felt death creeping in again. This time, he was sure there would be no escape. And then, something unexpected happened. He found himself sitting across from Retta, peacefully eating in what looked like their home. Retta smiled and told him to eat quickly. Before him was a plate of golden fragments. The apple pieces she had gifted him. As he took a bite, golden light surged through his body. Even the Valkyries sensed it. They paused. That light, it was divine. Raskrid asked herself how low-ranking warrior could emit a god's aura. Then, Tai stood up, bathed in that golden glow. The beasts around him hesitated. They sensed something had changed. He could feel his body again. Every wound, gone. An overwhelming power surged through him. The beasts lunged. But with a simple motion, Tai raised an arm, and they were blasted away. Back on the wall, Siri and Rolf stared in disbelief. She asked if Tai was okay. She said their part of the plan was ready. But Tai had no mount. Even with his cloak, he couldn't get high enough. That's when Raskrid appeared behind him and told him not to worry. She offered herself as his mount. Tai blushed, stammering as he tried to process what she meant. He asked what she was talking about. Raskrid answered with a single word, Draco, and a radiant light burst around them. Before Tai, a massive white-scaled dragon appeared, eyes glowing blue. She said she now understood Odin's message. She told Tai that he was stronger than she ever imagined, and that this battle was his to win. She told him to climb. This was his moment. The other warriors were buying time. Now was theirs. Amid the battle, something extraordinary unfolded. Despite the towering giant before them, the warriors felt no fear. They attacked with everything they had. Blades, axes, claws. Every strike like a mosquito bite on the creature's hardened skin. But they kept him busy. They forced him to focus on these insignificant insects. Meanwhile, Tai stood on Raskrid's neck, now in dragon form. He apologized for what was coming. She simply said, "Hold on." Without warning, she took off, her wings slicing through the air with unmatched speed. They rose far above the battlefield. From below, Siri watched and yelled to Rolf that the time had come. She adjusted the siege ballista. Rolf stood behind it, pulling back its massive frame. The weapon glowed with the power of both their sagas. Together, they activated them. Down below, Brack, though bleeding and battered, refused to fall. With a thunderous cry, he invoked his saga, Son of God. Power exploded around him, tenfold strength. His aura surged, crackling with raw energy. At that moment, Siri and Rolf's sagas merged. They named their attack, the Huntress Witch's Arrow that never misses. Tai and Raskrid watched from above. Brack struck first, leaping up and slamming his axe into the giant's Achilles tendon. The impact tore a monstrous scream from the beast, echoing across the field. Then, as the giant opened his mouth to roar, Rolf and Siri fired. The colossal arrow flew, almost alive, and dove into the giant's open jaws. It detonated. A thunderous boom followed. The giant staggered, howling, and then began to fall. Raskrid saw the opening and dove. She called to Tai to get ready. This was their chance. And Tai, burning with purpose, knew exactly what had to be done. He activated both of his sagas at once, naming it the Saga of the Warrior's Storm Charge. As Raskrid dove through the air at incredible speed, a tornado formed around them, intensifying the velocity and weight of their descent. Their target was clear: the open wound on the giant's forehead. The impact was devastating. The earth shook beneath them. As tradition demanded after such a brutal victory, a grand banquet was held to honor the warriors' efforts. Laughter and spirited conversation filled the air. On the central stage, the Valkyries appeared, shedding their armor in favor of flowing white dresses that emphasized their divine elegance. Regan, one of the Valkyries, lifted a massive horn filled with mead and called for attention. She raised her voice and invited the warriors to lift their cups. She said it was a time to toast and celebrate. The crowd erupted in a roar, raising their horns in reply. Regan continued, expressing that it was an honor to stand among them tonight, celebrating such a monumental victory. The applause and cheers echoed through the hall. Then she raised her hand, asking for silence. She apologized, saying that unfortunately, she couldn't personally serve every warrior. After all, there were only 3 of them, and far too many soldiers. Her light-hearted remark earned a laugh from the crowd, but her tone quickly shifted. She announced that her sister, the Ice Princess Haskrid, would honor 2 warriors personally, those who had distinguished themselves most in the battle. The mention of Haskrid's name sent another wave of cheers through the room. Warriors chanted her title, Ice Princess, which made her visibly uncomfortable, but before the crowd could get carried away, she raised her hand, calling for silence. It wasn't the title that bothered her, it was the weight of the moment. With graceful poise, she called forth the first warrior to be honored. It was Brack, of Thor's Legion. Thunderous applause filled the hall as his name echoed. He was quickly dubbed Son of God, and One-Man Army, for his unmatched courage and strength on the battlefield. Haskrid quietly poured mead into his horn, her face calm and unreadable as she looked out over the crowd. Then she named the second warrior to be honored, from the Legion of Endu, Tai Li Ho. This time, the cheers were even louder, but there was a different kind of energy in the air. The crowd wasn't just applauding his bravery. They were shouting things that made Tai visibly uneasy. They joked that he'd been visited by a Valkyrie and even rode one into battle. Someone shouted, "That's my guy." The teasing drew laughter, and more cheers erupted. Haskrid, standing nearby, looked increasingly bothered by how the crowd spoke about Tai. Before it escalated, Ingrid stepped in with her commanding voice. She declared that due to their contributions in the battle, both Brack and Tai were officially being promoted to lower-class warriors. Tai stood in stunned silence. He remembered that Bjor once held the same rank. Being a lower-class warrior, it felt like the start of something greater. The hall was flooded with applause as the celebration swelled. Regan lifted her horn once more and shouted that now it was time to drink and revel in the day's victory. Brack and Tai, standing side by side, raised their horns in a toast. It was their first real encounter. As Tai looked around at the roaring warriors chanting his name, he thought, "This feels right." For the first time, he genuinely felt the recognition he'd earned through sweat and battle. So he finished his drink in one go. Unfortunately for him, he didn't handle alcohol well. He was drunk almost immediately, but he didn't care. He was savoring the moment. But while the voices and laughter echoed through the hall, 2 shadowed figures watched from afar. One, hooded, turned to the figure hidden behind a column and asked if this was the famed Tai, the low-class warrior who had awakened a divine aura. He admitted it was impressive, but added that even his own children could do that. The figure behind the column remained silent, offering no response. The hooded one sighed, saying that since it had been requested, he would help, but only this once. Then he stepped away from the Great Hall. The scene cut to 1 week later. The warriors who survived the brutal battle finally had time to rest. As part of his promotion, Tai now had his own small cabin. He was sleeping peacefully when a tremor shook the ground around him. Startled, Tai burst outside to see what was happening. Right in front of his door stood a cloaked figure, surrounded by arcs of lightning that danced around him. The stranger stood completely still, staring directly at Tai. Tai tensed, staring back in silence. He asked who the man was and what he was doing there. The hooded man didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked a question of his own, confirming if Tai was the low-class warrior who had defeated 2 now commanders and was the key figure in bringing down a giant. He said he'd heard that Tai was now being hailed as a hero among the low-class ranks, but added, condescendingly, that even his children could outdo all of that. Then, the stranger slowly pulled back his hood and drew a sword. Tai didn't hesitate. He activated his Dragon Eyes Saga. What he saw left him stunned. The energy radiating from this man was crushing, perhaps even greater than that of the Valkyries. And then, with his Saga's true sight, Tai saw something else. The man's identity. Tai whispered, barely believing it. Ragnar Lothbrok. The legendary warrior stood before him. Ragnar declared boldly that he had come to fight. He wanted to see what Tai was really capable of. Tai hesitated. He knew the name, but not the man. What shocked him most was that someone so powerful would seek him out for battle. Trying to stay calm, he asked, did this guy really just show up at his doorstep to demand a fight, without offering any reason? Ragnar paused for a moment, then answered. Why would he need to give a reason to someone about to die? The killer intent in his words froze Tai. Fear gripped him. The next scene took them to a makeshift battlefield. Tai summoned his sword. Ragnar stood calmly, as if this were a game. But Tai was focused, questioning if he'd even survive this. He activated his saga, Warrior of the Storm, boosting his speed and attack power. He launched a fierce blow at Ragnar. It looked strong. But Ragnar blocked it with one hand. The other didn't even twitch. His smirk grew. Irritated, Tai attacked again, faster this time. If power wasn't enough, maybe speed was. But to Ragnar, it was all the same. He dodged or blocked every strike with ridiculous ease. Tai began to suspect. Could this guy predict his attacks? What kind of cheat was this? Deciding to change tactics, he zipped behind Ragnar, hoping to catch him off guard. But before he could strike, a searing pain exploded in his gut. Ragnar had waited for the perfect moment, and landed a brutal hit. Followed by a slap so powerful that Tai never saw it coming. The blow sent him flying through trees, slamming him into a massive trunk. He lay there, gasping for air. Ragnar stood calmly, still smiling. He looked like he was just warming up. As Tai coughed and tried to recover, he thought, this man is terrifying. He knew there was a gap between them, but not this wide. Without Endu's blessing, he'd already be dead. Ragnar slowly approached, his aura crushing. With a predatory gaze, he said that all fallen warriors here became warriors of steel. If they died as warriors of steel, they'd find eternal rest. So Tai, he said, had nothing to fear. Before Tai could react, Ragnar raised his sword and unleashed a brutal strike. He split the massive trunk behind Tai in half, but for the first time, Ragnar was surprised. Tai had used his cloak, transforming into a falcon at the last second. He soared upward, narrowly escaping. Ragnar watched him fly higher and higher, quickly realizing, Tai wasn't fleeing, he was preparing something. Ragnar smiled and shouted up to him, if you're going to strike, give it everything, I won't even move. Tai didn't hesitate. He activated his saga again, Storm Warrior. His speed surged as he dove like a missile. Just before hitting the ground, he shifted to his next saga, Skullcrusher Warrior. Behind him, a colossal warhammer materialized, glowing with explosive energy. The combination of his terminal velocity and the hammer's crushing mass would create devastating force. Tai aimed for a direct hit. Even as the hammer closed in, Ragnar didn't budge. When the impact hit, the explosion shook the earth. Shockwaves rippled for miles. The hammer collided with the ground, unleashing a massive crater. Yet Tai hadn't hit his target. In the blink of an eye, Ragnar moved. He dodged the strike effortlessly, and caught Tai by the head. Calmly, he told him that although his skills were impressive, they were still far from enough. If he wanted to stay alive, he'd have to do better. Without mercy, he slammed Tai into the ground. The impact was brutal. Tai remained conscious, but paralyzed. He was wide open. Ragnar stared him down, asking coldly if he could still go on. Without waiting, his arm lit up with murderous energy, and he struck Tai across the face. The blow shattered everything in the vicinity. Ragnar stood over him, watching the motionless body with a flat expression, as if measuring the results. Satisfied, he turned to leave. Murmuring to himself, he said he had expected more. Maybe whoever praised TIE's potential was wrong, but then, something caught his attention. A golden light began to rise behind him. Ragnar stopped and turned, his expression now serious. To his shock, Tai was standing once again. Bathed in divine light, his aura blazed with overwhelming power. Ragnar narrowed his eyes. He knew that energy. With a thin smile, he admitted that the rumors were true. Tai could wield the aura of the gods. He said now he understood why Tie's goddess believed in him so deeply. But he warned, using divine power carelessly came with a price. In that moment, the light began consuming Tai, and he collapsed. Ragnar stood over him silently, watching. Later, when Tai opened his eyes, everything was blurry. But the first thing he saw was familiar. Retta was kneeling at his side, her face full of relief. She asked if he was okay, leaning in so close it startled him upright. Still groggy, he mumbled, asking what had happened. She told him she'd been worried, he had been unconscious for hours. Regaining his senses, Tai sighed and began recounting the fight. He said a madman had appeared at his door, dangerous, radiating killing intent, and challenged him. He explained that he tried to refuse, but was threatened with death. He truly thought he'd die. Turning to Retta, he stopped mid-sentence, because something in the distance had caught his eye. And in that moment, his heart nearly stopped. Ragnar stood against the wall, arms crossed and his expression unfriendly, listening to every word with sharp focus. Then he asked with a cold edge if that's what Tai had been saying behind his back. Tai froze where he stood. Before the tension could escalate, Retta quickly stepped in, raising her voice and trying to mediate. She said she wanted to take the opportunity to introduce them formally. She pointed at Ragnar and told Tie that he would be his new mentor. Tai looked stunned, like he had just heard the worst joke in the world. He exclaimed that there was no way he wanted Ragnar as his master. He already had Retta. Ragnar snapped back, saying he never agreed to be anyone's mentor, especially not some random kid, and that he had far more important things to do. The two locked eyes, the air between them crackling with defiance. Retta sighed, visibly frustrated. After a pause, she explained that since Tai had already tapped into the power of the gods, there wasn't much more she could teach him herself. Her knowledge was mostly theoretical. What he needed now was someone who truly understood the path ahead, and that's why she had insisted on Ragnar. Ragnar eyed Tai up and down before commenting that it was almost insulting for such a weak warrior to wield divine energy. But he added that even his sons could manage that with ease. If what Tai had shown so far was his full potential, then there wasn't much worth training. Retta folded her arms and shot him a pointed look. She told him he'd change his mind soon enough. Maybe he'd even ask to train the boy himself. Turning back to Tai, she told him to show his saga. She reassured him Ragnar could be trusted. Tai hesitated, still confused, but seeing her confidence in the man, he relented. With a deep breath, he pulled out a magical feather quill, an artifact that allowed one to display their saga. Ragnar muttered that he was curious to see what all the fuss was about. As Tai focused, the saga of the immortal warrior appeared, revealing a magical scroll brimming with glowing runes. It projected the full might of the dragon knight Kallistit, an entity revered as the most powerful force of the Dark Era. Seeing that legacy now carried by Tai left Ragnar visibly shaken. For a moment, the proud Viking warrior was speechless. Finally, he asked Tai what he used to do when he was alive. Tai didn't respond, simply meeting his gaze. Retta, however, smiled knowingly. She had expected that reaction. Ragnar, dragon slayer and bearer of a legendary Viking saga, found himself humbled. Tai had far exceeded anything he anticipated. Retta leaned in and asked Ragnar how powerful he thought Tai could become if he completed his saga. Ragnar grew thoughtful. After a moment, he said that maybe, just maybe, Tie could reach the level of Sigurd. The name meant nothing to Tai, who before arriving in Valhalla only knew mythic figures like Thor and Odin. Retta explained that Sigurd was considered the mightiest warrior in all of Valhalla. Even on Earth, he was already a legend, famous for slaying a dragon. In Valhalla, his legend grew. Some said he could defeat entire armies of dragons single-handedly. After the explanation, Retta looked Ragnar straight in the eye and asked if he would help Tai reach that level. Ragnar didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, wrapped an arm around Tai, and declared that he would. Retta smiled, clearly having expected that answer. Still, she cautioned him not to push Tai too far, not like before. She asked him not to be reckless, and to remember that Tai wasn't some weapon to be tested. With that, Retta said it was time for her to go, officially leaving Tai under Ragnar's care. The scene shifted to the two standing outside the house. Ragnar admitted he was honestly impressed. He said he never would have believed someone like Tai existed. His potential seemed beyond extraordinary. Between them stood Ciri, who smiled upon seeing a familiar face. Rolf finally arrived, saluting her and saying that though it took a while, he'd made it. On the night Tai was promoted, Ciri had also been chosen. Rolf, however, had needed one more mission to prove himself, and now he, too, was officially recognized as a lower-rank warrior. He looked around and asked if everyone was there. Ciri shook her head, arms crossed, and said one was still missing. Right on cue, Tai approached the group with a slight smile. He said it was good to see them again. Though his voice was calm, his appearance had changed. Blue runes glowed on his arms like mystical tattoos. He noticed the admiration in their eyes. Everyone there knew exactly who he was. The warrior visited by a Valkyrie, the only one to ever ride one. Feeling awkward under all the attention, he looked at Ciri, asking what exactly she had told them. Ciri grinned and glanced at Rolf. It was him, she implied. And Rolf, as if that weren't enough, had even added a few dramatic embellishments, like how Tai had single-handedly taken down an ice giant. Before Tai could defend himself, the group erupted with questions and chatter. But then a commanding voice cut through the noise. Someone asked if everyone had arrived. It was a Valkyrie. She had silver hair and wore an emerald green armor. Her name was Gandor, a warrior of the Jew Legion. Wasting no time, she made it clear this was a mission for lower-ranked warriors of the Jew and Hindu legions. But she warned them not to let the small size of their group fool them. This wouldn't be easy. The warriors started to protest, though their tone was lighthearted. It was more teasing than resistance. Gandor played along, laughing and telling them she couldn't let them slack off all the time. Tai noticed the relaxed, informal atmosphere among them. It made everything feel more natural, more human. But the moment of ease passed quickly. Gandor called everyone to order. She said she'd explain the mission details at the destination. When Rolf asked at least where they were going, her playful tone vanished. Her face hardened. They were headed to the land of the Dark Elves, Svaltenfinrai. Also known as the Land of Eternal Night. Silence fell over the group as they stepped through the portal. As soon as Tai crossed over, he felt the air change. It was dense, damp, and heavy with shadow. Massive trees towered above, their branches tangled to form a canopy that blocked out all sunlight. The forest floor was littered with rotting leaves and twisted roots. Every breath Tai took was laced with the chill of ancient dampness. Behind him, the others marveled at the eerie beauty of it all. Gandor came to a halt and finally explained the mission. The Dark Elves in this forest were key suppliers of medicinal herbs to Valhalla, but one of them had accidentally awakened a basilisk from hibernation. Everyone fell silent. They all knew how dangerous those monsters were. Basilisks were called the kings of serpents for a reason. And now, the elves had asked for help to slay it. That's why they were here. Gandor explained that the Jew Legion was known for beast hunting, and for this mission, she had something special planned, Silent White. She smiled, and the group buzzed with excitement. Tai looked around, unsure what the excitement was about. He had a feeling this would be just as wild as the time he was stuffed in a giant barrel. Curious, he asked Ciri if she knew what it was. She only told him to wait and see. Then, a pack of white wolves emerged. But these weren't ordinary wolves. They were massive and emanated both menace and majesty. Without delay, Gandor explained that these were the beasts of the Wu Legion. Everyone mounted up. As they began to run, Tai was amazed. They were incredibly fast, yet silent as ghosts. That's when he understood the name, Silent Whites. Vandora turned to him and remarked that he was a good rider. He blushed slightly and thanked her, thinking his Dragon Commander saga probably had something to do with it. Maybe it wasn't limited to flying beasts after all. Then something unexpected happened. The Valkyrie studied him with interest. She said he had serious talent. Tai didn't know what to say. Vandora told Ciri she had business with the Dark Elf Council, and would leave the mission in her hands. But she reassured her. There was no need to worry. The wolves already knew the way. And with that, the Valkyrie vanished into the trees, and the group continued on. After hours navigating the endless forest, they finally arrived. A hidden village, deep in the heart of the woods. The ancestral land of the Molo family. At the entrance stood a figure who bowed lightly. He introduced himself as Tolares, and said he would guide them to the village chief. Tai scanned the surroundings with curiosity. This race, he knew only from the games he used to play. Their skin carried a grayish hue, and their hair was light, nearly silver. The other warriors around him were just as intrigued, fascinated by the exotic features of the Dark Elves. But Tai also noticed the sharp, guarded stares, and the whispers. Even the children peeked out from behind doorways, eyes wide with fear and curiosity. Deciding not to take chances, Tai activated his saga, Dragon Eyes. This ability allowed him to see the names and titles of everyone nearby. Even more importantly, the color of their names would reveal if they were allies or enemies. Most names glowed neutral, but one name stood out, Tolares. His name shimmered in green. He was friendly. After walking a little further, the group arrived at an imposing mansion. Excitement was hard to hide. As they passed through the tall gates, they entered a grand hall, vast, but oddly empty. Without delay, Tolares opened a door at the far end and motioned for them to enter. He welcomed them in with a courteous tone. On the other side, a massive feast awaited. The table was stacked with food of every kind. Behind each chair stood servants, ready to assist. At the head of the table sat an elderly elf with a warm smile. It was clear he had been expecting them for some time. He introduced himself as Malice, head of the Molo family and leader of the village. The warriors began to take their seats. Some cautiously, others, like Rufy, clearly eager for a drink. Malice raised his cup and toasted their arrival with enthusiasm. Instantly, all eyes turned to Ciri. Her stance on drinking during missions was well known, but to everyone's surprise, she smiled and said that after such a long journey, one sip wouldn't hurt. The room erupted in celebration. Tae, in good spirits, raised his cup, ready to join in. But then he froze. His eyes widened, and his body stiffened. Something was off. Without warning, he shouted for everyone to stop. He threw his own cup to the ground and dashed across the table. Moving fast, he snatched goblets from warriors who were just about to drink. His gaze locked with Ciri's. It was a silent alarm. She looked surprised at first but quickly caught on. She ordered everyone out. At the same time, Malice shouted for the doors to be sealed. The trap was sprung. Tae's dragon eyes were still active. He scanned the entry hall above. It was full, and every name glowed red. Enemies. Elven archers stood at the ready. But Ciri reacted faster, shouting for shields. The warriors moved instantly, raising defenses just as arrows rained down. The first wave was blocked, but they weren't safe yet. Tae noticed something critical. The elves were moving to lock the exit. If they succeeded, it would all be over. He sprinted. The elves saw him coming but couldn't stop him. His blow landed true. 2 guards went down. In the chaos, Malice watched with a grim expression. He muttered to himself, asking what had gone wrong. Everything was perfectly set. How had the boys seen through it? But Tae knew. He had seen Malice's name glowing red. Worse still was the title below it. Follower Vuskard Loth, leader of the Ice Giants, one of Asgard's sworn enemies. That was all the reason he needed to act. After taking down the guards, Tae spun and delivered a crushing kick that shattered the large door. The path was open. He yelled for everyone to run. The escape began. They raced through the courtyard, but the threat wasn't over. Ciri pulled a golden whistle and blew hard. In the distance, from the shadows, the silent wights arrived. The colossal wolves tore through the closed gates with terrifying speed. They ran straight toward the warriors. Ciri commanded them to climb aboard quickly. But it still wasn't over. Dark elf archers were right behind them, preparing another wave. The warriors had no choice but to keep running, each silently praying they wouldn't be hit. The arrows flew. That's when Tae stepped forward, not to die in their place, but with a plan. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing golden runes glowing on his forearms. During his training with Valkyrie Retta, she had drawn those runes onto his skin, and while he'd admittedly enjoyed the process, they weren't for decoration. Retta had taught him this technique, rune engraving, a method for channeling magic. The power depended on the size and design of the runes. Permanent tattoos were too risky. There was limited space on the body. Retta had given him temporary ones, perfect for training. But even temporary, they packed a punch. Now, with his skin glowing bright, Tae shouted a single word, Dante. A golden aura erupted around him. Arrows aimed at him were shattered midair. The dark elves froze. Their faces showed nothing but shock. But the moment was broken by hurried footsteps echoing through the hall. Malice was charging in, face twisted in frustration. He shouted, demanding to know why his men weren't pursuing the fugitives, but it was too late. Tae's counterattack had bought enough time for the warriors to mount the wolves. They were already gone. The elves tried to give chase, but catching a silent wight at full sprint, impossible. Malice collapsed to his knees. His body trembled. Clutching his head in despair, he cried out, asking how it all fell apart. Everything had been perfect. so how could it fail? Meanwhile, the group had put enough distance between themselves and the village. They finally stopped to regroup. Some questioned if it was safe to rest there, but they had no choice. Even the wolves were panting, worn out from the sprint. Then came the grim discovery. Despite deflecting most of the arrows, some had found their mark. The injuries weren't fatal, but they could be a serious problem if another fight broke out. They began pulling arrows from their bodies. But when someone noticed the dark liquid mixed with the blood and dared to taste it, the truth was clear. The arrows were poisoned, and not just with any toxin. This was deadly stuff. One warrior turned to Siri, asking if they could rest a while to treat the wounds. But Siri, stroking her wolf calmly, said they would treat wounds on the move. Stopping now wasn't an option. They needed to press on. They had to find Valkyrie Gandor. Back in the grand mansion of House Molo, the old elf was still on his knees, trembling. Then, a figure appeared before him, surrounded by purple flames. A voice echoed through the chamber, "You failed." The old elf bowed low, voice trembling, begging for mercy. He knew his life was hanging by a thread. Desperation rising, he shouted for power. He asked to be given the power of the basilisk, swearing that with it, no one would be able to stop them. The entity only laughed, and then, he responded coldly, "No." The rejection was merciless. But the voice continued, saying there was no need to fear. It explained that the failure had already been foreseen, and for that reason, a backup plan had been prepared. The scene shifted to the group of warriors. They continued moving further away from the danger, or so they believed. That's when Rufio looked over to Tae and asked if he had realized those elves were enemies because of his saga. Tae, surprised, nodded and admitted it. He also thanked Siri for trusting him, saying that if he had tried to explain earlier, it might have been too late. Siri replied with a soft smile, saying it was only natural to trust a companion, especially someone who had already faced life or death battles by their side. But suddenly, Siri's face changed completely. Her eyes widened. Behind them, something red began to swirl into existence. It was a portal. She shouted for everyone to prepare, but before anyone could even react, the warrior standing at the rear was impaled by a massive blade. His body was lifted into the air. Blood spilled. The others could only watch. Helpless. And worst of all, the one who wielded that blade hadn't even fully stepped through the portal yet. One thing was certain. That thing wasn't human. Its skin was an ashen green, almost lifeless. Tae, with his dragon eyes still active, saw something terrifying. This being was a monster. Its name? Regenerator Marcos. He was the next boss. That meant extreme danger. Two warriors, burning with rage, charged at him to avenge their fallen comrade. And they succeeded, at first. Their blades cut deep into the creature's chest. But that was exactly what he wanted. With a single movement, both warriors were slain. 3 down in under 10 seconds. As if they were nothing. The group was seized by fear, but what made them truly tremble was when the wounds began to close. The creature's skin regenerated completely. Not even a scar remained. Siri shouted the name, the regenerator, and everyone understood instantly. This was an enemy they couldn't beat. She ordered them to mount the wolves. They had to run. Fast. But Marcos reacted even faster. Before they could escape, he charged. From his arms, monstrous serpents erupted. In seconds, they coiled around the wolves. The beasts panicked. All the warriors were thrown off. Siri leapt backward, narrowly avoiding a venomous bite. But in that moment, Marcos locked onto her. He advanced. Fast. Relentless. And just before striking, Siri activated her saga. But something was different this time. Her arrows glowed with a crimson hue. More arrows manifested around her, floating mid-air. She loosed them. They all fired at once. All hit their mark. They tore through Marcos's body, an attack that would have been fatal to anyone else. But he didn't even flinch. He jumped, and mid-air, prepared to strike. Siri was dazed. But she moved fast. She drew 2 daggers and managed to block just in time, but her focus was too locked on his swords. She didn't see the next attack. A brutal claw smashed into her face. The impact sent her flying, and she blacked out. Rolf saw it all, and before Marcos could finish her off, he activated his saga. He drew an arrow and fired at point-blank range. The field erupted in an explosion. Without pause, Rolf grabbed Siri in his arms. And ran, faster than he ever had. but he felt Marcos's presence. It was like death breathing down his neck. Then, Marcos stopped. His eyes shifted. Something behind had caught his attention. The Proto was already mid-strike. The creature turned to block, and that gave Rolf the time he needed. He escaped. As he ran, he heard Ty's voice declare that from this point on, he would be Marcos's opponent. The creature blocked the attack with a confident grin, making it clear he had already anticipated this. Suddenly, he raised his hand. More serpents burst out, twisting rapidly toward Ty. But Ty countered. With precise, multi-directional cuts, he shredded every snake. Using the space he'd opened, he surged forward with a follow-up. But he noticed something important. The creature wasn't even trying to defend. It simply ignored the blows, relying entirely on its regeneration. Ty decided to flip the script. His golden aura ignited around him as he pressed in. Without hesitation, he landed a slash, passing straight through Marcos's body. The radiant light lit up the scene. From afar, Rolf watched alongside a recovering Ciri. He warned Ty to be careful. Even fatal strikes wouldn't stop this monster for long. They locked eyes. The creature turned. There it was, a deep gash in its lower abdomen. But instead of pain or worry, his expression twisted into a smug smile. To him, no attack would be enough, but Ty stood firm. His golden aura still blazing, and more than that, his eyes held no fear, no doubt. That made the regenerator hesitate. In his mind, Ty recalled Ragnar's teachings. He remembered a crucial lesson. The aura of the gods wasn't just for healing or boosting strength. When used properly, it could suppress divine blessings, even nullify sagas. Ragnar had also seen something in Ty. He had too much instinct, too much experience, to waste energy fighting recklessly. He needed to rely on his discipline. The aura's effect was universal, and they had figured out the best way to use it, only activating it for fatal strikes. That way, Ty could avoid exhaustion and ensure each blow counted. Now, the regenerator's blood began to pour, and finally, he understood. That's why Ty wasn't afraid. Looking at his own wound, a chill ran down his spine. That gash wasn't healing. For the first time in his life, he felt something new. Fear. But that was only the beginning. Ty took a deep breath and squared his stance. Opposite him, Marcos clenched his fists. His eyes burned with rage and uncertainty. No hesitation. The two charged, aiming to end the fight once and for all. Their swords clashed in a storm of steel. Sparks lit the darkness. But something was different. This time, the Proto was dominating. Maybe it was fear or caution, but for the first time, Marcos was being forced back. Rolf watched, stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ty was cornering an enemy that had seemed unstoppable. Even Ciri was impressed, but also concerned. No matter how well Ty was doing, he was alone. And fighting alone meant burning out faster. Sooner or later, his energy would fade. And when it did, he'd be wide open. Ciri ran toward him, determined to help however she could. And her instinct was right. Marcos spotted an opening, and in a burst of rage, roared before swinging with full force. A lethal strike. Ty saw it coming, and instinctively, threw himself backward. By a hair's breadth. If he had hesitated for even a second, his head would have rolled. He leapt backward, creating a safe gap between himself and the enemy. But he didn't waste a moment. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he launched himself forward again. He charged once more. The regenerator raised his sword, preparing a vertical strike, hoping to catch Ty off guard. But Ty had a plan. As he advanced, the golden aura around his body pulsed brighter. He was ready to end the fight now. But there was something he didn't notice. The regenerator had set a trap. It happened fast. The creature's tail shot out in an instant, fast as lightning, and pierced Ty's stomach. He didn't even have time to react. If not for Endu's blessing, he might have died right then. The regenerator didn't hesitate. Sprinting at Ty, he lifted his blade, bringing it down hard, ready to finish it. But then came the impact, a powerful hit that knocked him aside. Ciri, ignoring the danger, had thrown herself at the monster, deflecting the strike at the last second. The blade grazed Ty's side, barely missing a fatal blow. Her move caught the creature off guard. Ciri said she didn't have the power to hurt him, but she could shove him back as many times as needed. Ty took the opening. Ignoring the pain, thanks to the blessing, he focused everything on his next strike. With all his strength, he lunged forward, plunging his sword straight into the creature's stomach. The blade went through, bursting out the other side. The regenerator's eyes went wide, green fluid pouring from his mouth. Tai knew that blow was lethal. Even if the beast stayed on its feet, there was no way it could regenerate a wound like that, but he wasn't done. He activated his warrior's blade saga. The weapon in his hands shifted. He triggered the skullcrusher. A massive warhammer took shape. Since the sword was still buried inside the enemy, the transformation caused the creature's body to explode into 1,000 chunks. It was genius. Nothing was left. The beast that once seemed immortal had been utterly destroyed. Silence swept across the battlefield. Far from there, a figure wreathed in violet flames observed the fight. He stood before Marlis, but his attention was fixed entirely on what had just happened. He had mentioned having a fallback plan in case things went wrong, but now, witnessing the outcome, he simply couldn't understand. How was it possible? They were just low-ranking warriors. None of them should have posed a threat, but after what he saw, the truth became obvious. He could no longer afford to underestimate the humans. Marlis stood frozen in shock at the regenerator's death. A chill ran down his spine. He knew the creature's reputation. It shouldn't have fallen. Before he could react, the flame-wrapped entity spoke firmly. He ordered preparation. They had no choice. It was time to unleash the basilisk's power. The message was clear. The warriors could not be allowed to leave alive. They had to be eliminated. Meanwhile, the group of warriors remained on edge. The more seriously wounded had already been treated, but one problem loomed. Tai, after defeating the creature, had collapsed, unconscious. Hours had passed and he hadn't woken. Rolf, turning to Ciri, explained that they had tried everything, but he wouldn't respond. Maybe it was the excessive use of divine energy. Maybe it was the deep wound in his stomach. Either way, they could do nothing now but wait. But Ciri wasn't at ease. She remained silent, eyes scanning the dark forest. Then finally, she spoke up. She said something was wrong with this place. The others turned to face her. She insisted that something terrible was coming and that they couldn't afford to wait for Tai to wake. They needed to leave, now. That was when the roar hit. It ripped through the forest, deafening. The members of the Wu Legion knew that sound. It was a basilisk. The word was whispered, but it carried weight. Ciri asked where it came from. But the forest echoed from every direction. They couldn't tell. She didn't hesitate. She ordered everyone to scatter. Their mission was clear now. Survive and regroup. They needed to find Valkyria Gandor and report what had happened. The warriors dashed in separate directions, knowing staying together would only make them easier targets. All except Rolf. He turned back, eyes locking on Tai's unconscious body. Worried, he asked what they would do with him. Ciri responded without pause. She said to leave Tai with her and run. Fast. Rolf clenched his fists. He wanted to protest, but he knew his captain well. If she said she'd handle it, then she would. He told her to be careful and then disappeared into the woods. Ciri knelt beside Tai. Then she activated her saga, not a normal one. It was the Wolf Witch saga. Her body transformed. Hair grew longer and turned pale bluish white. Her nails stretched into sharp claws. Her face elongated, taking the form of a colossal wolf. Unlike Tai, who needed a cloak to become a falcon, Ciri depended on no tools. Only her own power. She gripped Tai's leather armor and launched through the forest at blistering speed. Behind her, the basilisk emerged, the king of serpents. Time passed. Tai was still unconscious, but a distant voice began calling him. At first, it was faint. But its persistence and urgency slowly pulled him back to awareness. He had felt this before. Thought it was Haida calling, but as his vision cleared, another figure appeared. It was Ciri. And more importantly, she was on top of him. So close that the shock jolted him awake completely, his face flushed red. He tried to speak, but the words came out jumbled. Before he could say anything dumb, Ciri placed a hand over his mouth. She told him to stay quiet, don't move. Only then did he realize the situation. Massive monsters surrounded them. Ciri quickly explained. She said she had to lie on top of him to make sure the blessing of her goddess's veil would cloak them both. But there was a catch. Any sudden movement would break the spell. And that would be a disaster. Tai, still a bit stunned, asked why she hadn't just left him behind and escaped with the others. She fell silent for a few seconds, meeting his gaze, then looked away and answered simply. She said he had something special. Few warriors awakened such power. Losing him would be a huge blow to Valhalla's forces. Then, more quietly, she added that she liked fighting beside him, and she wanted to keep doing it for a long time. Her words stunned Tai. Something stirred in him. Memories of his old teammates. They had trusted him, just like Siri seemed to now. But this wasn't a game anymore. The risks were real. He couldn't let down those who believed in him. Before he could answer, Siri crossed her arms and sighed dramatically. She said she thought he'd never wake up. Claimed she'd tried everything to rouse him. Tai froze. Everything? His cheeks turned red again. Before his mind wandered further, Siri was already scanning the forest, her expression serious again. Now that he was awake, they could move, and he could cover her as they escaped. With that, she triggered her saga once more, transforming into a giant wolf. Tai didn't hesitate. He activated his own saga, Commander of Dragons. The activation affected Siri too, wrapping her in a faint blue aura. Her senses sharpened. She could see dozens of hidden creatures among the trees. Normal-sized snakes. Fast and numerous, they struck all at once. Tai acted instantly, slicing through several, but more came, and again, he cut them down. It became a pattern, wave after wave. Then came a chill down his spine. Something worse was coming. The ground trembled. Trees were ripped from their roots like twigs. The sound of something massive dragging itself echoed through the woods. And then, they saw it. Towering before them was a monstrous creature, with fangs the size of grown men and eyes glowing with primal rage. It was the basilisk, the Serpent King. Siri reacted immediately. She warned Tai not to look into its eyes. Doing so would paralyze him. The beast lunged like lightning. Siri dodged just in time, as Tai leapt onto the serpent's back, using the force to vault towards Siri. She created distance fast, and both turned to face the creature again. But it was already staring at them. Tai gripped his sword tightly. They couldn't afford to hesitate. It was time. Reinforced by the energy of her companion's saga, Siri charged forward at Tai's side, ready to strike. But they weren't alone in their rush. The basilisk opened its maw, and a thick green venom began to drip from its fangs. In the next breath, it launched a massive jet of that lethal substance. Before it could hit, Tai raised his hand and activated the runic magic engraved into his arm. The venom evaporated on impact, swept away by the divine power. Wasting no time, Siri leapt high, placing herself above the beast. Tai followed. He triggered his Storm Warrior saga and launched off Siri's back, gaining an extra boost in height. But he made a mistake. In midair, his eyes met the basilisk's. The monster seized the moment and unleashed its paralyzing gaze. For an instant, Tai's body locked in midair. But he wasn't ready to fall yet. In a split-second act of defiance, he summoned the divine aura again. What followed was a clash of sheer will. The basilisk's death stare against Tai's god-born power. And the outcome came quickly. The creature lost. Its body began to collapse. Tai seized the opening. He activated the warrior's blade saga. But this time, no sword appeared. No hammer either. What took form was a spear. And with one powerful thrust, he wiped the creature's head clean off. The fight was won, but not without cost. Siri reverted to her human form and collapsed to her knees, completely drained. The entire time, the Sigil saga had been active, and Tai's Commander of Dragons saga had drained her further. As for Tai, he was far from all right. His body had yet to fully recover. Calling on divine power again had taken its toll. But then, something caught his attention. A faint glow came from the basilisk's corpse. Curious, Tai approached, and found it. A sword. Or rather, something like it. When he reached out and pulled, he realized it was only the hilt. The blade was broken, yet it pulsed with a strange, ancient energy. Before he could understand it, Siri shouted a warning. They were surrounded. Both of them sensed it. Multiple presences closing in from every direction. Tai could barely stand. He was completely out of energy. Siri saw it too. And without hesitation, she told him to go. She would hold them off as long as she could. But her body was already shaking just from gripping her weapon. She was running on fumes. Tai couldn't leave her behind. He summoned a new blade in his hand. He looked into her eyes and told her they'd find a way to survive, together. Siri held his gaze for a moment. Then she smiled, tired but fierce. She told him they'd meet again in Valhalla. It was the warrior's promise, one made when death seemed certain. Then, the serpents attacked. From every side they came. Even weakened, the two fought. The monsters were no match one-on-one, but the sheer number was draining what little energy they had left. And then, they felt it. A different presence. Something massive was watching from the shadows. With a crash, a second basilisk emerged from the gloom. Tai cursed. This was bad. But Siri added something worse. This wasn't the only one. That's when they saw it. All around, more monsters began to rise. Giant serpents, emerging from the dark, one after the other. This time, there was no escape. They were completely surrounded. The situation was desperate. Siri scanned the battlefield, eyes flicking rapidly, trying to find a gap, an opening, anything. But there was none. Tai kept his eyes on the beasts. The tension in his gaze said it all. Siri asked if he could still fight. Tai didn't answer. He tried to call upon the gods again, to awaken the aura. Nothing happened. His body refused to move. He knew the truth. He could only summon his sagas twice more, and realistically, that wouldn't be enough. There was only one conclusion. They were doomed. And yet, Tai gripped his sword tighter, raising it, and stepped into a battle stance. If I die here, he thought, then I'll die fighting. Siri gave a small grin. Now you're talking like a real warrior worthy of this realm, she told him. Those words lit a fire in her chest. If they were going to fall, then let it be side by side, without fear. Without hesitation, both shouted the names of their gods and prepared to meet the charge. The monsters roared and lunged, but in the chaos, something moved. From behind the creatures, the white silencers approached, silent as ghosts. No one heard them arrive. Then, a voice rang out, clear and powerful. They were here to get them. It was Rolf, and he wasn't alone. From above, someone dove down with a yell and, with a single, clean strike, cut one of the monsters in half. Landing with force, they saw who it was, Valkyria Gandor, exuding pure battle presence. But before celebration could begin, she shouted a warning. Watch out! Tai barely had time to react. A basilisk surged at him, absurdly fast. He was too tired to lift his sword. All he could do was watch, but then, a sharp sound split the air. The beast dropped, cleaved clean in two. Behind it stood someone new, spinning a blade and smiling confidently. It was Ragna. He declared they were safe now. He and the others were here to help. Tai shouted Ragna's name, grinning wide with relief. He wasn't the only one. Siri's eyes widened. Almost in disbelief, she whispered Ragna's name. Her face flushed. For a second, the fierce warrior known as the Manhunter vanished, and the girl who once loved a legend stood in her place. But the battle wasn't over yet. Rolf activated his saga, unleashing an energy blast that struck one of the obelisks dead on. The explosion opened a path. The rest of the group charged in, taking the opening to finish off the remaining beasts. Gandor and Ragna didn't hold back. They cut through everything in their way. The battle was fierce, but short-lived. The final basilisk fell. And silence blanketed the forest. No one moved, waiting to see if something else would crawl from the shadows. Then, Ragna spoke. The fight was over. He congratulated everyone. And just like children running to a hero, they swarmed him. Awe and admiration in their eyes. Some said it was an honor. Others couldn't believe they stood before the real Ragna. Further back, Siri stood frozen, red-faced, staring at him. Tai saw it now. Ragna wasn't just a warrior, he was a living legend. Then Gandor stepped forward and declared the mission complete. The rest would be handled by Valkyria Haskred, along with the Dark Elf Council, who would investigate the Mullen family. Because Marcos the Regenerator's presence could only mean one thing. The giants had returned. And if there was one traitor, how many more were hiding? Gandor turned to Tai. With a sharp gaze, she said taking down the Regenerator was no small feat. He was beyond the level of normal warriors. She promised to report his strength to the god Ahu. That kind of deed deserved reward. Tai didn't know how to respond, then Gandor smirked. She added, with a sly note, that someone with such desirable talents wouldn't go unnoticed. A shiver ran down Tai's spine. But what truly unsettled him was the sudden feeling of jealous eyes on him. His title as Most Wanted by the Valkyrias was apparently still very much alive. Without lingering on the topic, Gandor summoned a portal and called out, it was time. Mission over. They were going back to Valhalla. There, Valkyria Reda examined the hilt Tai had recovered from the basilisk's corpse. She turned it over, inspecting the worn runes. She said they were too damaged to read. But one thing was certain. This relic was unique. She could feel echoes of war embedded in it. For the first time, Tai heard her speak of battles long before Ragnarok. She said the wars they fought today paled in comparison to those ancient clashes. On both sides, there had been warriors of impossible strength. And that sword hilt? It had once belonged to one of them. Tai thought back to the moment he touched it. He felt it then. This thing wasn't ordinary. That's why the best thing to do was to keep it safe, until he figured out how to use it. But Retta said it was time to head to the sanctuary. They needed to deliver their mission report. So they made their way to Valhalla's port and boarded a small boat, traveling across vast stretches of river until they finally arrived at the sacred place. On the way, Retta mentioned that the goddess had prepared a gift for him. That made his heart race. Up to now, he had only received a few small blessings from his goddess. He grew increasingly curious about what it might be. Retta said she was just as eager to find out. When they reached the grand hall, he entered alone and dropped a golden mass onto the floor. The tree etched into the rune lit up with blinding brilliance. Suddenly, the goddess appeared in person, smiling warmly. She said she was glad to see him again. He knelt and replied that he, too, was happy to stand before her once more. The goddess said she had read the report. She noted that, thanks to him, they were able to disrupt the giant's plans, defeat a formidable enemy, and even manage to ride a beautiful warrior. That last comment made Tae turn crimson, while the goddess let out a soft, amused laugh. Then she explained that because he had completed the mission successfully and returned unharmed, she had prepared 2 gifts for him. But he could only choose one. The first was a cloak gifted by the gods of Olympus. It would allow him to transform into a magnificent Pegasus. The second was a magical pouch capable of storing any item, regardless of size or weight. Tae was stunned. Both were absurdly valuable artifacts. The catch was clear. He could only pick one. He needed to think carefully. His thoughts spiraled through the possibilities until the goddess, sensing his struggle, gently told him to relax. Eventually, he would have the chance to claim the other gift as well. With that in mind, Tae weighed what would be most useful right now. In the end, he chose the pouch. When he showed it to Retta, she looked surprised. She said she thought for sure he'd pick the cloak. But Tae explained that, as incredible as becoming a Pegasus might be, it wouldn't be much use without a partner to fly alongside. And since he was currently the only member of his legion, it didn't make much sense at the moment. He added that he'd made the decision like a true gamer. He picked the most important item, a place to store all the loot. Retta chuckled softly. Sometimes he used terms she didn't understand, but she liked the way he thought. Without delay, they returned to the boat. Now it was time for real training with his new master. Retta asked if he was nervous. Tae answered that ever since learning he'd be training with a legendary warrior, he had been more than just impressed. He could barely wait to get started. It was finally time for real lessons with Ragna Lothbrok. Training began, but the atmosphere quickly shifted. Ragna said bluntly that Tae needed to get the impure thoughts out of his head. Tae wasn't totally convinced. Ragna wore a grin that said he knew exactly what he was implying, throwing out questions laced with innuendo. As he stood, Ragna stated that none of that mattered now. Retta had asked him to teach Tae everything about divine power, and they would start from the very basics. How to increase strength and duration. But Ragna warned, it wouldn't be easy. He was going to teach everything, his way. Meaning, Tae would learn the hard way. The moment Tae managed to stand, Ragna shouted for him to prepare. Without giving a second to breathe, Ragna charged. Tae barely managed to defend against the sudden strike. Ragna grinned, clearly holding back, and told him to show his sagas. Because even if Tae had awakened divine aura, he couldn't forget that the real power of Valhalla came from the sagas. There were warriors stronger than him who didn't even possess divine aura, yet had reached that level just by mastering their sagas. So Tae activated the warrior saga. His presence changed completely, more intense, more threatening. With a battle cry, he rushed at Ragna, full force. But Ragna was already ready. And of course, there was no way to defeat a superior level warrior like that. In the end, Tae was left sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, while Ragna watched him with a look that said this was just the beginning. Seeing how exhausted he was, Ragna remarked that during their clash, he noticed 2 critical flaws. First, Tae needed an offensive saga. Most of his sagas were support-focused, fine for lower-level warriors, but useless against more powerful opponents. He must have realized that during his fight with the Regenerator, right? Tae didn't even need to answer. Ragna was absolutely right. Second, he needed to reassess all his sagas. Tae looked confused. So Ragna explained. His sagas were incomplete. The mistake most low-rank warriors made was thinking their sagas were fixed. But sagas evolved with their user. A saga is a story passed down through generations, and like any story, it changes depending on who tells it. Meaning, his saga could transform over time. Ragna suspected Tae hadn't even noticed the new uses they had unlocked. As he walked away, Ragna told him that was it for today, but not to forget a single word. And he urged him to keep his divine aura active all day, no matter what he was doing, eating, sitting, or even sleeping. If Tae could manage that, he would boost both the power he could store and how long he could sustain the aura. As Ragna walked off, Tae decided to rest. It was a lot to process. Not just physically, but mentally, the toll was heavy. Evening approached, and Haida was preparing food. Outside, Tae stood with Ragna, who noticed the glow around him. Ragna smirked and said, judging by his aura, it looked like Tae had figured something out. Tae gave a grin and activated the warrior's blade saga. A normal sword appeared in his hand. He said that it looked like the same old sword, but something was different. Then, he pulled out the broken hilt, the one he had found on the last mission. He activated his saga while holding the hilt, and the broken weapon completed itself. It turned into a full, functional blade. Tae explained that when he held the hilt and activated the saga, it not only restored the blade, it adapted the stats of the relic, turning the weapon into an epic-level item. Ragna was stunned. He realized Tae had actually done it. If he could pull this off in battle, any weapon would become a lethal strike. The power he could reach with this was enormous. Ragna thought that most warriors would have seen that hilt as nothing more than scrap metal, but Tae saw potential. Maybe it was because they came from different worlds, but Tae truly thought in a way no one else did. While still absorbing everything he just discovered, something pulled their attention. Retta appeared, holding a scroll and wearing a serious expression. She said, slightly out of breath, that Valkyria Raskriti had sent an urgent call for support. She was investigating Svaltar Ulfheimheim and had found unusual activity. Tae was surprised. It hadn't been long since they left that place. But then he realized, this could be the perfect chance to search for the rest of that sword. Retta made a jealous pout when she saw how excited he was to return. She asked if he was thrilled because of the mission, or because of Raskriti. Tae scrambled to reassure her. It wasn't like that, she was getting it all wrong. But then he blew it. He asked if that meant he could go now. Bad move. Rita's irritation spiked. As Tae tried to figure out where he went wrong, Ragna watched, thinking to himself, this guy's a complete idiot. The scene shifted. In a dark place, a sinister figure loomed, observing the realms through a network of spider threads. A servant approached and reported that the giants had begun moving their forces in Svaltar Ulfheimheim. Valhalla had just sent more warriors. The mysterious being gave a chilling smile, full of malice. He said he couldn't wait to see just how fun things were about to get. Time passed. Tae arrived once more in the land of the Dark Elves. But he wasn't alone. The members of the Legion of Wu had also been summoned for the mission. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a massively built warrior who walked straight up to Tae. He said that this was the famous Tae, and that he had heard plenty about him. This guy is from the Legion of Odin. He's also a lower rank warrior, but he was chosen to lead everyone to the base. He says he prepared 30 black horses for them, since other legions also sent warriors for this mission. While they're crossing the dark forest, Tae starts getting uneasy. Something feels off. He thinks to himself, why does everything feel so uncomfortable? He says he'd much rather be riding a dragon, or even the White Silence. Ciri hears that and starts laughing. She says he really has become a warrior now, that he's already developed refined tastes, but there's something strange in the air. Who looks like he's in a terrible mood. He's clearly irritated. Tae notices and asks what's going on with him. Ciri answers, slightly annoyed. She says they dragged him back from vacation for this mission. The muscular warrior then states that the base is close. He tells them to pick up the pace. They take off at high speed, but suddenly, something kills the momentum. Right in front of them, blocking the path, a massive herd of gnus appears. dark creatures with glowing red eyes piercing through the shadows. As soon as she realizes the road is about to be cut off, Siri gives the command. She says not to slow down. They charge full force into the herd of noobs, cutting through dozens of them. If they had slowed even for a second, they would have been surrounded completely. They manage to break out of the ambush, but as they keep going, a strange sound starts echoing through the air. Someone yells for everyone to look up. Out of nowhere, a squadron of harpies descends at full speed toward them. This time, the harpies really caught them off guard. There's no time to react. They need to come up with a plan, fast. Siri starts slashing at the harpies flying in, while Rolf tries to defend himself, but he's clearly struggling. Without his crossbow, he can't activate his saga. The tension spikes. That's when Tai, not wasting a second, grabs the hilt of his sword. As the harpies circle them entirely, a golden glow starts pulsing from his body. His allies are stunned, but the harpies recoil in fear, fleeing from the blinding light. No one knows what's happening. Tai just activated his warrior's sword saga. The energy gives full shape to the hilt of his weapon. Glowing bright gold, the sword radiates power. The harpies panic and back off as Tai pushes them away with waves of energy. Everyone is stunned by what just happened, and for good reason. Tai wiped out every enemy in a single move. Even he looks a little awkward as everyone stares at him. But the mission isn't over yet. With the path clear, the group moves forward. When they're nearing their destination, the big guy from the Legion of Odin turns to Tai and says, "Welcome to the battlefield." And in that moment, Tai understands exactly what that means. Down in the middle of a massive crater, a real war is raging. Total chaos. The sound of metal clashing fills the air. The group begins their descent. Siri doesn't hesitate. She activates her saga. Her arrows start flying in every direction, and the insane part is, no matter where she fires, she never misses. One target drops after another, until she gives the order. Advance. That's when the group charges forward, trampling any beasts in their way. Nothing manages to resist. It's like an avalanche ripping through. Meanwhile, the Proto grips the hilt of his broken sword, and activates his saga. The warrior's saga. But instead of summoning a sword, what forms is a crossbow. And not just any crossbow. A legendary one. The moment he pulls the trigger, it fires 3 arrows. Everything in their path is vaporized. Once again, everyone's stunned by what he just pulled off. Even Tai, feeling confident, thinks to himself that with this they'll reach the center in no time. And that's exactly what happens. Wherever he passes, destruction follows. The noobs can't even react. They're completely overwhelmed. After several minutes pushing forward, the group finally reaches the center of the battlefield. There stands Valkyra Haskred, leading troops in the thick of combat. But unlike the first time Tai saw her, now she's fighting too. Side by side with the soldiers. As she spots Tai approaching, she smiles. She says it's good to have him here on the battlefield, warrior of Hindu. He dismounts and goes straight to the point. He asks her what the situation is. She answers quickly. She says it's almost under control. But there's a problem. She explains that the enemy has something similar to their steel rain. And they've been attacking with it for a while now. Then, more trouble appears. Looking up, Haskred shouts. She tells everyone to scatter. Suddenly, the sky starts falling apart, but it's not rain. It's giant rocks, crashing down across the battlefield. The boulders slam into the ground, creating craters and flattening everything in their path. But that's not the worst part. The real danger is inside them. Because along with the debris, noobs start emerging, and some are massive. Tai then shouts a warning. He says another one's coming, but this one's different. It's gigantic, colossal. The rock nearly crushes them. It misses the entire group by inches. Tension hits everyone hard. No one knows what might come out of that thing. Then suddenly, a fireball streaks across the sky, but it's headed in a different direction. It veers straight toward the Dark Elf village. The Proto freezes. He was almost flattened right there. Haskred walks over. She tells him he has to go to the Dark Elf village right now. That fireball was headed there. She says they're probably under attack. Then she adds, on this battlefield, he's the only one she trusts to handle that situation. The Proto agrees. He says he'll find a horse and get out of there as fast as he can. But she warns him, there's no time for that. She begins to remove her own cloak. Tai gets flustered. He even blushes a little. She explains that the cloak will give him the ability to transform into a dragon, then tells him to pick someone he trusts to go with him. And he heads over. The first name that pops into his head is Rolf, but of course, he's not giving the cloak to him. Without hesitation, he decides to hand it to Ciri. Moments later, they take off flying over the battlefield. Meanwhile, behind the massive rock that nearly crushed them, a creature begins to emerge. A gigantic one. But this thing is nothing like what they saw at the Black Castle. Haskred makes a comment. This one was smaller. But there was no doubt, it felt much more powerful, and it made sense. According to the records, giants also possessed something similar to the runes used by the warriors of Valhalla. But their power increased every time they killed someone. Judging by the energy radiating off this one, it had already gone on a rampage. Then, the creature let out a deafening roar. So loud that even the warriors of Valhalla staggered, stunned. But for the giants' allies, it had the opposite effect. They gained speed. The battle was about to explode all over again. Meanwhile, Ciri and Tai finally arrived at the elf village. But there was another giant waiting there too. The villagers began to flee in all directions. Tai stared at the creature. He looked confused. He wondered if that was even a giant. The thing had a strange shape, different from the others. Then the thought hit him. It had to be a mage. And he was right. Almost immediately, the creature began casting a spell. It hurled it straight at the village. Seeing that, Tai turned to Ciri. He told her to get closer. He said he would draw its attention. Without hesitation, he swapped his crossbow for a spear. And the moment they got within range, he hurled it with full force. But just as the spear was about to strike, it collided with an invisible barrier. It disintegrated in midair. Tai was shocked. Suddenly, multiple barriers started forming around the creature. At least he'd succeeded in drawing its attention. The giant turned to face them, but that only made things worse. The creature started casting spell after spell, one after another, and it aimed everything at them. A real storm of magic began, but they weren't the only ones caught in it. The entire village was being hit. The elves were trapped in the chaos. From above, Tai could see it all. If this kept going, the village would be reduced to ashes. And worse, a lot of people would die. They had to end that creature, fast. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Nine Realms, something strange was unfolding. On a throne at the peak of a high mountain, a figure sat still, watching everything in silence. Suddenly, he extended a hand. A harpy flew in and perched on his finger. She brought him a message. That bizarre spider-shaped creature had a name. Valt. She was the one who had convinced Malin to betray Valhalla. All of it part of a plan to find something called the seed. But the man on the throne simply laughed. As he opened a bottle, he muttered that the plan was pathetic. Almost as if he had known it would fail from the start, and now, because of their fear of Valhalla, he said he would have to step in himself. According to him, there was only one true way to defeat Valhalla, by burning everything. By destroying it all. His goal was to force Valhalla to relive the brutal war from long ago, the so-called Great War. That man's name was Harand, one of the 5 generals of the Giant King, Usgardlock. And now that he had entered the game, it was clear. The battles ahead would only grow more violent. Back in the village, Tai was still fighting to survive, but now, retreat was no longer an option. It was time to strike back. If that giant kept attacking, the village would be wiped off the map. With a serious expression, Tai shouted that if the giant could rain spells, then he would rain down attacks too. Then, he activated his saga. He began summoning a storm of spears, unleashing them all at once toward the enemy. But the problem remained. The barrier. None of the spears could get through. Still, he didn't stop. The two forces kept trading blows. Multiple spears clashed against incoming spells, setting off huge explosions in midair. At that moment, Ciri glanced at him, worried. She asked if any of this was even working. Tai didn't hesitate to answer. Based on his experience as a player, he explained, this is how it worked. If they kept attacking relentlessly, the barrier would start to weaken, and once it did, it would create an opening. As he spoke, he was already summoning more spears. No breaks, no hesitation, he said he would keep up the pressure. Because in the end, this was their only chance. The scene cuts away, to the other side of the battlefield. There, the tension was just as high. Skred now stood face to face with a giant, and in that moment, she knew. This monster wasn't just another enemy, it was strong, strong enough to rival her. But as the commander of the army, she couldn't back down. She was the leader, and if she showed fear, everything would fall apart. The air grew heavy. Then, both of them charged at once. When they collided, a massive shockwave ripped across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tai was still locked in a desperate fight. His plan hadn't worked yet. The spears continued to strike the barrier and vanish before hitting the target. But he didn't let up. He kept thinking they had to come up with something, or this village would disappear from existence. Looking around, he saw that fire had already consumed several homes. The elves were panicking, running in all directions. Chaos had taken over. That's when a strange group of elves came running toward them. Each of them wore a glowing helmet, with flashing lights on top. Tai couldn't believe what he was seeing. One of them answered immediately. They were the fire brigade of the Dark Elves. He said to leave the flames to them, and to stay focused on taking down that giant. Then, all at once, they raised their hands to the sky. They began casting a spell, summoning heavy storm clouds. Out of nowhere, the rain came pouring down. The flames were extinguished instantly. For a moment, everything seemed to be under control. But that moment didn't last. Suddenly, the giant let out another monstrous roar. The magical barrier protecting him had vanished. The rain was canceling out his spells, and since he was a fire sorcerer, his weakness was now clear: water. The protagonist realized it right away. He thanked the elves in his mind. They had just given him a perfect shot. Without wasting time, he activated his saga and hurled his spear with all the force he had. He also called out to Ciri, telling her to go after the giant, using his spear as cover. He explained that if they could close in from behind, they could finish it for good. He knew he had no other choice. It was time to use the legendary sword, and with that, he launched into the final strike. Just like Ragnar had taught him. His synchronization with the original character from the game was running smoothly, now at 18%. So he activated his saga, the ancestral dragon barrage. With a single blast, he pierced the giant clean through, tearing a massive chunk from its body. But that's when Tai noticed something unusual. Inside the giant, there was a glowing stone, emerald-colored. A core. Ciri saw it too and sped up, knowing this was the final moment. Just before reaching it, she shouted that they should combine their sagas. This attack had to land. Ciri was the first to activate hers. A dark violet aura wrapped around her spear, glowing with a heavy, pulsing energy. Then Tai triggered his again. And with their combined powers, they charged. The explosion was devastating. The impact blasted straight through the giant's body, completely obliterating it. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, something bizarre happened. Out of nowhere, they were sucked straight into the center of the blast. Some kind of portal pulled them inside. The elves were left stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, Tai and Ciri vanished, leaving no trace. But, of course, this wasn't the end. They woke up in a strange place, floating in a space that felt disconnected from reality. A dark, silent void. But it was saturated with magical energy. Tai looked around, confused. He asked where they were, certain they had defeated the giant. So what was this place? Ciri stayed calm and explained that the moment they destroyed the core, a small portal opened. Maybe it was an emergency exit built by the giant. Or maybe it was a trap. But there was more. She said she could feel a strong magic lingering in that place. It might be where traces of the Great War still remained. Tai froze. Ever since he'd found the sword hilt, he had wondered who the warriors of that ancient war were. Now, he stood in the very battlefield where it had happened. No enemies. No clue how to leave. Ciri was stunned by what she saw next. She asked how he managed to carry all that stuff. Tai laughed and explained casually. He said that the goddess Endume had given him a magic bag, one that could hold anything, regardless of weight or size. Ciri sighed, tired already. She muttered that this was going to be harder than she'd thought. Harder? Tai asked what she meant. She explained that after the chaos with the Regenerator and the Basilisk, Valkyra Gandor had issued an order. They had to convince Tai to join her legion. She was convinced he was a one-of-a-kind warrior. The problem, Ciri said, was that the way his current legion treated him made that a tough sell. Tai just chuckled. He said Heda had told him the same thing. After they finished eating, the protagonist stretched and said it was time to get out of there. Ciri looked at him and asked how he planned to do that, since they didn't even know where they were. But then he pulled out the sword hilt and showed it to her. He said maybe this little guy knew the way. Standing at the edge of a cliff, he extended his arm, pointing the sword ahead. To Siri, it just looked like he was standing there, doing nothing. But Tae had activated his saga, Dragon Eyes. With it, he could see a trail of magical energy forming in the air, pointing the way forward. Siri stared at him with that classic look. She asked if he was serious, because no matter where they ended up, or how messed up the situation was, Tae always found a way, so she activated her saga and transformed. The two of them flew off in that direction. Along the way, Siri started a conversation. She said that back in Valhalla, it was rare for anyone to ask what others did in life. But in Tae's case, she was genuinely curious. His sagas were too incredible, it wasn't normal. The protagonist looked a little embarrassed. With a shy smile, he replied that when he was alive, he had been the world champion. That left Siri speechless. She stared at him, surprised, and said something like, "So I've been walking beside a living legend." Then he activated something again. What he saw left him stunned. In front of them was a field full of weapons. Not just any weapons, these were high tier. Everything looked legendary. And, of course, being a true gamer, Tae switched into loot mode. He started grabbing everything in sight: helmet, massive sword, spear, shield. Even the broken ones were tossed into the magic bag. Siri just stood there watching. Not sure if she should laugh or cry. She asked if he was really going to take even the damaged ones. But he replied enthusiastically, still collecting gear, that of course he was. All of it could be useful later. That's when he noticed it. An item shining brighter than the rest. When he picked it up, he saw it was a belt. But not just any belt. It boosted both strength and endurance. Then Siri spotted the symbol on it and pointed it out. She said that mark belonged to the Legion of Freya. Tae asked who Freya was. She told him Freya was the goddess of love and beauty, but also of war and magic. That got Tae thinking. He looked at the belt and wondered if the Hindu goddess also hid talents like that. Then he suggested Siri grab something for herself too. Everything here looked unique. She hesitated, but then, with a guilty look, revealed she had already picked a discreet dagger. They walked for a while longer. Eventually, Tae announced he was satisfied. But he looked ridiculous. Wearing a crooked helmet. Honestly, he looked more like a bad cosplay than a real warrior. He joked that he needed to make room in the bag. But then, out of nowhere, the sword he had taken from the basilisk began to vibrate. Tae carefully pulled it out. An aura started glowing from the blade, as if it were pointing in a direction. He decided to follow it, curious. A moment later, he stumbled upon a dagger lying on the ground, radiating the same energy. He stared at it for several seconds, confused. He said it didn't seem to have a connection to the sword. So why had the blade led him to it? Siri thought about it and suggested maybe they came from the same place. She said maybe the people of this world had fought alongside the warriors of Valhalla. Maybe the weapons were forged by the same hands. The protagonist agreed. That made sense. Maybe that's why he had never been able to trace the sword's origin before, so he decided he'd take the dagger too. After all, the sword had already proven to be incredibly useful. With everything sorted, they gathered their gear and moved on. After walking for a bit more, the two reached the edge of a massive crater. And then he spoke. Siri added that bones were being covered by flesh, right before their eyes. The creatures were coming back to life. And if that wasn't bad enough, more corpses started rising from the ground beside the beast. The gnolls. Dozens of them, and it wasn't just bones anymore. Just like the beast, they were regenerating. Tai and Siri exchanged a tense look. The scene was grim. Enemies on all sides, and escape wasn't an option. They had no choice. They took a deep breath, adjusted their weapons, and braced for battle. Because that was it, everything or nothing. Suddenly, they felt an energy surge forming behind them. When they turned, they froze in shock. An entire army of warriors was charging forward. Their war cries shook the ground as they surged into the horde of enemies. The clash exploded into full-scale battle. Tai and Siri were stunned by the strength and courage of the fighters. Siri was ready to leap into the fray, but Tai grabbed her cloak and pulled her back. He told her that their target was further ahead, that they needed to go straight for the boss. He said it with complete confidence. Without wasting another second, the two launched into the air again. From above, they could see the full chaos unraveling across the battlefield. So many clashing at once, it looked like an ocean of blades and armor colliding. Meanwhile, The massive monster watched everything from a distance, but not for long. When it spotted them flying overhead, it unleashed a roar so powerful the sky itself seemed to ripple. But the worst came right after. A bolt of lightning struck down from above, an attack specifically designed to cancel their sagas. Siri instantly lost her balance, disoriented. Both of them began plummeting. Tai clutched his head as everything spun. In a panic, he shouted out to her, asking if she was all right. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized he had landed right on top of her. He immediately turned bright red, completely embarrassed, stammering out apologies and saying it wasn't intentional. Siri, still slightly dazed, said she was fine. That the creature's ability had left her dizzy, but she was recovering. But before she could even get up, gnolls swarmed toward them. No time to breathe. One fight after another. The two began to defend themselves, but they were clearly outnumbered. So instead of wasting energy in a head-on clash, they decided to dodge and sprint toward their objective. Up ahead, the great beast was already waiting for them. As they neared, it started charging an attack. When it fired, the blast was so intense it tore the air itself, but they managed to dodge at the very last second. The blow flew past and obliterated the gnolls chasing them from behind. Seeing that, the protagonist made a quick remark, at least that was one less problem. Taking advantage of the distraction, Siri dove fast and positioned herself right beneath the creature. She activated her saga, the witch's call of the unerring arrows. Dozens of arrows burst out from every direction. None of them did any real damage, but it got the monster's attention. The beast turned its massive head and opened its mouth, but just before it could strike, Siri activated her saga again. She transformed into a wolf and zipped away in a blur. She shouted to Tai that normal attacks wouldn't work on it. He would have to go all in, with his special ability. Without hesitating, Tai activated his saga, the Storm Warrior. He launched toward the creature like a missile. Drawing his legendary Tyr sword, he invoked the power of the gods. Golden energy surged across the blade. He struck the creature with a direct hit. When he looked back, expecting to see massive damage, he froze. All he saw was a tiny cut, barely a scratch. He stood paralyzed for a second. That had been his strongest attack, and it had barely nicked the monster. Siri saw it and shouted for him to jump on her back again. She wanted to repeat the combo attack they had used against the previous giant. But this time, the creature moved faster. Before Tai could climb aboard, the beast unleashed a devastating breath attack, barely missing them both. That's when Tai realized, not even their strongest combined attack would be enough. So he asked Siri to hold the creature off for as long as she could. He said he needed time to figure something out. He activated his Dragon Eyes saga and began scanning everything carefully, even in the middle of chaos. While Siri dodged relentlessly, Tai noticed a new detail. Right below the monster's name, a description appeared: Absolute Defense. That caught his attention. The creature hadn't used any move so far that explained such extreme defense. And it hadn't moved at all yet. Siri kept dodging but was wearing out fast. Normal attacks were useless. She decided to gamble. She activated her saga once more, but this time, she focused the power in her fangs. Then, without hesitation, she launched herself straight at the beast's head. She sank her teeth in hard, and this time, it worked. The monster howled in pain, loud enough to make the earth tremble. Realizing it was effective, she didn't let go. She bit down harder, blocking out everything around her. The creature flailed wildly, thrashing and trying to shake her off. But Siri held on. Time, however, was catching up with her. Her strength was draining fast. Gasping, she looked around for Tai, and saw him on the far side of the field, running at full speed. Suddenly, more gnolls appeared in his path, but with a single god-powered attack, he wiped them out in one move. While fighting, he finally understood what needed to be done to defeat the creature. The answer had been there all along. That sword-shaped stone they had seen when they arrived. Without delay, he sprinted toward it. He activated his saga and summoned the power of the gods. He tried to pull the stone from the ground, but even with all his strength, it wouldn't budge, not even an inch. The beast noticed what he was doing. It stopped worrying about Siri and charged straight toward him. Just before it reached him, he did it. The stone came loose. Instantly, the creature's body began to unravel, as if its very existence had been sealed in that stone. And right where the stone had been embedded, a portal began to form. Siri saw everything and understood immediately, that was the exit. She screamed for Tai to climb onto her back. Without hesitation, he jumped. Together, they flew through the portal. Behind them, the ghostly warriors were still locked in battle. Soon, they defeated the last of the Nulls. One of the warriors, already out of breath, announced that the beast had been taken down. Cheers of victory broke out across the battlefield. But in the middle of the celebration, someone turned to the side and asked where those two had gone. As they began to search, one warrior noticed something strange on the ground. He called out that there was a portal right there. Everyone gathered around it. As they saw the swirling energy in the center of the field, they understood immediately. That was where the two had disappeared. Without hesitation, one by one, they began jumping in after them. Everyone was smiling. One of them shouted that they were going to Valhalla. But on the other side, things were far from peaceful. A Skrit had been battling that giant for what felt like forever. Neither one of them stepped back. It was blow after blow, neither willing to yield. After a quick assessment of the situation, she launched forward again. The giant tried to land a punch. But a Skrit countered with a strike so powerful it made the ground shake. The two fell hard, right in front of her. Still a little dizzy from the surprise, a Skrit asked how they had arrived so quickly. But the giant, who was also watching, locked eyes on Tai. And the moment he saw him, the giant realized something. That boy was carrying the seed, the same one his king had been hunting. Without thinking, the giant charged straight at Tai, as if he meant to crush him then and there. The tension skyrocketed. They had just arrived and barely had time to react. A Skrit tried to run in to help, but she knew she wouldn't make it in time. Just as the giant's blow was about to land, a thunderous sound echoed across the field. Askrit's eyes widened, trying to grasp what had just happened. The field was blanketed in heavy smoke, nothing was visible. But slowly, the fog began to clear, and that's when she saw it. Standing in front of Tai and Siri was someone, or rather, several someones, holding back the giant's hand. She was speechless. They were the ghosts of the ancient warriors of Valhalla, all of them united, combining their strength to stop the monster's advance. Then one of the spirits shouted with unwavering resolve, "To battle." And like true warriors, not a single one hesitated. There was no ignoring a call like that. All of them took their battle stances. But before they charged, one turned to a Skrit and made one final request. He said they wanted her permission, as Valkyrie, just one more time. They wanted to defend Asgard and the 9 realms. A Skrit didn't even have to think. Sword in hand, she answered with clarity and command. She said that, as Valkyrie, she granted them that permission. Immediately, the spirits began to regain their bodies, as if their fighting spirit had reawakened fully. And with all the strength they had, they charged at the giant. Looking for an honorable fight. More warriors rose up to block the monster's path. Even facing overwhelming power, not one of them backed down. The battlefield lit up with energy again. Enemies were still falling from the sky, but no one thought of giving up. Seeing this surge of resistance, the giant hurled himself at the warriors. But a Skrit wasn't letting that go. She shouted that his opponent was her. And once again, they collided in the heart of chaos, trading blows with monstrous strength. A little off from the front lines, Tai and Siri were watching everything unfold. Ulf looked at them, confused, and asked how they returned so fast, saying it hadn't even been an hour since they left. Tai and Siri looked at each other, equally confused. They were certain they had spent hours in that strange world. Maybe time flowed differently there. But it didn't matter now. Siri said that what mattered was joining the battle. Before she could take a single step, Tai grabbed her cloak and told her to wait. He said they still needed to deal with the final boss. Siri had expected that. With nowhere to run, she transformed again. The two soared back into the sky. From above, they surveyed the battlefield. Siri was clearly exhausted. Her body showed the toll of 2 intense battles in a row, with barely a second to breathe. Tai noticed right away. Without taking his eyes off the chaos below, he spoke calmly. He told her to relax. Their goal wasn't to defeat the creature, just to do some damage. He said that Raskreed and the monster were evenly matched, but if they could provide a distraction, Raskreed might land the final blow. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Raskreed advanced once more against the giant. Suddenly, a spear flew toward the monster, then another, and another. A rapid sequence of attacks started irritating the beast. The giant was growing agitated. Furious, he shouted that once he was done with the Valkyrie, the next to die would be them. Tai kept launching spears, one after the other, but Ciri, watching, said with frustration that it didn't look like he was paying attention. But then, Raskreed launched another charge. Now, the giant's focus was entirely on her, ignoring everything else. This was the moment Tai had been waiting for. He channeled the divine power into his spear, with one precise movement. He hurled it. The spear struck the giant's hand directly, interrupting the massive blow he had been preparing. Raskreed didn't waste the opportunity. She activated the power of the gods. And with a single, clean strike, she decapitated the colossal giant. The monster's body collapsed in the middle of the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. The shock was immediate. The noobs felt it hard. Their general had fallen, and with him, so did their morale. Meanwhile, the warriors of Valhalla felt their blood ignite. Courage spread like wildfire. Their cries echoed across the field, and they surged forward with everything they had. From the sky, perched at the edge of the crater, Tai and Ciri watched it all unfold. With the battle finally turning in their favor, Tai dropped to the ground and let himself rest. It was obvious he'd earned it. Ciri stood by, watching him silently. She thought to herself how incredible it was, what he could do. And deep down, all she wanted was to keep fighting by his side for as long as possible. Night fell. And with it, the end of the war. The last enemies dropped. The spirits who had fought so bravely began to return to their ethereal forms. One of them approached Raskreed and, with sincere respect, thanked her. He said they were grateful for the chance to fight once more. Now they would return to Valhalla. Raskreed stepped forward, her tone firm. She told them that Valhalla would always welcome them back with open arms. She raised her sword high, and her armor shifted, taking on a ceremonial form. Perfect for giving those warriors a proper farewell. Then, the Bifrost descended from the sky, lighting everything with that unmistakable rainbow glow. Before leaving, one of the spirits turned to Tae and shouted from the distance. He called him a brave warrior of Endu. He said their path ended there, but they would go to Odin and tell him everything Tae had done. And who knows, maybe they'd meet again one day. Moments later, the spirits crossed the Bifrost, heading home. And that's where it ends. Now go smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a comment if want part 2. As the souls of the fallen warriors began their solemn ascent, a Skred turned to those who remained on the blood-soaked field. Her gaze was steady, her voice unwavering as she declared that she would now guide the souls personally to Odin. She promised them all that when they reunited in the Great Hall, no deed would go unrecognized. Everyone would receive the reward they deserved, especially Tae and Ciri, whose courage had turned the tide of battle. Tae, standing among the survivors, stepped forward. With quiet reverence, he returned an item to a Skred and thanked her for everything. His voice was steady, but there was weight behind it, a gratitude that words alone couldn't carry. A Skred grew still, thoughtful. Then she turned to Ciri and asked what it had been like to carry Tae during the chaos of war. Without hesitation, Ciri responded seriously, explaining that she was merely fulfilling her duty. Her tone left no room for ego, only purpose. A Skred nodded and said that more Valkyries would soon arrive to depart with her, but before she left, she broke formality. She approached Tae, placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, and left her blessing. Tae froze. His heart thudded with nervous excitement, but just as quickly, a hollow note struck inside him. He realized that this kiss, like the one Heda had once given him, was nothing more than a Valkyrie ritual. A sacred gesture, yes, but not the intimacy he had longed for. It wasn't personal, it was tradition. Far from the battlefield, in the icy sprawl of Jotunheim, fear simmered beneath fury. The commander of the giant's army stood seething, not because of defeat. The plan had never been to win. The battle was meant to drain Valhalla's strength. What truly enraged her was that the seed, the fragment they had so desperately hunted, had ended up in his hands. Their secrets were now in danger of being uncovered. Nearby, a strange-looking man trembled in silence. He feared the king's response. But the king had said nothing so far. That silence, to him, was louder than rage. It suggested the king had wanted this all along. Time passed. Eventually, 2 Valkyries, Hagen and Gandor, descended from the skies and landed near the remaining warriors. Upon seeing Tai, Hagen demanded to know where he had found the artifact. Her tone was sharp, urgent. Tai recounted the entire story, every detail, every danger. After listening, Hagen admitted she had no idea what the artifact was for. But she concluded that if a beast that powerful had guarded it, it had to be valuable, maybe even dangerous. She announced that she would secure it personally and added that she would call on Tai later to hear more. Before departing, Hagen gave her blessing. Tai accepted it, but something still felt incomplete. He turned to Gandor and asked if she wouldn't bless them too. She laughed, clearly amused by his boldness. She said that few had the audacity to ask such a thing from a Valkyrie, but she agreed. Tai closed his eyes, thinking one more blessing couldn't hurt. When he opened them, he found himself taken aback by Gandor's beauty. Her blessing had been different, gentler, warmer. It lingered longer than it should have. It left him dazed. And just as the Valkyries began to take their leave, a familiar presence arrived. Heda. She arrived just in time to see the unique blessing Gandor had offered. Her face made no effort to hide her feelings. Jealousy burned bright in her eyes. Ciri, never one to miss a beat, remarked dryly that those two were quite the spectacle. Hours later, the transport coffins were finally ready. The time had come to return to Valhalla. But the mood shifted quickly. Tai had stumbled into trouble again. Heda confronted him, pressing for answers. She wanted to know exactly what had happened with the other Valkyries. Her tone was half serious, half teasing, but sharp enough to keep him sweating. Tai flailed, fumbling through explanations, trying to patch the story together. Then Heda smiled. She admitted she was just messing with him. Relief hit him like a wave. Later, as Tai drifted off to sleep, Heda approached silently. In a whisper, she spoke a quiet blessing. May the blessing of Iden be with you. With everything finally settled, the warriors returned to Valhalla. But the roots of Yggdrasil, the great world tree, told a different story. Beneath its vast, ancient veins, two figures moved in silence. One was Odin, the All-Father, king of the gods. The other, Thor, god of thunder. Odin pulled a seed from his cloak and asked what it truly was. Mimir, the ancient and all-knowing, answered. He said it was a fragment of Gar's soul. And if the remaining fragments were gathered, Gar could be resurrected. Odin narrowed his eyes. Gar had been powerful, yes, but not a true threat to the gods. Thor then asked if Gar had any link to Fenrir. Mimir confirmed it. He revealed that Gar's howl would awaken Fenrir. And when that happened, the great wolf would break free. And its claws would find Odin. Meanwhile, in the frigid expanse of Jotunheim, a dangerous alliance was forming. The king of the giants approached Loki with grim satisfaction. He said that the 5 generals were already in motion. Loki laughed. He declared that the great battles were only just beginning. Back beneath Yggdrasil, Mimir spoke again. He warned that the giants didn't need Gar fully revived. A single howl from a single fragment would be enough to trigger Ragnarok. Odin added that someone among them possessed the special saga, an ability that could accelerate the chaos. At that, Thor clenched his fists. He already knew who they meant. Loki. Without hesitation, Odin handed the seed fragment to Thor and ordered him to destroy it. Despite knowing its power, Odin had made his choice. Eliminating the risk was the only way to delay the storm. The gods could no longer afford to sit idly by. The age of indirect wars was over. From now on, the gods would intervene directly. Elsewhere in Valhalla, Tae knelt before the goddess Iden. His head bowed in reverence. She praised him for his excellence, stating that his name was beginning to echo through the realms. She said that even other warriors had started shouting his name in the heat of battle, their voices rising like war chants. The words hit him like lightning. His heart pounded with pride and disbelief. Iden smiled, a rare and radiant gesture. Then, as promised, she told him he would receive his reward. Tae lit up with anticipation, expecting the fabled cloak. The one that would allow him to transform into a Pegasus. He had dreamed of it. But Iden had other plans. She revealed that she would grant him something even greater, a magical mount. She explained that this mount would allow him to ride any creature, regardless of its size, species, or strength. No limits. His mind exploded with possibilities. He imagined becoming a massive falcon, his wings cutting through clouds as someone rode on his back, soaring across the skies of the 9 realms. The thought filled him with fire. After careful consideration, he made his decision. As soon as he exited the temple, He ran into Heda and Ragna. They had been waiting for him just outside. One glance at his expression and they could tell. He had chosen something exceptional. Ragna noted that Tae looked different, stronger. He said that the battle had changed him and suggested they intensify their training. But Heda cut in. She reminded them that they had barely returned from the front lines. She said that rest was the smarter choice, not punishment. That's when Tae remembered something important. Since there wouldn't be any training, he asked them for their help with something else. The three made their way to his cabin, where Tae began pulling out a strange collection of items. He had gathered them in the shattered world, salvaged from the ruins of chaos. Ragna looked on, confused, then laughed. He asked if Tae had become a scavenger. Many of the weapons were broken, corroded, almost useless at first glance. But then Heda stepped forward. As her fingers brushed over one of the battered weapons, something sparked inside her. She said she felt something strange, residual power, raw and ancient. Even in ruin, the weapons still pulsed with magic. Ragna approached and agreed. He proposed that they try to return the weapons to their original legions. Judging by the energy within them, these weren't ordinary relics. They had likely belonged to legendary warriors, long gone but not forgotten. Tae was struck by the idea and agreed immediately. They set to work, poring over each piece. They examined runes, magical signatures, and forged marks. Each legion in Valhalla left its own fingerprint on its weapons. Hours passed as they tried to match blade to history. Then Heda froze in front of a dagger. She stared at it, silent, focused. Several minutes ticked by. Ragna guessed aloud that perhaps it didn't belong to any standard unit. He said it might be like Tae's own sword, an outlier. That gave Tae an idea. He decided to use his saga. Maybe it could reveal something no book or record could. He gripped the dagger and focused, channeling his power. The room darkened. A blue flash erupted and filled the cabin like a flood of lightning. At first, nothing appeared. Then, Tae's eyes began to glow. Images burst forth, projected against the wall like moving light. The others stood still, captivated. The vision showed a warrior none of them recognized, sailing across a violent sea toward a dark island that clawed at the horizon. Her voice echoed with determination. She believed she had finally found the place, the one hidden in myths and whispers. When she reached the shore, she wandered through tangled paths and lifeless fields. Hours passed before she found it, a fortress, ancient and silent. Corpses of countless creatures lay scattered. The air felt cursed. She recalled a rumor, a story of the Maiden of Shadows, a being who bathed in the blood of her victims. Perhaps that was why none who came before had ever returned. But still, the warrior pressed forward. She said she needed to see it for herself, and eventually, she did. The Maiden of Shadows appeared before her. But instead of attacking, the maiden welcomed her. She took her in, trained her. Years passed. The warrior endured relentless trials, sharpened her skills, and pushed beyond her limits. When the time came for her to leave the island, the maiden presented her with a final gift. A spear crafted from the bones of an ancient sea monster. It shimmered with violent beauty. The warrior left, reborn. Victory followed her. No enemy could stand in her way. Her name became a force. Her legend began to grow. Then came the catastrophe. Her world was obliterated, crushed beneath the will of a god, Loki, the traitor of Valhalla. He defeated her without hesitation. He told her that her family, her friends, everything she had fought for, had been wiped from existence. She had nothing left. He turned and walked away without a second glance. But the warrior, screaming in pain and rage, launched herself at him one final time. That sealed her fate. She fell before the god, her world lost forever. The vision flickered, then froze. Heda and Ragna stood stunned. The air was thick with the weight of what they had just seen. This wasn't just a memory. It was a fragment of life itself, alive in front of them. Ragna finally broke the silence. He said that these were pieces from Shu's life. Then he smirked, slapping Tae on the back, joking that the image kept looping. Confused, Tae asked who the warrior from the vision had been. Ragna explained that the figure was known as Errol, the strongest warrior of the now destroyed world glimpsed in the vision. He stated that if he had to draw a comparison, Errol stood on the same level as Valhalla's own legendary Siegfried. That revelation left Tae stunned. A warrior from another world, standing shoulder to shoulder with one of Valhalla's finest? It made him reconsider the magnitude of the weapon they had uncovered. But there was more. Tae noticed something strange. Now, etched faintly along the dagger's surface, he could read the name. Fragments of Guy Bold. Ragnar recognized the name immediately. He said it made perfect sense that the saga hadn't worked before. The weapon had been sealed. Then, with a more serious tone, Ragnar warned Tae not to activate his saga on the dagger again. He explained that they didn't know how the JYNs would react. Tae, puzzled, asked what exactly that meant. Ragnar explained that JYNs were a unique type of oath, spiritual bindings of immense power, tied to specific conditions or emotional anchors. He said that because Shu, the weapon's former wielder, had possessed a will that was practically indomitable, her weapon's JYNs might be highly volatile. He cautioned that it could be too dangerous for Tae to handle in his current state. The weapon might not accept him as its new master. In fact, it could even turn against him. But Tae had felt something different. During the projection, he had sensed not hostility, but communication. It had been like the spirit of the weapon was reaching out, trying to show him something. Not to threaten him, but to remind him. It was as if the weapon wanted to say, "This is the level you must reach." That's when Tae understood the truth. It wasn't enough to possess Guy Bold. To earn it, to unlock its true potential, he had to become worthy of it. A weapon forged in legend wouldn't bend to anything less. With his thoughts still circling around the vision, Tae turned to Heda and asked what kind of mounts the Legion of Idun used. He already knew that Odin's Legion commanded the Black War steeds and Ul's Legion rode the silent, spectral whites. He wanted to know what Idun's soldiers rode, because now, with his new magical saddle, he could bond with anything. But Heda explained that the Legion of Idun had no such tradition. They didn't rely on mounts. Before Tae could react, Ragnar chimed in. He suggested that Tae could always buy a horse in Vanaheim, though, he added, with a grin, that it didn't seem like that was what Tae was really after. Instead, Ragnar proposed something better, a challenge. He described a place near the border between Valhalla and Olympus. A rugged wildland, teeming with griffins. There, Tae could capture his own mount, something worthy of a magical saddle. They turned to Heda for approval. She thought it was a fantastic idea and decided to come along. Ragnar agreed and added that the journey would also be a perfect opportunity to train their divine auras. With Ciri currently on leave, they extended the invitation to her as well. In the last battle, Ciri had also awakened her divine aura, apparently triggered by her contact with Tae. Both were evolving. But Ciri felt added pressure. Ragnar had always been her idol. She wanted to impress him. She needed to prove she could keep up. The training was brutal. Ragnar demanded they maintain their auras for long stretches, pushing their limits to build stamina. He showed no mercy. Every breath, every movement became an act of endurance. As the day faded, Ragnar suggested they camp for the night. He roasted slabs of meat from a strange creature they had caught earlier. Tae found the taste surprisingly good. Around the fire, the conversation shifted. Ragnar turned to Ciri and asked if she had considered transferring to the Legion of Idun. He said that she and Tae made a good team, and it would be good to have her around more often. Ciri blushed but declined. She explained that her loyalty to her legion came first. She couldn't abandon her comrades. The next morning, they continued their journey deeper into the mountains. After hours of climbing, they finally reached the jagged cliffs where the griffins roamed. Ragnar looked to Heda and asked her to prepare the bait. She placed her hand on their horse and murmured an incantation. Magic surged through the creature, intensifying its scent. Ragnar explained that griffins had an appetite for horseflesh. The enhanced scent would draw them in. And it worked. Within minutes, the skies trembled. 3 griffins burst out of the tree line, their wings slicing the air, eyes locked on the bait. Their screeches split the silence. Ragnar stood tall and declared that the hunt had begun. Tae stepped forward, pulled a cloak from his backpack, and flung it around his shoulders. In a fluid motion, he leapt into the air and transformed, mid-flight, into a massive falcon. Wings spread wide, he soared upward. One of the griffins locked onto him and charged. Tae didn't attack. He swerved, dodging with precision and climbing higher. The griffin followed, aggressive and unaware it had taken the bait. Below, Ciri took her chance. She drew 3 arrows, each tipped with a paralyzing agent, and let them fly. All 3 hit. The griffin crashed to the ground, one down, two remained. Using similar tactics, flight, bait, coordination, they managed to bring down the remaining two. It wasn't easy, but they worked like a single force. Still, these weren't the true objective. These were scouts, lesser beasts. The real target came next. A deep roar echoed through the valley. The Alpha arrived. It was enormous. Twice the size of the others. Its feathers glistened like steel. Its eyes radiated fury. This was the one Tae wanted. He steadied himself. Ragna handed him a magical rope, infused with enchantments to suppress the power and resistance of anything it ensnared. It would only work once, and only if used perfectly. The Alpha made its move. In the blink of an eye, it lunged with terrifying speed, faster than any creature they had faced. Confident it had its prey, it struck. But just as the Alpha Griffin lunged, certain it had caught its prey, Tae's body blurred midair, his form dissolving and reforming into a colossal falcon. With flawless precision, he veered away, his wings slicing the air like blades. The Griffin faltered mid-flight, caught off guard by the sudden transformation. It had never witnessed a human shift like that. The creature hesitated, confused, but only for a moment. Then it made a decision. Meat was meat, and if the bird flew, it would fall. It dove again. Tae waited for the last possible second, then twisted midair, reverting into human form with a snap of energy. His divine aura ignited around him in a blinding surge. Golden arcs crackled along his limbs. With no time to lose, he landed on the Griffin's back and, in a fluid motion, lashed the magical rope around its neck. The beast erupted in fury. It thrashed, wings slicing at the wind, talons tearing up earth and air alike. This was no ordinary beast. It fought like a creature carved from war itself. But the rope had been forged for this. Bit by bit, the enchantments took hold. The magic crept into the Griffin's muscles, dulled its rage, pulled at the storm in its heart. Its resistance began to falter. Tae knew this was the moment. He drew his legendary sword. The edge gleamed with celestial energy. He remarked that since the last battle, his synchronization with his character had reached 20%, a breakthrough, and with it came a new saga. He activated the blacksmith's saga. His sword shifted, reshaped itself into a massive hammer, dense, ancient, and humming with divine craftsmanship. He raised it high and struck the rope. A shockwave burst from the impact, tripling the enchantment's potency. The Alpha Griffin shuddered violently. Then, silence. Its wings folded in. Its limbs stopped resisting, and at last, it bowed its head. Subdued. But Tae wasn't finished. He channeled again and called upon the Dragon Commander Saga. A wave of commanding energy pulsed through him, wrapping around the beast like a crown of authority. The Griffin accepted him, not just as a rider, but as a master. Below, the others exploded in cheers and awe. The maneuver had been bold, flawless, and utterly majestic. Tae descended with the subdued Alpha beneath him. As he touched down, he smiled and remarked that all he needed now was a decent saddle and a proper set of armor for his new companion. But the celebration was cut short. A deafening boom cracked across the sky, shaking the air like thunder from the gods. Two brilliant flares burst in the clouds above, warning lights, battle signals. Ragna's expression changed immediately. He said this was bad, very bad. The double burst meant two groups were under attack, simultaneously. That was no coincidence. That was a coordinated strike. Haida didn't hesitate. She shifted into her swan form, a massive, luminous creature of white feathers and divine presence. She announced that she would take Ciri to one location. Tae and Ragna would handle the other. With no time to waste, Tae mounted his new griffin. Ragna joined him, and together they launched into the sky. The wind howled around them as they flew toward the battlefield. They arrived to find devastation. The once dense forest had been torn apart. Trees lay shattered, earth scorched. Smoke curled up in the aftermath of chaos. The battlefield, known as Confrin, was now nothing more than a broken, burning scar. In the middle of the chaos, they spotted the conflict, two giants locked in combat with Valhalla's warriors. The ground shook with every blow. Among the warriors, one stood out, Brak, a juggernaut from Thor's legion. A giant stormed at him with a war axe the size of a wagon, and Brak met the blow head-on, holding it at bay with sheer strength. But it left him wide open. A second giant charge. Before anyone could react, Ragna leapt from the griffin in a blazing streak of light. His divine aura erupted as he fell. The moment his feet touched the earth, his blade carved through the second giant's neck. The head hit the ground before the body even understood it had been defeated. The battlefield erupted. Cheers roared through the flames and blood. Ragna had arrived, and every soldier knew what that meant. Victory was close. Then came Tae. He urged the griffin forward, commanding it into a steep dive. The speed, the timing. It was perfect. He crashed into the last giant, opening space for Brak. Brak roared, calling upon his saga. His aura burned like a comet. With one titanic blow, he shattered the giant's axe, sent it flying, then vaulted upward and cleaved the giant's skull in half with a strike that split the air itself. The enemy fell. The battle was over. Voices rose again, cheering. Ragna's name rang through the field. Brak's name followed. But another name began to echo too. One not yet familiar to all. They called out Tae. Or more specifically, a title that was spreading like wildfire. The warrior who rode a Valkyrie. It wasn't accurate, but it didn't matter. That nickname had already gripped the imagination of the other soldiers. When they landed, Brak approached Tae with a wide grin and clapped him on the shoulder. He congratulated him and said it was good to fight alongside him. Around them, other warriors gathered, curiosity shining in their eyes. They asked, with half-serious wonder, what kind of Valkyrie he had ridden this time. Tae corrected them. He said it was just a griffin, and a male one at that. That drew a wave of disappointment. Many had clearly been hoping for another legendary tale, another divine encounter. But Brak broke through the laughter and speculation with a stern reminder. He said there was no time for jokes. Another group still needed help. And the war wasn't waiting. Ragna demanded answers, his tone cutting through the haze of fading combat. Brak didn't hesitate. He explained that they had discovered another fragment of Gar's soul. But just as they prepared to secure it, the giants launched an ambush. The battle had erupted instantly. Brak said the fragment wasn't just lying around. It was embedded deep in the skull of a colossal boar, and the power it radiated had enhanced the creature beyond its natural limits. He continued, saying the enemy had used cunning instead of brute force. The giants had divided into 3 squads, 2 to distract Valhalla's forces and keep them pinned down, while a third focused solely on capturing the boar. It was a diversion, and it had worked, for a while. They needed to act fast. Without wasting a second, Ragna leapt back onto the griffin and gestured for Brak to join them. But Brak declined. He said he had his own method of travel. From his pouch, he drew a small set of bones. Compact, almost insignificant. As he spoke the creature's name, the bones clattered to the ground and began to reassemble. Before their eyes, the skeletal remains formed into a small ram. Ragna immediately recognized it. He said the name aloud with respect. Tangnoster, a high-tier mount of divine classification. Brak smiled and asked the creature for aid. In an instant, what had looked like a harmless goat began to transform. Its eyes lit with divine fire, its muscles bulged, its horns twisted with ancient power, and its presence became overwhelming. Brak explained that the beast was a treasure of Thor's legion. A sacred mount passed down for ages, forged for power and speed in the storms of war. Without delay, Ragna barked an order to a unit nearby. He told them to remain behind and mop up the remnants of the battle. The rest would press forward. The trail of the giants was fresh, heavy footsteps, broken earth, scattered trees. They followed it, Tangnoster keeping pace with the griffin effortlessly. Ragna couldn't help but comment on the mount's unbelievable speed. Despite its size, it moved like thunder incarnate. Minutes later, they spotted the enemy. The giants had succeeded. The boar, massive and twitching with raw, corrupted energy, had been brought to its knees. The soul fragment embedded in its skull pulsed like a cursed beacon. Around it, a horde of orcs stood ready. The enemy had seen them coming. They were prepared. Ragna assessed the battlefield quickly. 4 giants and close to 100 orcs. He said calmly that he would handle the giants alone, while the others cleared out the rest. Then he charged. Meanwhile, on the other side of the realm, Haida and Ciri had finished their own clash. They'd eliminated 2 lower-tier giants with coordinated strikes. Haida commented that they'd been lucky, that these were weak ones. But then, the sky cracked. A bolt of light tore through the clouds like a divine spear, and with it came something massive. At first glance, it seemed like a meteor, trailing fire and thunder. But as it descended, Haida realized it wasn't a weapon, it was a vessel. A transport. Haida's expression changed. Her instincts screamed. She could feel an overwhelming presence inside the descending object. Something far beyond her or Ciri's level. She didn't stop to analyze it. She shifted into her majestic swan form and urgently told Ciri that they had to move, fast, and rejoin Tae. Back on the battlefield, the enemy's confidence began to crack. The sight of Tangyuster storming into their ranks was enough to unsettle even the fiercest orcs. The ram charged without hesitation, crashing through enemy lines, trampling anything that stood in its path. Ragna barked at Tae to focus on the boar. Time was running out. Tae obeyed without hesitation. He spotted the mages around the beast, their hands raised, voices chanting. Whatever they were doing, it was dark, ancient, and dangerous. He felt it in his bones. He rode the griffin high, then dove in, activating his newest saga, the Warrior of the Storm. Electricity surged from his body. Bolts danced across his skin and lashed into the battlefield. A tempest erupted from him, lightning streaking in every direction. The mages screamed as the storm slammed into them. Their rituals were shattered, their defenses torn apart. Brack, witnessing Tae's assault, prepared to assist, but a fresh wave of orcs rose to block his path. Without slowing, Brack activated his own saga. His axe spun in wide arcs, each swing releasing waves of kinetic energy that tore through flesh and steel. Orcs exploded around him. He was a living tempest. Tae was in awe. He thought Brack was unstoppable, but then everything changed. The meteor struck. The earth quaked as the impact leveled a crater into the battlefield. Dust and smoke filled the air. And at its heart, emerging slowly, stood a figure. Tall. Smiling darkly, cold eyes sweeping the destruction. Everyone felt it. That crushing weight, that unbearable pressure. Herond. One of the 5 generals of the Giant King. The battlefield went still. No one moved, no one breathed. Except for one being. Tangyuster stood tall. Even under Herond's aura, the ram refused to yield. Its eyes burned with challenge. The sight surprised Herond. A small grin tugged at the corners of her mouth. The beast charged first. A blur, but then, obliteration. With a single blow, Herond erased Tangyuster from existence. There was no motion to follow, no attack to dodge. 1 second, it stood. The next, it was gone. Silence. The soldiers froze in disbelief. Tae couldn't process what he had seen. Then Herond turned, and standing before her was Brack, paralyzed. She raised her hand casually. A wave of energy erupted. The very air in front of her fractured as she unleashed devastation. Tae shouted. Brack took the full force of the blast. It was like a divine cannon, pure annihilation. Tae's heart jumped. He felt panic surge through him. And then, laughter. Herond laughed and said she had never expected to see that face again. From the smoke stepped Ragna, aura burning bright. He had blocked the attack. They knew each other. Ragna, calm and firm, said it had been a long time since he'd seen her leave her fortress. Herond mocked him, her voice heavy with contempt. She said it barely looked like he'd managed to hold the attack, and sneered that perhaps the great warrior had grown soft. She added, with mock sorrow, that it almost made her want to cry. Ragna didn't deny it. He said nothing of his exhaustion, nothing of the years without true combat. But his mind worked fast. He needed Tae and Brack out of there. They were too valuable. Then, as if fate answered him, the boar, still carrying the fragment, surged to life once more. A blast of energy exploded from its body, momentarily drawing Herond's gaze. Ragna didn't hesitate. He shouted for Brack to move. But Brack was still stunned. Tae appeared beside him, extending a hand. Ragna saw it. Tae's fear was still there, but it no longer controlled him. He had chosen to stand. Ragna smiled. He threw Brack toward Tae and ordered them to escape. Tae, confused, asked what Ragna planned to do. Ragna's aura blazed. He said simply, "Watch." Because Tae was about to see what it meant to be ranked among the legends. He was about to witness the level of battle that defined the realm he would now enter. He was a king like no other. A fearless navigator who dared to sail across seas no one had ever seen before. And the fiercest warrior, undefeated in battle. his name lived on, whispered through generations. The beginning of the Vikings, and the king who ruled them all. Myth Saga. King of Vikings, Ragnar Lodbrok. The boar gasps in terror, sweat streaking down his face. Harad charges, her fist clenched and crackling with raw energy, and drives it straight into the boar's skull. She follows immediately with another devastating strike, smashing through with brutal force. A colossal burst of energy erupts from the impact, shards of power slicing the air. The boar is obliterated, its body hurled into jagged rocks, dislodging a massive fragment of blue crystal. Harad kneels, reaching toward the crystal, her golden eyes gleaming with wild hunger. Just before she touches it, her eyes narrow, danger. She hurls herself to the side. Turning back, she sees Ragnar, radiating a storm of energy. With a savage grin, she raises her fist and charges at him. She exclaims that this is the moment she had been waiting for. Ragnar's true form, the power that ignites her blood. Ragnar surges forward, strength exploding from his frame. A distance away, Tai, perched atop a winged beast, recoils from the blast of power. He gasps and calls it an earth-shaking clash. He murmurs Ragnar's name, worry etched into every syllable. Harad thinks to herself that even weakened, Ragnar remains the king of Vikings. She believes that his head would be the greatest tribute she could ever offer. She vanishes forward, her speed blinding, her fists cutting the wind like lightning. Ragnar meets her, his aura blazing like fire. He grits his teeth and tells himself that with his body like this, he won't last, there's no time. Their impact shakes the battlefield, a shockwave slamming into the ground. It lasts only 10 seconds, but in that brief clash, the force of their attacks could have annihilated thousands, maybe tens of thousands. Below, warriors fight to stay standing against the energy. One shouts that the battlefield is too dangerous, another screams that they need to retreat further. Ragnar, locked in the fray, tells himself he's nearly at his limit. He knows this needs to end with a single blow. He tightens his grip and prepares. He slips past her strike and, with a roar, brings his sword around in a tremendous arc, a wave of energy cleaving through the field. Harad's eyes narrow, glowing bright as she locks onto him. Her aura flares violently as she launches herself forward with a cry of fury. Ragnar braces. But midair, she twists sharply. He exclaims in shock that she dodged his attack. His slash carves straight through the mountain behind her. She lands smoothly in front of him, laughing with exhilaration. She says that it was close, too close, and tells him she had a strike of her own ready. An instant later, she lunges again, her fist blazing with infernal power. Ragnar reacts, eyes wide as he turns, sword drawn. Then realization crashes over him. He shouts that she wasn't aiming at him, but at the Vikings behind him. In the distance, a group of warriors cry out. One yells for everyone to look over. Another screams at them to move now. Harad grins with menace and asks what Ragnar will do. She mocks him, calling him the king of the Vikings. The explosion of dark power roars toward the soldiers. A storm of shockwaves rips through the ranks. Warriors scream in terror as chaos erupts. When the dust clears, what they see is Ragnar, in the heart of the blast. His body tensed, fury carved into his face. He had taken the blow. Red energy crackles around him as he lets out a thunderous roar. His sword crashes into the earth through fire and ruin. One warrior calls out Ragnar's name in despair. Harad stands unfazed, flames wrapping around her form. She says that if he had ignored them, he could have landed a fatal strike. Then she sneers and says that he's not that kind of man, is he? Ragnar, bloodied and gasping, grits his teeth and mutters through them, "Damn it." She watches without emotion. Her voice is flat and ruthless. She asks if this is it for Ragnar. Then she says she's sorry, but now he has to die. Ragnar stumbles forward, his body trembling, his breaths shallow. He whispers that he told him to run. Harad frowns, confused. She snarls and asks what he's mumbling about. She growls, demanding to know if he's gone mad. Above, the sky shifts. A figure descends on vast wings. The griffin barrels toward her, its wings tearing through the air. Tai rides behind its neck, clinging tightly, his gaze locked onto the enemy with unwavering focus. Braki grits his teeth, rage swelling in his chest. He thinks to himself that he is the son of a god, and he declares that such disgrace will only stain him once. The griffin beneath Tai surges forward with electrifying force, wings laced with divine lightning. Thunder crackles across the heavens. As the gap between them closes, Braki activates his saga. He roars the name of his technique. Saga. Thunderstorm, and energy coils around his axe, radiating a storm of raw power. He lifts his weapon and shouts the invocation of a second saga. Saga. Lightning resides in that hammer. Sparks of divine lightning spiral violently from the weapon as he prepares to strike. With a burst of fury, the hammer unleashes a massive arc of lightning, carving across the battlefield like a divine guillotine. It slashes toward Harad at breakneck speed. But Harad meets the divine force with a single, thunderous punch. She smashes the axe into pieces, scattering shards of divine metal. In that instant, Braki yells with urgency. He thinks the opening is wide enough, and he screams at Tai to move. Tai seizes the moment, launching forward atop the shockwave created by Ragnar's broken hammer. From above, he channels every ounce of power and roars the words of his saga. Saga, Dragon's ancient canon. Golden energy condenses around his form, trembling with compressed force. The beam explodes from him like a divine roar, flooding the field with radiant light. Harad charges forward, her features twisted by hatred. The blast slams into her, engulfing everything in a blinding surge of golden fire. The earth shakes beneath the explosion, shockwaves radiating in all directions. A colossal blast consumes the battlefield. Ragnar and the others shout in horror. One of them calls out Tai Ho's name as a cloud of dust and debris rises high. Moments pass before Tai Ho pushes himself out of the rubble, his body broken and breath shallow. He gasps for air and says that he poured everything into that strike. His blue eyes scan the smoke, thinking that he hopes it rattled her. But then Harad steps forward, untouched. Her silhouette looms through the smoke, still and godlike. She laughs and says that he managed to surprise her. She tells him it wasn't bad, for a kid. She adds that, in recognition of that effort, she will now fight him with her full power. Tai Ho's expression tightens. He breathes heavily and mutters that she didn't even take a scratch. In his mind, he thinks that he's completely screwed. Ragnar steps forward, fire in his eyes. He says they must help Tai Ho. Another warrior shouts his warning, calling Ragnar's name and reminding him of his current condition. Braki charges toward Tai Ho and calls out to him. Tai Ho turns, surprised, and says Braki's name. Braki replies that he's joining the fight too. He says that if this battle can't be avoided, then the only path is forward, no matter the consequences. Harad, her aura now monstrous and ablaze with unholy flame, laughs viciously. She snarls that they can come at her with everything, it makes no difference. And so they charge. Tai Ho surges forward, shouting his saga, thunderstorm. Braki follows with a bellow, swinging his hammer and yelling his saga. Lightning resides in that hammer. Ragnar enters the fight, his body cloaked in golden lightning. Above them, Heda approaches. She calls out to Tai Ho. In the aftermath, Tai Ho is caught in Harad's grasp. She says that this is the end for him. She asks aloud if buying time was his only plan. Her eyes scan the battlefield. She says that none of them seem to have the strength left to make that plan work. Ragnar lies unconscious and blood-soaked on the ground. Braki is in the same state. Tai Ho grunts in agony as he struggles in her grip. Harad stares him down and says one word, farewell. Hellfire erupts around her as she prepares to end it. Her fist explodes forward, aimed straight at Tai Ho midair. Seeing the incoming strike, Heda screams Tai Ho's name. Tai Ho floats in darkness, stars surrounding him in an endless sky. His body drifts weightlessly through the void. He looks around and asks where he is. He says that he can't see anything. He wonders aloud if he's really dead this time. A voice answers him, not yet. The voice explains that if he were truly dead, he wouldn't be capable of thinking like this. Tai Ho turns and sees a familiar figure in the starlit dark. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Heda is still calling his name, desperation in her voice. She cries out, begging him not to die. Back in the void of stars, Tai-ho recognizes the figure. He asks, "See you, Chalain?" The figure confirms it. He says that's right, or more accurately, what remains of him within Gai Bold. He explains that Tai-ho can consider him a fragment of his soul. He adds that from now on, he will be Tai-ho's mentor. The blue-haired warrior standing before Tai-ho proclaims that since Gai Bold has chosen to acknowledge him, he too must do the same. He states that he will now entrust all the secrets of Eryu to Tai-ho. He commands him to seek out the remaining fragments of the Boig. He declares that the fragments themselves will guide him. He instructs Tai-ho to complete the Boig and to search for his teacher, Lady Scathach. He promises that he will lend his strength to aid him. Haida, tears welling in her eyes, bites into an apple of life given by the goddess Idun. Then, trembling, she passes it to Tai-ho, mouth to mouth. His fingers twitch. Her voice breaks as she cries his name, Tai-ho. She sees his bloodied form lying still, his chest rising with weak gasps. With barely a whisper, he utters her name in return. At that moment, Harad approaches in her demonic red form. Avalt speaks firmly, instructing her that too much time has been wasted. He urges her to collect the fragment and leave at once. Harad responds with irritation, saying that he is as nagging as ever. Avalt repeats that they must move quickly before reinforcements arrive. Harad, annoyed, says that she understands and that she will retrieve the fragment now. But as she turns, her eyes land on Ragnar. Bloodied and staggering, he tries to rise. Harad scoffs, saying that Ragnar is nothing if not persistent. She remarks that even when he can barely stand, he still insists on moving. Behind them, Haida cries out Tai-ho's name again in desperation. She warns him not to move yet. Tai-ho slowly pushes himself up, his bruised face set in determination. Hild screams his name again, this time begging him not to die. Within himself, Tai-ho admits he doesn't want to lose someone important to him. He reflects deeply. He knows he cannot allow Ragnar to die, but more than anything, he confesses to himself that he does not want to die. With clear resolve, he vows that he will return. Haida watches, tears streaming down her cheeks, shaken by his strength. Blue energy begins swirling around Tai-ho as he rises fully and extends his hand forward. Lightning explodes around him as he launches toward Hegel. Hild gasps and screams his name in alarm. Harad, caught off guard, reacts with surprise. She turns with a twisted grin and hurls a devastating punch, her fist wreathed in red flame. The energies collide, his ice-blue power spiraling around her burning force. Harad exclaims with certainty that no matter how many times they try, it will never change. She shouts that this time, she will reduce Tai-ho to ashes. The red form of Hegel dives like a blazing comet, fists ignited. Tai-ho rises with a flash of icy energy, a burst of glacial blue trailing behind him. The two meet in midair, their collision violent and explosive. Sparks fly, energy shards erupt. Yet Tai-ho is sent flying back from the clash. Harad grins, satisfied. But then she notices something. Her fist, the one that struck him, begins to crack. Her arm begins glowing blue, the energy spreading fast. In an instant decision, she slices off her own arm to stop the spread. Tai-ho had landed a hit. Harad's demonic form appears stunned, then enraged. She snarls the word, "You," in disbelief. As the dust clears, Tai-ho kneels, one knee down, blood dripping from his mouth. Hegel roars out a question, her voice filled with fury. She demands to know what he is. Tai-ho slowly rises, his eyes blazing with cold fire, his will unbroken. Harad, cloaked in swirling flames of red and black, glares forward with fury in her eyes. She mutters in frustration, questioning how Tai-ho could have possibly wounded her like that. The disbelief is etched into her face as her darkened form begins to fracture. Tai-ho, though bruised and bloodied, reflects inwardly that he cannot feel his right arm. He clenches his teeth, acknowledging his limits, yet still stands his ground. The disembodied purple voice urges Harad to retreat, insisting they have already wasted too much time. But Harad, eyes glowing with violent purpose, refuses. She says that retreat is not an option. She declares that at the very least, she must kill Tai-ho. She insists that removing this potential threat is more important than finishing off Ragnar, whom she considers already broken. Tai-ho, watching her carefully, realizes she still intends to fight. He wonders silently if he has it in him to fight one more time in this condition. The purple voice agrees to assist. It responds that it will lend Harad its strength and instructs her to end it swiftly. Harad accepts. As the energy fuses with her, her body becomes more volatile, surging with horrific power. Her form shifts under the influence of the force. The aura around her crackles wildly. She celebrates the regained control of her hand and declares that this is round 2. She again refers to Tai-ho as a nameless warrior. Tai-ho questions in his thoughts if Harad has somehow revived. Then he speaks aloud that things are definitely heading in the wrong direction. A group of allies arrives by his side, shouting that they will fight alongside him. Tai-ho turns to them, appreciation in his gaze, and softly offers his thanks. Harad laughs maniacally, proclaiming that this is fun, exactly what she had hoped for. Tai-ho, resolute, says that whether it works out or not, the only choice left is to attack. Together, they launch themselves at Harad, who is now blazing with purple lightning. As her form evolves again, Harad bellows that no one will escape her wrath. She swears that she will burn every last one of them. Tai-ho mutters that the heat is unbearable. He then groans that his body won't move. Harad towers above him, vowing to eliminate him first. She lunges forward, determined to end him quickly. But suddenly, a brilliant flash of blue lightning splits the battlefield. A new figure emerges, surrounded by thunder. He apologizes for his delay and addresses Tai-ho by name, revealing himself as Thor, the god of thunder. Tai-ho, stunned, gazes at him and wonders aloud how Thor knows who he is. Thor, lightning pulsing across his form, responds that they must destroy this dark domain first, by blowing it away. He swings his hammer with divine might. A thunderous blast erupts, annihilating the surrounding darkness. The oppressive domain disintegrates under the sheer power. The onlookers shout, realizing the barrier has been lifted. Braki cries out in disbelief, calling him Father. Tai-ho follows, murmuring in awe that it's amazing. Thor warns everyone to stand back, as the battle will get rough. With a powerful throw, he sends his hammer at Harad, launching her high into the air. Electricity gathers around Thor as he soars upward. He becomes a blur of lightning, then crashes into Harad with devastating force. The ground splits under the impact. A blinding explosion of thunder erupts. Lightning storms through the field as cries of Thor! Thor! Echo across the battlefield. Soldiers watch in stunned silence as the god's fury takes shape. Ragnar calls for everyone to fall back, warning that if they stay, they will be caught in the blast. Nearby, Heda cradles Tai-ho protectively. Tai-ho asks if she believes Thor can win. She replies with calm assurance that now that Lord Thor is here, he can rest. Tai-ho looks toward the chaos and wonders how many more powerful enemies await them. He silently vows that he must become even stronger. The enemy curses Thor's name, questioning how he arrived so fast. Thor charges forward. He reacts in shock as smoke erupts around him. Realizing it is a smoke bomb, Thor looks around with sharp awareness. Harad, hidden in the haze, asks Avold if this was his doing. Avold responds that she cannot defeat Thor in her current state, so he is using the Veil of Night to help her escape. Harad clenches her fist, furious. Her entire form shakes with rage. Thor scans the smoke-filled battlefield, alert and poised. From within the shadows, Harad reappears, defiant. She announces that she is Harad, the giant of strength, a warrior who does not flee. She swears she will not die with her back turned. With fire in her voice, she calls upon her king to witness her final stand and dares the god of thunder to come at her. Thor's gaze narrows. Raising his hammer, he charges, lightning trailing behind him. Their clash ignites another eruption of force. Onlookers shield their eyes. One screams that they cannot see. Another cries out that the light is burning them. A brilliant white light consumes the scene. As it fades and the smoke lifts, lightning still crackles in the air. Thor stands at the center of the storm. He mutters that she was a warrior. With solemn resolve, he declares that he will remember Harad. As the storm fades, A lone figure stands no more. Herad has fallen, her body crumbling to ash. And so, the mighty giant Herad has fallen. Thor stands at the center of the broken battlefield, the twilight sky casting golden light across his shoulders. His heavy footsteps echo against the fractured earth as he approaches a glowing object embedded in the dirt, the fragment of Garm. The shard pulses steadily with blue energy. He raises Mjolnir, power surging with godly intensity. Lightning bursts outward, igniting the horizon with divine fury. Then he brings the hammer down, striking the fragment with the intent to destroy it. From a distance, Heda cries out in shock at what she sees. Ragnar, watching closely, murmurs that he now understands. This must be Odin's command. Destroy the fragments without delay. The gathered crowd stirs, voices lifting in awe. Thor has returned. He ascends into the sky, lightning crackling from his form. The people roar, voices uniting in a chant. Thor! Thor! One warrior shouts that the god of thunder walks among them. Thor descends slowly, touching down before the crowd. He strides forward. Ragnar offers a formal salute in respect. Heda, clearly familiar with him, greets Thor by name and says that it has been some time. Thor nods and replies that it is good to see her, and he is pleased to meet Tai-Ho, the warrior of the Iden Legion. Tai-Ho stares in wonder, confused. He wonders silently how Thor knows who he is. Thor remains silent, expression unreadable. Elsewhere, in a different realm, Mimir's voice rises from the sacred waters. His floating head emerges above the surface. He declares that when the hound wolf wakes, Odin, king of the gods who rejects death, will become nothing more than a feast for beasts. Mimir says that the probability of that future happening was 72,970 out of 100,000. Odin reacts with surprise, repeating the number with disbelief. Mimir confirms the figure again, 72,970 out of 100,000. Both Odin and Thor remain speechless. Odin notes aloud that the number has decreased. Thor states that although he has heard this prophecy thousands of times, it has never changed, until now. He adds that for the first time, the odds of destruction have dropped, even if only slightly. Back on the battlefield, Thor explains the long-kept prophecy, recorded by the gods over many ages. Tai-Ho listens quietly. Thor credits him with retrieving the fragment of Garm. He calls him the warrior of Iden and grants him his blessing. Hearing this, Tai-Ho panics internally. He imagines Thor stepping forward and placing a kiss on his forehead. His eyes widen in horror, and he trembles at the image. Lightning surges through him as he holds Mjolnir, stunned and motionless. Thor steps back and says that they will speak again next time. Tai-Ho, still dazed, mutters thanks to the gods that it ended so simply. Thor turns and says that while he would have liked to speak more with the warrior of Iden, their conversation will have to wait. Ragnar steps forward to thank Thor for his help. Thor responds that it is they who should be thanked, for protecting his warriors from the giant of strength. With that, Thor leaps skyward, lightning trailing behind him. As he rises, he calls out to his warriors, commanding them to regroup at the Legion outpost. The crowd roars beneath him, weapons and fists raised high. They echo his cry, for Asgard and the Nine Realms. Elsewhere, calm has returned. The skies clear over Tai-Ho's quarters. Outside his home, a wooden sign carved with runes marks the entrance. Griffins rest near the fence. Peace settles over the land. Inside, Tai-Ho sits upright on his bed, wrapped in bandages. Heda tells him that although the golden apple helped, he still needs to rest. She says firmly that there will be no training for the next few days. Suddenly, Tai-Ho's cheeks redden. He asks her if she would like to go out with him. She freezes. Her face turns bright red, and she stammers in disbelief. Time passes. The scene shifts to the calm port of Anaheim. Tai-Ho and Heda sit side by side in a small wooden boat. Ragnar stands on the dock beside them, arms crossed. Tai-Ho asks if Ragnar is coming along. Ragnar answers that he will accompany them to the entrance, but for them to fully enjoy themselves, they must go on alone. Tai-Ho recalls a map of the city. A nervous sweat drips down his cheek. He mutters inwardly not to ask what Ragnar meant by enjoy. The view transitions to the grand port of Anaheim. Crowds bustle across the piers and waterways. The atmosphere is lively and full of energy. From the dock, Ragnar waves and tells Tai-ho to enjoy the day. Tai-ho turns and flinches slightly, cheeks flushed as his eyes meet Heida's. His heart races as he sees her in a beautiful dress. His eyes go wide, and he thinks she looks stunning. He blushes deeper, noting how different her presence is without armor. Heida, slightly flustered herself, smiles faintly. Tai-ho, nervous, mentions that the weather is nice. He scolds himself internally, calling the comment cliché and embarrassing. Suddenly, voices shout his name. Tai-ho reacts, startled. A group approaches. Among them is Siri. Heida exclaims upon recognizing her. The blue-haired woman greets her warmly. Rolf nervously adds that he's also here. Tai-ho looks around, asking if it's really them. The crowd begins to murmur. One man says he saw the warrior visited by a Valkyrie. Another calls Tai-ho the one who rode a Valkyrie. A third shouts he went on a date with one. A Viking turns to Rolf and suggests that it's no surprise he missed their last promise, implying he's here with Siri. Rolf's face pales. He looks to Siri in panic. She glares back, unimpressed and cold. Excited warriors call out for everyone to enjoy Anaheim. One lifts his arm in celebration. Tai-ho watches them and thinks he sees Braki among them too. Siri tells Rolf to go join the others if he prefers. He shouts in a panic that he's fine and that he prefers staying here. Tai-ho gives a nervous smile and turns back to Heida. He suggests they go. Later, they explore Anaheim's lively streets. Market stalls are full of color and sound. Heida walks ahead, her gaze full of curiosity. Tai-ho follows behind, smiling shyly. They visit various vendors and tour the city. Later, they explore an underwater aquarium, surrounded by vibrant coral and shimmering fish. Back on land, Tai-ho and Heida return with the others, walking through the streets. Heida adjusts her hat with a smile. The group continues enjoying the day. Cheers ring out as they raise their hands in joy. As evening falls, the sunset casts golden hues across the town. Ragnar stands at a distance, quietly observing. An old man beside him comments that the group seems to be enjoying themselves. He says it's a good sight to see. Suddenly, Ragnar senses another presence. He stiffens, realizing someone is beside him, completely unnoticed. He turns, eyes wide. He thinks he recognizes this man. The hooded elder greets him, telling him not to stand up. He says there's no need for formalities. He says it's been a long time and calls him Ragnar Lodbrok. Ragnar asks if he came to see Tai-ho. The old man answers that he came for several reasons, but yes, he also wanted to see Tai-ho. He adds that sometimes, instead of watching through ravens, he wants to see the world for himself. Ragnar looks at him carefully and wonders to himself how much this old man truly knows. He tells himself that saying the wrong thing could be dangerous. The elder continues chewing on a large sandwich. He praises its taste and says he will have to eat it again someday. Ragnar asks if he's leaving. The elder says he came for many reasons, but he still has more to do. He says that the time when great warriors are needed is fast approaching. The scent of war is in the air. As he walks away, a black raven cuts through the sky. Ragnar watches him leave and reflects silently. He says that if there's one thing he learned from Olympus, it's that when gods interfere with mortals, it never ends well. Back in the streets of Anaheim, Tai-ho's group continues to laugh and celebrate. He watches his friends with joy. He smiles quietly to himself and says that he will leave it to them. Tai-ho stood in the dim haze of early morning, his muscles sore and aching from the relentless training he had endured. Siri, training alongside him at Ragnar's request, moved through her drills with quiet, focused intensity. Ragnar watched them both, his eyes sharp and calculating. He stepped forward, golden energy radiating from his form, and explained that the power he was demonstrating was a myth-grade saga, a level of strength they would one day need to attain and then surpass. Tai-ho's eyes widened, filled with awe. He thought about how incredible Ragnar's power was. He clenched his fists tightly, making a silent promise to endure and reach that level. Meanwhile, Siri seemed lost in admiration, her face blushing as she watched. Tai-ho glanced at Rolf and told him to hang in there, pitying the poor guy. 3 months passed, both quickly and slowly, lost in a rhythm of grueling training and rare moments of rest. One night, deep in sleep, Tai Ho found himself in a strange, surreal space. He looked around in confusion and asked aloud if this was his dream. A voice answered that it was close. He was inside his own consciousness. The figure of Siyu Chalain, a piece of the warrior's soul still living within Gai Bulg, appeared before him. Siyu Chalain explained that in order to inherit everything of Eryu, Tai Ho would need to recover both his fragmented memories and the broken pieces of Gai Bulg. Siyu Chalain revealed that Gai Bulg had split into 4 parts, and that he had just remembered the location of another fragment. Tai Ho asked where it was. Siyu Chalain described a land called Svartalheim, the Forest of Shadows, home to the Dark Elves. Beyond it lay a wasteland coated in dull gray, where the temporary base of the Order of the Red Branch, his former group, had once stood. Though the order had perished with Eryu, some remnants remained. Siyu Chalain elaborated, saying he had etched a return spell into one of the pieces of Gai Bulg as an emergency measure. That fragment, marked by the rune, should have returned to the base. Tai Ho's eyes lit up with excitement. He thought that if this were a game, this would be the equivalent of discovering an epic hidden quest. Siyu Chalain's voice turned serious. He urged Tai Ho once again to seek the shards of Gai Bulg and to find his master, Lady Scathach. He declared Tai Ho the successor of Eryu and pledged to pass the power of Eryu on to him. With a final blessing, he spoke the words, "May the power of Eryu be with you." Then, to Tai Ho's horror, he kissed him on the forehead. Tai Ho panicked so violently that he woke up screaming. The next morning, he appeared utterly exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. Haida noticed and remarked that he was up early and looked like he hadn't slept at all. Tai Ho rubbed his face, muttering that he had a terrible dream. Suddenly, a miniature Siyu Chalain appeared before him and said that it wasn't like he enjoyed doing that to another guy either. Tai Ho stared in shock and confusion, then screamed in terror. Haida, startled, asked what was wrong. Tai Ho shouted that there was an evil spirit, a ghost, right there in front of him. The others looked at him, puzzled and concerned, unable to see anything. Haida told Ragnar that Tai Ho seemed a little off today. Ragnar, watching closely, wondered if perhaps he had been too hard on Tai Ho with the training. Siyu Chalain, invisible to everyone else, smirked and asked Tai Ho why he didn't just explain everything to them. Tai Ho clenched his teeth in irritation but stayed silent. After a lengthy explanation, Haida stared at him, her expression a mixture of awe and curiosity. She muttered that becoming the successor of Eryu was no small matter. Ragnar commented that it was still too early to get excited. He said they would need to find all the shards of Gai Bulg before they could celebrate anything. His voice was calm and stern, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Haida noticed and teased him, saying he was clearly excited too. Ragnar grunted in denial, but he didn't contradict her. With a serious tone, Ragnar said they needed to focus on Gai Bulg for now. He turned to Tai Ho and told him to explain everything to Ciri as well. As they set off for Svartalheim, Tai Ho adjusted his equipment and thanked Ciri for joining him. Ciri replied that while it was his mission, she owed a debt to his master and wanted to help in any way she could. Tai Ho nodded with appreciation, and she said it was time for them to get serious. Ciri began to transform, golden energy radiating from her body. Tai Ho watched, impressed by the divine aura surrounding her. He whistled softly in awe. After finishing, she noted that her saga had grown stronger, a divine essence now infused within it. She looked at him and told him to climb on. Tai Ho smiled and agreed. Following the direction the fragment indicated, they moved deeper into the shadowy realm. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Suddenly, the fragment's vibrations stopped. Tai Ho narrowed his eyes and said that it meant they were close. Siyu Chalain moved ahead, examining the area. Based on his memory, there should have been a hidden door nearby. They searched carefully but found nothing, only a moss-covered wall. Tai Ho frowned and pointed out that it looked like a dead end. Siyu Chalain said this was the place and instructed Tai Ho to press his forehead, the spot where the blessing had touched, against the wall. Tai Ho raised an eyebrow but followed the instruction, touching the cold stone with his forehead. The wall trembled, and a hidden door began to open. Siyu Chilane grinned with satisfaction and shouted with energy that it was time to go. The stone gave way, revealing a concealed passage. As they stepped inside, the light from the outside faded, and they were enveloped by strange and ominous shadows. As they moved along the long corridor, Taeho decided to switch on a light, saying that it would push back the darkness. They continued forward in silence until they reached a vast hall. In its center stood a pedestal, completely empty. The MC said that he believed it should be here somewhere, but there was nothing in sight. Chilane told him to try placing his hand on the altar. He did, and immediately a bright glow flared from the spot where his hand touched. A spiral of light formed beneath his feet, and in an instant, Skathik appeared before him. He said her name with shock, and Chilane stepped up beside him. She had left a message for her student, and as she spoke, Taeho could see the events she described. She said that on the day Eryu fell, the land of shadows vanished as well. She explained that she had fought to protect the land of shadows at the very border between life and death. In the midst of that battle, she became lost in an endless current of time. She wandered through countless days and nights until she finally arrived here, too late. She said that even though she knew he was gone, the sorrow would not leave her. She declared that she would keep the fragment of Gai Bolg, and if he ever returned, he should seek her out. No matter how long it took, she would wait for him, just as always. With those words, she faded away. Her student, staring at the space she had occupied, burst into tears and began calling out to her. At the same moment, a single tear slid down the MC's otherwise expressionless face. Siri called out to him, asking what was happening, but he wiped the tear and said that he had seen a vision. Skathik had the fragment. He said that the symbol on the altar was a map marking her location. Then, movement stirred behind them. They turned sharply, noticing shadows creeping along the walls. Weapons came out in an instant. Siyu Chilane exclaimed nervously that it was them, the ones who had caused Eru's fall. He explained that these were the Fomorians, vast and formless monsters rising from the ocean depths. He questioned why they had waited decades to appear now, then told Taeho not to let any of them escape. He ordered Siri to guard the exit and deal with any who tried to flee. She dashed off, and he announced that it was time to reveal the results of his 3 months of training. His synchronization now stood at 32%. He used Saga, the Winter Wolf's weapon. A storm of icy wind roared around him, ice spires erupting from the ground. Razor-sharp shards pierced the monsters and pinned them in place. Taeho charged forward, cutting down several with a single swing, then moved on to the next. Surging ahead, he formed more spikes inside their bodies, then pushed forward, slicing through everything in his path. In moments, the area was cleared. He then decided to aid Captain Siri. She was firing her crossbow and pursuing one that had broken away. The fleeing monster dodged her arrow and glanced back at her with a grin. She cursed under her breath, thinking it had been close, and shot again. But the arrow struck the top of the passage, letting the Fomorian slip away. Running to the exit, she watched it vanish into the distance. By then, the MC arrived. She apologized for letting one escape, but he looked at the bodies scattered around and said there was no need to worry. There had been too many to stop them all. Siyu Chilane said they needed to move quickly, first to the treasure vault. Taeho said he knew nothing of it, so Siyu Chilane began explaining the place's history as they walked. He said he had once dreamed of creating a second Ulster, gathering not only weapons, swords, spears, shields, but also gold and silver. There could be something here to aid their journey. When the MC saw the vast trove, he exclaimed with delight that it was incredible. A true vault. Siyu Chilane pointed toward a corner and told him to head that way. They needed a boat. They reached Squabtuan, a vessel without sails or oars, powered by magic alone. Siyu Chilane told him to place his hand on it and say the words, "Let's go." Taeho obeyed, and the boat shrank into the palm of his hand. Once they left the fortress, it grew to full size again, and they set sail. As they glided over the snow, Siyu Chilane said that his master was now in Nidavellir. He took the control lever and told Taeho that he must recover Gai Bolg. Ordering the boat to full speed, their pace multiplied instantly. Meanwhile, the Fomorians returned to their lair, where their master awaited. The one that had escaped the cave stepped forward and reported everything. The master asked with a smile if they had found Skathak's hiding place. He said it was just what one would expect from a shadow witch. She had concealed herself well. He turned to Adonmuk and said that he had heard, and that it was now his turn. The waters behind him began to churn, and from them rose a massive serpent. Its master commanded it to go to Nidavellir. The water frothed again, the serpent's head looming high above the lake as it prepared to depart. Snow whipped across the mountains as the boat sled cut over the frozen expanse. Siyu Chalain clung to the mast and urged them onward, saying that they had to hurry, adding quickly that the master was in danger. Teho braced himself against the cutting wind while Siri steered hard through the heavy drifts. Teho asked if this master was not his teacher and said that a teacher like that should be incredibly powerful. Siyu Chalain replied that it was not entirely true. He said that while the master had a certain degree of strength, that was not the main point. He explained that she was more of an educator than a fighter, someone who specialized in teaching. Then, with a slightly awkward tone, he admitted that when he had first met her, he had put a sword to her neck and threatened to kill her if she refused to train him. Teho stared at him and asked if that was actually true, then remarked that so much for love, it sounded like he had been a complete disaster. Siyu Chalain, flustered, said that he had been young at the time, muttering that it was uncomfortable to have his thoughts exposed like this. Siri glanced over her shoulder and said that he had been mumbling to himself for a while now, asking if he was all right. Teho forced a short laugh and said that yes, he was fine, and that she did not need to worry. The sled climbed a long ridge. Siri looked upward and said that this was the White Night, and that the master had been right. The sky here stayed pale even in the dark once one crossed into Nidavellir. Siyu Chalain suddenly shouted for them to look ahead, crying out that something was coming toward them. The snowfield shattered open. Rings of ice erupted upward, spearing the air. Teho grabbed the rail, eyes wide, and said in shock that it was pure white. What was that? His breath caught as a long, glacial body uncoiled through the storm. He blurted that it was a dragon. A sleek head rose from the frozen spray, frost-blue eyes burning with starlight. Siyu Chalain gasped a name, saying that it was Adanmaha, and quickly explained that she was a sea dragon able to travel anywhere there was water. He added that if she was here, then the one behind all this had to be her master, the tyrant Bress. Teho, still watching, said hoarsely that it was incredible, then corrected himself and said that beautiful might be the better word. Siyu Chalain twitched and asked if he had even been listening to what had just been said. Teho's mouth curved into a grin. He said that if she was a sea dragon, she was still a dragon, right? He added brightly that he liked her, then cupped his hands and called Adanmaha's name over the roar of the wind. Power gathered under his feet. Siri shifted into her golden wolf form, answering his call. Adanmaha's ears twitched back. In her thoughts, she wondered who these people were. She saw Teho and the wolf both bare their teeth in the same sharp grin, and she asked herself why they were smiling at her like that. Behind her, a mass of sea-born monsters rose from the slick water, winged shapes, serpents, and glistening beasts rolling forward in a black tide. Teho leaned over the wolf's neck as lightning licked across his shoulders. He called on his power in a ringing voice, declaring that the charge of a warrior was like a storm, naming the technique as thunderstorm. The wolf leapt, streaks of blue cutting through the horde as they vaulted high. Teho locked onto the dragon's silver crest and said sharply that she was the target, then shouted Adanmaha's name again. Her jaws opened, a sphere of cold light building between her fangs before it lanced outward. The wolf bounded along the sled's wooden deck as if it were a ramp, launching into the air through the streaming blue. Teho moved with the leap, a coil already spinning from his hand. Adanmaha's eyes narrowed. A startled, breathless sound slipped from her thoughts as the rope looped past her fangs and caught around her neck. Her head jerked back in shock, eyes wide as she tried to pull free. Her voice broke through the frozen air in disbelief, asking what was happening. Teho hauled the rope tight, drawing it into a crude bridle across her muzzle. He ran along her back like a hunter on a mast, seized the line again, and pulled until the knot bit. The reins locked into place, her head snapping to the side as a bright flare crossed her gaze. He planted his feet, wrapped the reins around his forearms, and said that he was ready. He grinned into her bewildered stare and said that his saga, the one who commands dragons, had leveled up, adding that Keister the Dragon Knight's saga was especially strong against dragons. Power radiated from him in answer. Dropping onto the ridge between her fins, he said that he was her master now and urged her forward, calling her by name. Then he glanced around and asked where they were supposed to go. Seeing her expression soften, he He hesitated and asked if she was a girl. She frowned at the rope and muttered that a leash for a lady was a bit much. He thought that dragons must just be like this, remembering that Rollo had been smart as well, though not able to speak. He brushed aside the moment and told her they could talk later, but for now she should follow his orders. She protested, saying urgently that if they kept going like this her hayes would fall into contradiction. He repeated the word and asked what contradiction she meant. She explained that her hayes was to obey her master, but now she had two. If the commands clashed, her hayes would break. He said that he understood. Thinking quickly, he reasoned that Bress had probably ordered her to attack him. If he now ordered her to protect him, those commands would collide. Judging by her expression, the result would be bad. He told her to explain how to break Bress's hayes. She froze in shock, but he pressed, saying that Bress was bad and asking her to make him her new master instead, promising he would treat her better and never as a slave. She told him softly to look at the scales above her snout. There was a slave seal there. Unless he could erase it, his words meant nothing. He leaned forward, spotted the glowing blue scale, and said that he had found it. He asked if all he had to do was remove it. Calling forth the saga of the warrior's sword, a dagger appeared in his hand. He said that here he went. She stammered, asking what he was doing, but the dagger had already stabbed cleanly. Light split, chains of magic cracked. She screamed as the seal shattered into shards of blue. From the side, Cu Chulain stared, saying that he had removed the seal so easily. Golden light flared from Teho's hand, divinity answering his call, and he pressed his palm to the wound, telling her to hold on a little longer while he healed her. She panted and asked if it was done, then snapped that he was a terrible master for making her endure that. He laughed and said that was great, then told her they should fight together, asking her to trust her body to him. Another surge of light pulsed from him as he invoked the saga of the one who dominates dragons. She shivered, asking what this strange feeling was, even as her long white body twisted like a storm in answer. She tore into the swarm, tail-smashing black shapes from the air. Winged creatures dove from above. He stood in the stirrups and said that they should leave the sky to him. Blue arcs burst from his bow in rapid fire as Adanmaha spun below, sending water and frost surging outward, tearing through the enemy. He looked at the endless waves of monsters and asked how many more there could be, then asked if her old master was coming. She answered that Bress would not. He only appeared when certain of victory. He asked if she could fly. She snapped back, asking how a sea dragon could fly, then more politely repeated the question. He nodded, then asked which Fomorian boss would show. She said it was likely Medak, explaining that this one could control countless beasts with magic and could take on many monstrous forms himself. On the creaking deck high above the snowfields, the beast man with the lion's mane lounged among his war beasts, eyes fixed on the fog boiling beneath the airship. He said that Adanmaha must be down there. He added that if she had already finished her work, it would be no fun. A low hunger roughened his voice as he said that he wanted to taste the Shadow Witch's blood himself, and scarlet power crawled like living fire across his fingers. Far below, the ice plain erupted as a wave of blue-white force smashed through the charging Fomorians. Teho and the sea dragon ripped through the enemy like a winter storm. Frost speared upward into jagged towers, and bodies skidded across the ice before shattering. When the survivors regrouped, a new sound hissed through their ranks. He clicked his tongue and said that they had switched to ranged attacks just as stones and spears rained down. Adanmaha panted, saying between breaths that she could not keep going and that they had to retreat. He met her wide eye, then nodded, thinking that she was right, that the strongest Fomorians had not even shown themselves yet, and if this kept up, exhaustion would finish them before the enemy did. He asked what they should do. Horns and Wings gave the answer. A roar rolled down from above, declaring they were there for Asgard and the Nine Realms. Valkyries and riders dropped like arrows from the pale sky. His face lit up as he cried Gander's name, asking how she had come here. Ciri drew up beside him and said that she had called for backup. She told him to leave this fight to them and go find Lady Scathach. He thrust Adanmaha's reins into her hands and told her to take care of the dragon for him. She studied him with a quiet look, then said aye, adding with a crooked smile that sometimes going into battle was not so bad either. Lightning gathered at his legs as he vaulted from the saddle. Cu Chulain pointed ahead, saying that the path lay that way. He sprinted, skimming the frozen battlefield. Cu Chulain shouted that the cave entrance was in sight. a violet sheen pulsing at its mouth. His companion said that it looked like some kind of barrier. He told him to run straight through, explaining that if it sensed Guy Bulb, it would allow them passage. The ward yielded, swallowing them into cold blue light. They pounded through corridors of ice. Cu Chulainn lifted his head and said that he could feel the wave of power growing stronger. He added that no matter how many crossroads appeared, they would find their way. The path opened into a hall of pillars and stalactites. Beneath a crown of crystal, a throne waited, and a woman rested upon it. He slowed and spoke Lady Scathach's name. Cu Chulainn peered past him and said that she looked weak, then added that she was probably just waking from a long healing sleep. Her lashes stirred, and a cool gaze fixed on him. A voice like music through bone said, "You," and asked if he was Arya's successor. The thought hit him that her voice was unbelievably beautiful. He steadied himself, bowed, and said that a warrior of Iden greeted Lady Scathach. From the throne, she extended a palm and told him to come closer and take her hand. She said that through her touch she could learn more than words could convey. He reached out, and gold light bloomed where their fingers met. Heat and memory flowed between them. Her voice deepened, carrying the weight of centuries, as she said that more than 1,000 years had passed since Aryu fell, yet the power and the hatred had not changed at all. She said that a powerful Fomorian was coming. He stiffened and asked if it was the one Adenmaha had mentioned. She lifted her gaze and said that she was sorry to rush him, but asked him to understand that the luck of the one she could rely on was all she had now. She stepped closer, their breaths mingling. He felt her cool presence and the warmth building between their joined hands. She leaned in, brushed his lips, and said that the blessings of the Shadow Land be with him. Drawing back, she pressed a short, dark spear into his hands. She said that she would entrust Guy Bulb to him. She added that even though it was incomplete, it was still the spear of the Shadow Land, and Cu Chulainn would help him draw out its power. Light welled up through his arms as he gripped it. She continued, saying that the power of life would fill the weapon like water, and then it would take what it wanted. She added that the power of death would split flesh unless guarded by a strong aegis. She explained that Guy Bulb's true purpose was to pierce the heart or sever the lifeline, warning him never to waste its strength or use it carelessly. He bowed and said that he understood, adding that he would take his leave now. They raced back through the ice halls. Cu Chulainn huffed and said that even while receiving a blessing, he had been thinking of another woman. He flushed and asked if Cu Chulainn could read his thoughts too. Cu Chulainn said no, but guessed it, adding that the woman was the Valkyrie. He smiled despite himself and thought the name Haida. They burst into daylight and looked over a battlefield torn to ice. Cu Chulainn pointed to the horizon and told him to look at the sky. He nodded, saying he saw it, an airship looming against the pale blue. Upon its deck stood a hulking beast man, arms crossed, the title in the air naming him Master of Beasts, Medak. He narrowed his eyes, saying that from Adenmaha's memories, Medak was extremely strong, and a direct fight would be brutal. Then he said, but what if they did not fight head-on? Cu Chulainn perked up and asked if he meant a sneak attack. He said yes, adding that since they had spotted him first, the enemy likely did not know they were here or that Guy Bulb was close. He said that trusting in the spear's power gave them a real chance, if they could fly close without being seen. He looked toward Adenmaha, then shook his head, saying that she could not do it. They needed something faster and higher. A clash of steel spun him around. Gander cut down an enemy and turned. He called her name, and she answered with his. She strode over, suspicion in her eyes, asking what that sly look was and if he was trying to take advantage of her. He sputtered, asking when he had ever looked like that, then told her he would explain on the way and asked her to transform. Above them, the airship's sails swelled in the wind as she leapt. Feathers shimmered over her skin, and her wings spread in a sweep of white and sea green. He settled against her neck as she banked toward the airship's shadow. He said that there was no change in course and that Medak had not noticed them. He thought their method had worked perfectly here. He pointed to a spot and told her to dive straight at the target. She answered yes. He tightened his grip on Guy Bulb, thinking that they only had one chance and no room for mistakes. The hawk body folded its wings, and they plunged in a screaming dive. He leveled the spear at the beast master on the deck and hurled himself downward with the full force of his vow, shouting that this was for Iden. Gander narrowed her wings, dropping in silence along the airship's flank. He braced against the rush of wind. thinking that they only had one chance at this and that there was no room for mistakes. Below, Medak stood with arms folded, a sneer forming as though he already sensed a tremor in the air. They swept over the rail. He kicked off Gander's back, freefall stealing his weight for a heartbeat as he aligned the strike. He landed hard on the planks, the impact rippling through the deck as the Beast Master turned sharply, everything compressed into a single, brief instant. He clenched his teeth, realizing that Medak had caught on. The moment Medak sensed an enemy appear out of nowhere, he pivoted without hesitation. Taeho steadied himself, knowing that Guy Bold's sure-kill strike demanded immense power to deliver its impact. If it missed, he would be utterly exposed. Medak, reading the situation instinctively, calculated that a simple dodge would be enough to win. Red energy flared around Medak, shaping into an unseen wall in the spear's path. His intent was clear, to block for even a moment, create an opening, and twist himself clear of the thrust. Cu Chulane's voice rang in his head, telling him not to fear and to remember what he held in his hands. Guy Bold. He roared the weapon's name as he drove forward. There was one truth Medak failed to account for: the spear was not just a weapon, but inevitability itself. The point flared in violet and blue, the will of Guy Bold tearing through the makeshift barrier to seek the lifeline it desired. Light exploded across the deck. Medak reeled, shock raking his voice as he said that it was impossible. Cracks spider webbed through his chest as though something deep inside had been hooked and wrenched free. His body shuddered and began to splinter. The recoil flung Taeho across the deck. He hit, slid, and clutched at his side with a grimace, saying that it felt as if his body would break. Gander landed in a rattle of talons, calling his name and declaring that he had done it. He pushed himself upright. Around them, the Fomorians seemed slow to understand what had happened. He noted aloud that they had only just realized, unable to piece together how it had unfolded. Gander asked if they should make their escape now. He grinned and said that since they had taken the captain, they might as well claim the ship as well. She laughed, saying that it was just like him. She told him she would buy time, and he should focus on recovering. He said he was counting on her, and she complained that he worked this Valkyrie too hard. Then he noticed a glow at his feet. He stooped, lifting a blue, rune-lit core that pulsed like a living heart. Down on the ice, allied warriors were mopping up the last of the enemy. One remarked that it looked like everything was done, then pointed at the sky, asking what that was. Heads tilted as the captured airship descended toward them. Shouts went up. Someone cried that a ship was flying their way, another exclaimed that it was the warrior who had ridden a Valkyrie. A few grumbled that he had even gotten to ride on Gander, calling it unfair and admitting their jealousy. Adanmaha burst from the snow with Ciri astride her, calling up that Taeho had really done it and asking if Medak had been defeated. On the deck, Taeho inclined his head and thanked Lady Gander for her efforts. She remarked that the girl practically lived with Idun's legion for training, adding that she was beginning to worry the girl might transfer there. He thanked her sincerely, saying that he was grateful. She replied not to misunderstand. Of course she cared for them both, but the reinforcements had not been sent only for their sake. She explained that the Fomorians were allied with the giants, enemies of Valhalla as well. On top of that, she said, Valhalla owed Scathach a debt. He echoed the word in surprise. She explained that the warriors of Valhalla were not the only ones to bleed in the Great War. Countless heroes of Eriu had fought alongside them, many of them Scathach's own students, including the great Prince of Light, Cu Chulaine. She admitted that she would love to invite Scathach to Ullr's legion, but guessed she would likely join Idun's instead. He agreed, and she laughed, saying that it was, honestly, a little irritating. Lady Scathach emerged shortly after, and preparations for departure began. They smiled at her, then took their leave. They looked up as the skyship glided forward. Scathach remarked that it was good he had reclaimed the ship, explaining that it was a treasure of Eriu and that, as successor, he was its rightful owner. Cu Chulaine added that it was the first time he had seen the ship this full, most of the space now taken by the Sea Dragon. A little later, Ciri called his name with news. Both of them had been promoted to intermediate warriors. He gave a quiet acknowledgement, saying he understood. As the ship sailed on, the thought settled in his mind, so that was how it was. At dusk, far away, Haida set down a barrel of food and called the griffins to dinner. She exhaled, wondering if Taeho was all right, hoping nothing serious had happened these past days. A voice greeted her, saying it had been a while. She looked up and recognized Skuld. The youngest of the three Norn sisters stepped down. Haida asked what brought her here. Skuld reached out, asking if they could take a walk. Under the night sky by the lake, Skuld said it was nice to share even small conversations. Haida agreed. Skuld nodded, then suddenly hugged her, saying that she would see her next time. Still surprised, Haida asked if there had been nothing important to say. Skuld answered that there was not, she had simply wanted to see her. As they parted, Skuld raised a hand, then paused and murmured that she could not tell her. She looked up, thoughtful, while the unseen voice declared that once again, the thread of fate had touched Idun's legion, and that what happened on that dreadful day could happen again. The wind moaned over the house as two figures stood across the green, gazes lifting to the sky where a longship sailed overhead. Griffins screamed and circled, their cries splitting the air. After descending from the ship, Teho announced that this was Lady Scathach, Queen of the Shadowlands. Ragnar stepped forward with an easy smile, saying it was an honor to meet such a beautiful and wise queen, introducing himself as Ragnar Lothbrok. Scathach bowed with calm grace, replying that she was pleased to meet the great kings of the Vikings and naming herself Scathach. The red-haired Valkyrie stepped forward, introducing herself as Haida, a Valkyrie of Idun's legion. Scathach's lips curved as she said she had heard many stories about her. Haida returned the greeting, saying it was nice to meet her, before narrowing her eyes toward the young warrior and asking, with a hint of fluster, what kind of stories those might be. Teho rubbed his cheek and began haltingly, but his words trailed off. To steer the attention elsewhere, he gestured toward the water, introducing Adanmaha, a sea serpent from Eriu. The milky white dragon lifted her head shyly, saying it was nice to meet them. Ragnar stared, cheeks coloring, and said she was so cute, while Haida, bright with interest, asked if she could pet her. Quickly regaining composure, Haida told Adanmaha to stay there for a bit and promised to prepare a place for her to rest soon. She then invited Lady Scathach inside. Before leaving, Haida threw one last piercing glance over her shoulder, and Teho swallowed hard. As Scathach walked with Haida toward the house, Siu Chalain muttered that the look was like a wife seeing her husband bring home friends unannounced. Later, seated at a table over cups, Haida listened to the account and remarked that that was what had happened. She added that to think the tyrant Bress was involved. Folding her arms, she said that the flying longship, Scathach, and Adanmaha would certainly be great assets, but Bress was known for being relentless and petty, which left her uneasy. Teho brightened, saying that they had also obtained these, and produced glowing stones. Haida leaned in, asking if these were magic tools from Eriu. He explained that they were summoning stones, and that by forming a contract he could now summon Rollo or Adanmaha anytime, anywhere. Haida nodded, saying it made sense, then asked how he knew such details. He replied that Siu Chalain within him told him. Haida studied him for a moment, saying that in that case, he would not need to ride Valkyries anymore. He scratched his cheek, admitting that was probably true. Siu Chalain, perched on his shoulder, waved his hands and protested, saying no way, reminding that even this time Teho had ridden a Valkyrie right away, thrilled to gain another trophy. Teho flushed and sputtered, denying it before adding that no one else could hear him anyway. Haida exhaled, saying she understood. She stepped closer, eyes half-lidded, remarking that he had ridden a Valkyrie again and was building the legend of a warrior who rides Valkyries. He blinked and began to protest, asking how she even knew, only for Siu Chalain to tap his own forehead, saying his power had grown since finding another piece of Guy Bold. Teho asked if he had been waiting for this. Haida laughed, saying she was just teasing. Her expression softened as she admitted she was simply glad he had returned safely. He smiled back, the two standing beneath a peach-colored sky as night gathered. Night cloaked a silver city, Asgard. A hooded figure's steps echoed over marble as he thought that it was strange to be back here again. Lifting his head, he murmured to himself about his father and brother, admitting he even missed them. The hood fell, revealing cold eyes and a sly smile as a sigil burned into being. He was the god of fire and lies, Loki. He said that his goal was to reach the human world, Midgard. Striding through a corridor lined with pillars, he thought that to get there one had to pass through Asgard, realm of the gods, and Niflheim, the underworld. He noted that, as when he had forced open the gates to Eriu, he could carve a path if he wished, but for now he did not want to stir trouble. Green light washed over him as he cast a veil. A golden-armored sentinel leveled his weapon, but the shrouded god passed by unnoticed, a thin smile on his lips. Inwardly, he thought that it had been a long time and addressed the guard by name, Heimdall. Standing upon the blazing span of the Rainbow Bridge, the cloaked god reflected that Midgard, the land of humans, was truly vast. So vast that even the gods could never know all its corners. Icy blue fragments swirled and hovered about his hands as he remarked that the seeds of calamity he had scattered would soon bloom across Midgard, each one worthy of being called a disaster. With a motion like a sorcerer casting storms into the wind, he flung the shards outward. A satisfied smile touched his lips as he concluded that all of it unfolded according to the will of the king. Far below, night lifted from a rugged coastline where stone ramparts rose against the tide. In the great hall of the fortress, a voice delivered grim news before the throne, saying that it had been a full week, yet the ships that had left harbor had not returned. The report continued that storms were not to blame, and no one could determine the cause, adding that fear now gripped the entire country. The king's advisor, Ube, folded his hands and proposed that they must sail out to uncover the cause. He advised that all sea routes be checked to see whether they had been blocked. King Sven, his face weighed with worry, conceded that the suggestion was sound but countered that too many ships and sailors had already been lost. After a pause, he admitted that he disliked the risk, yet saw no other option. He resolved aloud that he would consult the prophet, privately wondering how long it had been since his last visit. He descended a torchlit spiral, his thoughts turning to the being he was about to see, one that had dwelled in the palace long before his birth and still lived, a fact that, he admitted to himself, unsettled him. At the foot of the stairs, he heaved open ancient doors. A hollow voice greeted him, saying that he had been expected. Stepping inside, he found the hooded figure with a skull-like face lifting its head. Even now, he thought, it still gave him chills. He began to explain the reason for his visit, but the prophet cut across his words, saying it already knew. In its cold, echoing tone, it commanded that a great ritual be performed, tributes to the gods, prayers for salvation. It decreed that 9 kinds of animals be gathered, 9 of each. The king paled, and the prophet continued without pause. A great fire must be lit, the animals' throats slit, their blood offered. It reasoned that if the gods' anger was the cause, such offerings would appease them, and if the disaster was real, the gods would resolve it. The king stammered that it was better than waiting to die and agreed that they should do something, though privately he wondered if he had just seen the prophet's neck stretch to an unnatural length. On a windswept cliff under a sky split by sunlight, the summons reached the warriors. Ragnar remarked that soon Valhalla's fighters would be sent to Midgard. Teho repeated the name and asked if it was the land of humans. Ragnar confirmed it was and remarked that this was why all the legions were so stirred, saying Ullr's warriors must be particularly rowdy now. They speculated that some might even see family or friends, and Teho observed that such excitement made sense. Ragnar agreed but said that was not the only reason. He explained that most of the warriors had died without lingering regrets, so for many, this mission was a chance for something else entirely. Teho wondered what that might be, and the answer struck him. It was for the birth of a new saga. Ragnar confirmed this, explaining that while sagas could be forged in Valhalla, in a land where all were heroes, it was nearly impossible to achieve something great enough to become a saga. In the mortal realm, however, it was different. Stories born there could instantly take root and grow into powerful sagas. Teho clenched his fist, declaring that he was fired up now. Above them, the sky stretched vast and bright, the air heavy with anticipation. And so, the Midgard expeditionary force of Valhalla's warriors was decided. The ritual fire spatters under the sagging roof, shadows flickering across armored feet that shift with growing unrest. An attendant, voice rough and edged with irritation, remarks that 10 days have already passed since the ritual began and insists it's time they started looking into the cause. The bearded king turns, eyes hard, toward a wall lined with spears and skull masks. He mutters that he never had faith in the ritual to begin with, grinding his teeth as he adds that the charlatan prophet will answer for this delay. Inwardly, he curses that all blame has fallen on him, again. Outside, the square pulses with anger and noise. One chorus roars that the gods are enraged, another bellows that the people have failed in devotion, and yet another blames the king's moral decay. They lift a jester-faced puppet of the king, howling that the king is an idiot, and voices rise in cruel unison to chant, "Fool." The king's patience snaps. He shouts that he's had enough and swears the prophet won't escape judgment. Without hesitation, he strides toward the prophet. The prophet raises a hand and begins to say something. "Hey, you." But before the clash can ignite, rain falls in sudden silver sheets from the gray sky. The king splutters, confused, asking why it's raining now of all times. His advisor points skyward and urgently tells him to look. A rainbow slices the clouds open. Against the light, a winged silhouette emerges, haloed in flame, and behind her, an impossible ship sails through the air. The crowd gasps and cries that a ship is flying through the sky. Some lift their arms and shout to Odin, others scream for Valhalla. Ingrid descends in a burst of golden light. Her voice rises over the crowd, commanding them to listen. She is the Valkyrie Ingrid, and she announces that she brings the will of the gods to King Sven and all the people of Midgard. The king drops to his knees, stunned, and stammers that he, Sven, son of Canute, humbly greets the emissaries of the divine. Tai-Ho rides the rainbow down from the skyship and lands before the assembly. He tells them to lift their heads and introduces himself as a warrior of Idun. Sweat beads on the king's brow as he asks if the boy speaks on Lady Idun's behalf. The youth nods toward the skyship and replies that the vessel belongs to Lady Idun, and that he has been sent here as her chosen warrior. From above, his companions whisper to one another, noting that he's clearly making a strong effort this time and remarking that he's determined to spread Lady Idun's name far and wide. Braki, wrapped in a fur-lined cloak, leaps from the ship, landing with thunderous force. He bellows that it is now his time and proclaims himself Braki, warrior of Thor, come to rescue them all. The king stares, stunned, and exclaims that it is Braki, their squad's living legend. The square erupts into roars of Braki. "Thor! Thor!" The ground trembles with the cries. Tai-Ho mutters that he needs to step up his game. A comrade nearby offers to descend as well, but Ciri scratches her cheek and admits that she's still deciding. A horn blares, deep and urgent. Tai-Ho snaps to attention and asks what the sound means. The advisor shouts that it's the emergency signal, warning that something's gone wrong near the harbor. All eyes turn toward the sea. White foam streaks the water as shouts rise that a ship is approaching at impossible speed. Some yell that it's not one of theirs. Others insist it's a trade ship from the continent. As the vessel cuts through the wake, crimson shapes burst across its deck. Men on the seawall stagger and shout that something is emerging. No, bursting. From the ship. The king and his court wheel toward the harbor, faces drained of color, as the water surges upward. Tentacles, slick and the color of fresh blood, twist around the speeding ship. This is the boss, Kraken. Sailors stumble and scream that they're dying, pleading for help as rigging snaps and masts buckle. On the deck of the skyship, Ingrid plants her feet and declares that the monster must be defeated and the people saved. Tai-Ho hardens his gaze at her words. He steps to the rail and announces that he'll handle the Kraken himself, urging the others to focus on rescuing the townsfolk. Gasps rise as the crowd realizes who he is. The warrior of Idun. He calls to the captain and asks for the helm. Ciri flashes a confident grin and replies that he's got it. Someone nearby stammers a question, asking if the warrior is really going alone, just as he dives off the ship. Blue wind wraps his body like a sling. He cuts through the rain and debris. From his palm, he pulls a small glowing sphere and hisses the name Adanmaha, declaring his choice. A sharp caption appears. Not a spell. Thunder booms. A spear of light stabs into the sea, and from the depths rises a pale, horned serpent whose icy mane blazes in the rain. Men aboard the balloons cry out in shock, shouting that they've never seen anything like it before. A sea serpent. He touches its head and tells it they have work to do. The beast growls that it had been eating and complains in a gruff voice. That this had better be serious. Debris whipped toward them in a frenzy. He shouts that the creatures noticed them and orders the serpent to draw it away from the ship. Adanmaha snorts and snaps that it's easier said than done. Yo. She surges forward, carving a crescent through the waves. Frozen lances erupt from her wake and impale the Kraken's limbs. Tentacles tear, freeze, then reform as the beast thrashes in pain. Adanmaha praises his fighting spirit and warns that the Kraken is no joke. He takes a breath and admits that if this had happened out on the open sea, they'd be in serious trouble. Behind them, sailors sob in relief and praise Odin as the Kraken stumbles from the shattered deck. He orders the boats forward, saying they should bring the sailboat closer. With a grin, he adds that now they're close enough for a real fight. Siyu Chilane leans in and warns that the Kraken's tentacles will regenerate, then suggests going for the eyes. A flare answers. Saga. Warrior's sword, giant's blade. He nods and declares that if that's the case, he'll use it. A surge of aura blossoms around him. Steel expands into a colossal blade as a new storm of tentacles erupts. With the sword braced across his shoulder, he rides forward atop Adanmaha, who slices through the chaos. He shouts into the roar of the waves, joy rising in his voice, that here I go. The sea boils red as the serpent skims the surface. He gauges the pulsing limbs and notes that the creature has dozens of tentacles, each one growing back after being cut. Siyu Chilane warns that if he keeps this pace, only they'll tire out. A shadow thickens overhead. Adanmaha flicks her whiskers and shouts that a massive leg is incoming. He braces on her spine and announces that they'll just sever it now. Then he launches, roaring his strike, Haya, and slams the luminous blade downward. The impact reverberates through his arms as he grits his teeth, muttering that the thing is tough as hell. Foam crashes around them. Adanmaha whips through the chaos, her tail cleaving water while more limbs slam into the sea behind them. He watches her weave and thinks that on solid land, this wouldn't be an issue. He adds that if only he had Guy Bulg, he could end it in one shot. Siyu Chilane calls to Adanmaha, asking why she isn't unleashing her full power and reminding her that she has a worthy master, doesn't she? He blinks at the question, all out, then stares in dawning realization. He repeats the words slowly and says that she hasn't even been trying at full strength. Adanmaha hesitates, her gaze flickering away as a low growl builds in her throat. He senses it immediately. There's something she's holding back, something she wants to ask but can't. He figures it must be because of Hayes. It made her feel like she couldn't speak freely. But the weight of that unspoken feeling hangs between them. He steadies himself, thinking that he never intended to make her a slave. He calls her name with quiet resolve, telling her to do as she pleases. She groans and complains that she hates emotional tricks like that. She says that if he just ordered her, at least then she'd have something to be angry about. Her tone softens after a beat, and she mutters that, well, compared to Bress, he's actually not a bad master at all. A tentacle lashes toward them. Frost streaks from Adanmaha's horns as she counters it, warning that going all out will drain her quickly. She adds that once she uses her full power, he'll need to take care of her. Got it, master. He nods hard and tells her he understands. The airship cuts a golden swath across the waves. From above, voices call his name, declaring that they'll join the fight. He flashes a grin and says it's perfect, tells them to wait just a second. Lowering his body along Adanmaha's neck, he tells her it's time to show them what full power really means. She tells him to hold on tight. A brilliant blue flare erupts from the gem on her brow. Her fins widen like blades, and she surges forward. A golden burst tears through the Kraken's limbs, lighting up the cliffs and harbor with a brilliance that forces the onlookers to shield their eyes. Even the king and the skull-faced prophet stare skyward in shock as the sea heaves and the Kraken's forest of limbs flinches, blinded by the raw power of the unleashed serpent. Ciri and Bracky squint through the radiance. He balances atop Adanmaha's slick back and watches as shimmering frost begins to spiral, taking on the form of a woman. A pale-haired figure of water and light hovers above the waves, her bare feet brushing the spray. He watches, eyes wide, as runes bloom around her wrists. She raises two fingers, as if plucking invisible strings, then lifts her arm and declares that this is the sea's true power. A thunderous column of light explodes downward. The ocean splits into a roaring corridor, revealing the Kraken squatting in the exposed basin, all eyes and writhing red limbs. Bracky shouts that the sea just parted. Ciri exclaims that the monster's entire body is vulnerable now. The Kraken thrashes, panic seizing its limbs. Adanmaha grimaces and cries that this is too much, that she's going to die, and urges him to go. Go now, hurry. He gives a sharp nod and yells for Bracky and the captain, saying that this is their chance. The archer's bow ignites in a flurry of red sigils as she invokes a saga, proclaiming that the witch's arrows never miss. Crimson bolts arc through the air, piercing clusters of the Kraken's eyes with blistering force. Bracky braces a foot on the ship's rail and throws himself into the breach with a grin wild as the storm. Lightning coils around him. racing down his arm into the waiting hammer. He calls a saga, declaring that the lightning lives in this weapon, and with a crash of green-white sparks, he dives. Current leaps from him to the kraken, entangling its limbs. He follows close behind, blade humming and teeth clenched, shouting that he's coming, ha, as he drives his weapon into the beast. Water convulses in a rising wall. The parted sea folds in on itself. For a moment, the world vanishes into light and crashing water. Then the sea collapses. The airship's crew hold fast to the rigging, screaming his name and Bracky's as the ocean becomes a spinning vortex. He disappears in the surge, dragged under. A moment later, he bursts to the surface, coughing. He spits seawater, gasping for breath, then shouts, "Adenmaha, where is she?" A white crest of fins rises nearby, glaring at him. She scolds that she told him to take care of her. He flushes, apologizing quickly. From the distant shore, a roar rises like thunder. Voices chant praises to the warriors of Valhalla, to Odin, to the warrior of Idun. The king pounds his chest and cries that it's incredible, truly incredible, warrior of Idun. On the airship, Ingrid stiffens, her pupils narrowing, when prompted by Ciri. Her posture snaps into alertness. She says that something is coming, fast. She stares at the horizon and adds that maybe the kraken wasn't the predator here. It was the prey. Two black fins pierce the waves like spears. The sea swells once more, then explodes upward. A colossal blue head, armored in iron scales, rises from the deep. Violet eyes gleam with hunger. Its vast shadow blankets the kraken and the shattered wreckage below as the water heaves into a second rising wave. Walls of foam tower like cliffs. A new fin cuts through the sea, dwarfing the kraken completely. Unaware of the incoming danger, Bracky narrows his eyes and states that this kraken is massive. He wonders whether they should grill or boil it. Ciri spins toward the surf, shouting for Taiho and Bracky, warning them that something else is coming their way. A black wedge of seawater charges toward them. The surface craters and then erupts as a huge, blue-scaled predator crashes upward, dragging other monsters in its wake. Taiho rises from Kraken's back, energy coursing across his limbs, and says that it's time to chant. Fins scythe by in a blur as he transforms into a hawk. Bracky grins, hammer humming in his hand, and wonders aloud what the thing is. A goblin shark, maybe. Then he laughs and says that whatever it is, it's going to be dinner tonight. Their first impact shatters the water like a submerged bell. Bracky's hammer erupts in green lightning, slamming into the beast's face. Ice spears jet from the sea around the airship. Winged shadows swoop low as shark-like creatures fall onto the docks. Ciri's bow glows hot as she states that enemies are closing in, and that they must protect the townspeople. Ingrid flares her golden wings, casting a shield of light across the ship, and fishermen scatter under the radiance. Cries rise from the pier, warning that there are monsters behind them too, and a Viking waves frantically, shouting for civilians to take cover. Bracky's pupils blaze neon. Electricity streaks down his shoulders as he drags the hammer upward and unleashes a roar. "U-o-o-o," before smashing it into a lunging maw. He skids back on the slick stone, hissing for breath, and mutters that for a fish, it's fast on land. Taiho wheels overhead, skimming the spray, and yells for Adenmaha to pull back. She warns that they should be cautious. The pair bank over the chaotic battlefield. Cu Chilane points to the headland and says that they need to regroup for now, and that the monsters gathering there are a problem too. From the gondola, Ingrid signals the retreat, stating that protecting the humans comes first. Two enormous, slate-skinned titans stalk the kraken, but do not give chase. Ingrid studies them and says that they're holding position. She adds that the kraken was likely their real target. Her voice hardens as she concludes that, since these creatures are blocking the path forward, they'll be seeing them again. A low rumble shudders through the airship's hull. Ingrid flinches and asks what that sound is. The eagle's rider peers into the glare and demands to know what's making that noise. Below, on the rocky shoals, a new figure rises. A colossus, pulsing with red veins, kneels at the tide's edge. Its armored body glows faintly as a swarm of crimson motes erupts from its carapace, swirling into the air like a living siren's call. The archer leans over the rail, pointing at it, and asks if that massive thing is the fish leader. She adds that it's ridiculously huge. Bracky bares his teeth and growls that if that's a war cry, then he's ready for it. Tai Ho flaps his wings beside Siyu Chalain, his eyes lit with fire. He says that it's time, they're going. Moonlight pools over the walls of Midgard, casting silver across the roofs. Inside the great hall, light from chandeliers glimmers on goblets and feasting faces. The king hoists his drink, laughing that cheers are in order. Yes, cheers. He slaps the table and announces with booming pride that everyone saw what happened today, didn't they? These were the deeds of that great warrior right there. Voices echo back that a new name should be bestowed, that the warrior Vidin should be honored. The king claps again and exclaims that yes, that's right. The warrior Vidin. He asks if they all saw that Valkyrie-like goddess and proudly declares that he rode on a Valkyrie. Tai Ho continues eating, quietly noting to himself that Adanmaha isn't technically a Valkyrie. He decides it's better to just let them talk. Without warning, blue light surges over his hands. Runes flare into view. A new saga has formed, the warrior who rode a Valkyrie. His eyes widen and he blurts in disbelief that even that could become a saga. Ciri leans in, saying that it's not surprising, it's already a well-known nickname in Valhalla. She explains that the people of Midgard who witnessed the event likely served as the catalyst. He watches her rosy cheeks and notes that she might already be tipsy. She taps his cup and remarks that he's still working hard spreading Lady Idun's name. He replies that it's surprising she doesn't do more promotion herself and asks if that's the confidence of a large legion behind her. She sighs and thinks that Valhalla is for the dead anyway, and battles can break out anytime, so maybe someone useful will show up then. Her thoughts shifts. She grows serious and thinks that building faith in Idun takes time, that it's not something created in a few months. She rubs her temple and sways slightly. He calls her, Captain Sir, with concern as she blinks and regains her balance. The king, unfazed by any of it, roars again that, just as he was saying, this great warrior of Idun deserves all praise. The warrior glances over and wonders whether this is the third time he's said it now. Ingrid steps forward, composed and cool, and states that the celebration should end for the night. She says they must prepare for tomorrow. Some diners pled for more time together, but she firmly denies the request. She then asks King Sven if there's a room they can use for a strategy meeting. The king stammers his agreement and says he'll show them right away. In a candlelit study, maps unfurl across the table. Ingrid explains that the cause of the blood-drenched sea is a swarm of monstrous sharks. A crimson-hued image of their leader materializes. She says the goal isn't to exterminate the entire swarm. Just the leader. Once the head falls, the rest will scatter. The real challenge, she adds, is how to fight them. They can't fight from boats, and they can't rest on the water either. But, she assures them, they'll prepare. She reminds them that she is a Valkyrie of the Nord Legion. A chorus of warriors roar in response, as expected. Of course. Makes sense. Tai Ho tugs the captain's sleeve and asks who Nord is again. She replies that Nord is the god of the sea. Ingrid places a glove on the map and promises to show them how to fight. But, she says, for now. Dawn breaks. They march down to the harbor. Ingrid turns to the king and says that she will need his courage. He's coming with them. She explains that the aggressive monster behavior yesterday was no coincidence. The captain agrees, saying their appearance is proof that a larger conflict is brewing. On the pier, Tai Ho stands before the gathered soldiers. A faint light glows in his palm as he says that all is prepared. With a calm smile, he asks, "Shall we begin?" He thrusts his hand toward the shining sea. Blue runes flare as he calls out the name, Adanmaha. Declaring that he chooses her. Water bursts upward in a flash of lightning blue as the white serpent explodes from the surf with a snort. Her wet lashes blink slowly as she mutters whether it's really right to summon her again just one day after overworking her. He softly speaks her name, then grins and says that it's because he trusts her more than anyone, that she was cool, amazing, and beautiful yesterday. She stammers that fine. He's forgiven, but then huffs that he's being ridiculous, saying things like some wild animal. He watches her blush and wonders what could have made her act like this. Then the memory floods back, his own voice from the night before, shouting that what he'd just heard was unbelievable. In the lamplit room, he had asked Siyu Chalain if she was a goddess, his voice trembling with disbelief. Siyu Chalain had explained that the Tuatha De Danann are gods. Less divine than the Aesir perhaps, but still gods. Tai Ho had clenched his fist and asked how it came to this. Siyu Chilane hadn't known the full story, but said it seemed Adanmaha had surrendered to Brest to protect something dear. Her voice snaps him out of the thought. She calls him, Master, and asks why he's spacing out. If he's ready, then let's go. He nods, stating that the other warriors have already launched. Then he lifts his voice and shouts. They move too, advance. They soar far out over the ocean until Tai Ho says that this spot is far enough. He pats a rope and explains that they'll use it to bait the enemy. Barrels hit the sea with hollow splashes. Adanmaha asks what's inside. He answers that it's cow and pig blood, perfect for drawing in sharks. The sea begins to stain red. He raises his hand and says there's one more step. Blue glyphs spiral from his hand and ignite a new saga. The warrior who rode a Valkyrie. The energy pulses into Adanmaha's body. She stiffens and asks what's happening. He tells her that this saga temporarily makes her an Idun's Valkyrie and that, with Idun's blessing, her body is now even stronger. He claps and says that they're ready, now they just wait. Noon glares down. The sea swells in silence. Adanmaha jolts, eyes narrowing, and says that they're here. She corkscrews into the water. From the green depths, rows of teeth rise. Tai Ho steadies himself and calls her name, saying it's time to dive. She squeaks in disbelief, asking if he's serious. He laughs and reassures her. Ingrid arranged it so they can breathe underwater. He leans down and tells her to show what she can do. She flicks her head and says that fine, she'll show him, and she plunges toward the waiting jaws. She slices through the depths like a harpoon, her body twisting through the churn. Sharks spiral in from all sides, but she loops and weaves, drawing them into a wider spiral. Tai Ho leans into her back, watching the formation. He nods with satisfaction and praises her skill. Now, he says, it's time. Adanmaha tucks her body and rockets upward. The sharks follow, funneled into a vertical column. She explodes from the surface, scales flashing, a serpent risen to the sky. Tai Ho stretches a hand and says that she should transform. She replies that he must take responsibility this time. Light bursts as Adanmaha becomes a girl in midair, gold spinning around her. She flails, shocked, asking what he's doing. He calls down from above that he'll catch her, just trust him. Then he commands Chant to appear. The griffin barrels in on colossal wings. Adanmaha screams, saying she's terrified, her cry a sharp wail. Chant swoops beneath her just in time. Tai Ho catches her wrist and lifts her into the saddle, as the ocean churns with the snapping teeth of the pack below. He steadies her and tells her she did great. Now it's time for the ship crews to finish it. On deck, the captain commands the gunners to ready their shot, eyes locked on the target. One by one, they confirm, ready, aimed. The captain gives the order to fire and invokes her saga. The witch's arrows never miss their mark. A storm of radiant bolts rains down. Chains whistle through the air, biting into slick flesh. Sharks thrash, ensnared. Winches groan as the crews haul the catch from the sea. Cheers rise when the monstrous fish dangle, heavy and helpless. A voice bellows that this is a haul. High above, seated on Tai Ho, Adanmaha watches the scene unfold. She exhales and says with awe that it's a huge success. But, she adds, the most important part is still to come. He agrees. Tai Ho glances down. A thought flickers. Just how strong is the true enemy, the boss behind it all? On the deck, the warning call is given. The captain says it's too early to relax, that no one should drop their guard. Her gaze sharpens. She declares that it'll be here any moment now. The water blackens. Purple veins stretch across a monstrous silhouette. From the depths, a vast abyssal head rises, and in a voice that trembles like a war trumpet, the captain declares, "It is coming." The ship scuds across the wind-slick sea, sails taut and rigging alive with sound. At the helm, Ingrid holds steady, her grip firm, her gaze locked forward. Chains clink and canvas groans above as a tremor runs through the wheel. She narrows her eyes. Beside her, the king jolts and stammers, asking with sudden dread if something's wrong. She replies without glancing away, stating with quiet tension that the ship has grown too heavy. Her voice tightens as she adds that it's no longer able to move. Below deck, the captured sea beasts hang in chains, their massive bodies swaying with every creak of the ship. The captain calculates the situation with cold clarity and declares that, at this rate, they have no choice but to wait, for the enemy to attack first. She turns sharply to the deck and calls out orders to prepare for the assault. One of the crew shouts in alarm that the ship can't maneuver to evade. Siri, pointing with urgency, cries from the mast that something is approaching on the starboard side. She doubles down with a panicked shout, "It's coming." The sea erupts. A massive, fanged leviathan bursts from the waves. Siri throws her arm forward and commands a retreat. The creature, grotesquely veined in glowing purple, surges from the foam, accelerating toward the already laden ship. The cry echoes again, "Fall back." The creature slams into the hull with bone-crushing force. Screams erupt as bodies scatter across the deck. One sailor yells out in terror as the ship lists hard, pitching him sideways. Another curses at the beast, yelling that it's too damn heavy. The timbers screech under the strain. Two warriors grip the rail, warning that they're going to be thrown into the sea. Nearby, chaos swells as frightened voices scream. The prow dips, teetering toward the waves. At the helm, the captain clenches her jaw and growls low as the ship lifts on a swell, teetering on the edge of collapse. Then, suddenly, it stabilizes. Someone exhales, laughing nervously. Another mutters in disbelief that it stopped. But the calm fractures in an instant. Red energy coils around the monster's arm, pulsing with lethal intent. A warrior catches the glow and gasps. A roar bellows across the deck as Bracky, the hammer-wielding juggernaut, plants his feet wide and commands everyone to take cover behind him. He lifts his weapon and invokes his saga, shouting its name with full force. Saga. Lightning resides in that hammer. The beast unleashes a salvo of crimson blasts. Bracky's hammer drinks in the lightning, pulling every stray arc toward its core. A stunned voice observes that all the electricity is being absorbed into his weapon. The commander calls out in encouragement, telling Bracky he's doing well, and then rallies the crew with a shouted order to attack. He follows it with a promise, "They'll finish it here and now." Thunder explodes across the deck. With a monstrous howl, the beast sends shockwaves ripping through the hull. Splinters fly as a groan rises from the crew. Wounded but not finished, the warriors push forward. The beast turns and jumps off the ship. From above, Tai-Ho warns that it's diving back into the sea and adds they can't let it get away. Siri vaults from the rigging and lands near a chain pulley. With practiced grace, she draws her bow, declaring her saga. The witch's arrows never miss their mark. She looses a luminous shaft that pierces the monster's hide. The chain clatters tight as the bolt anchors. She commands the crew to grab hold. Deckhands sprint forward, hurling their weight onto the chains. Blocks shriek. The airship tilts again under the strain. Boots planted, the captain leans over the rail and yells for Tai-Ho to finish it. Beneath them, the wounded creature writhes, water geysering in red plumes. Tai-Ho urges Ardenmaha onward. Her thoughts trail off, murmuring that she's always the one who has to do all hard work. A glint of sun flashes off the water, and she transforms again. The white sea dragon plunges, foam closing over her form. Then, from the sky, a fierce voice cries out that they won't let it escape. Tai-Ho's eyes narrow as he invokes another saga. The eyes of a dragon see through all things. His vision sharpens. He scans the churning sea. Beneath the surface, the water grows darker. A glowing caption names the threat: Sea Monster, Karkal, Sea-Roving Leviathan. In the gloom, Tai-Ho raises a rune-inscribed token and calls forth another saga. Warrior's sword, burst lance. Light gathers into a spear in his gauntlet. Red sigils snake across Karkal's form. Ardenmaha shudders and warns that it's preparing a lightning strike. Tai-Ho grins and tells her not to worry, because their lightning is stronger. He invokes again. Saga. The charge of a warrior is like a storm, thunderstorm. Bolts wreath his body in blue as he levels the lance. Lightning collides in the sea. Arcs of red and blue meet with a roar. Tai-Ho twists through the current, drawing a bowline in the water. He names the shot, Ballista of the Dragon. With a breath, he triggers the effect, Burst Lance Activate. The ocean explodes in a radiant full burst. As the light dies, Ardenmaha spins in place and gasps, wide-eyed, that it was insanely powerful, yo. She looks at him with a mix of awe and complaint, saying her body hasn't calmed down from the impact. She adds, with a huff, that using such a strong move while riding on her neck felt like it was about to snap. Tai-Ho winces and apologizes, promising to patch her up later. She blinks and asks what that even means. He gestures toward the shoreline and says he'll send her back to camp for recovery. Maybe Haida isn't there, but Ragnar should be. His words stop cold. His eyes widen. He chokes on the sentence. Before them, the sea begins to blacken. Pale light coils upward, forming into a divine, towering silhouette rising from the depths. Rider and dragon tense together as the next threat, the true one, reveals itself, waiting in the abyss.